spiritual root possessors were 1 in a million. It's impossible for cultivators to make a living by selling their beauty. Although there were female cultivators who specialized in dual cultivation techniques, they made a mutual agreement out of necessity. Unlike the common folks who relied on their beauty for a living. However, Hisong ceased his wanderings in the north of the city after a few days. A sudden piece of news made him cast all these thoughts out of his mind. One day, a piece of news was making the rounds in Greenwall Immortal City. A small auction would be held within the Greenwall Immortal City. In this small auction, many precious items would be auctioned off. Originally, Hisong didn't care, nor did Wei Fan, and Mengguan didn't even know about it. Until someone mentioned that a vein protection elixir would appear in this small auction. Hisong and Wei Fan exchanged glances, quickly passed the news to Mengguan, who was conserving his energy and sharpening his focus in the quiet room. Upon hearing the news, Mengguan stepped out of his seclusive cultivation room, climbed up the loft step by step, and sat across from Hisong, who was waiting for him, sipping tea. On the loft, the three of them faced each other, surrounded by the subtle fragrance of tea, filling the entire room with a refreshing aroma. Hisong and Wei Fan had been waiting for a long time. Now that they saw Mengguan's appearance, they finally felt the worry stone in their hearts has landed. Bender, thank goodness the news arrived in time. Mengguan hadn't started his breakthrough yet. That is to say, Mengguan still had the opportunity to use the vein protection elixir for his breakthrough. Instead of having to push through without any elixirs as previously speculated. In that case, the outcome would be truly uncertain between life and death. If they can purchase the vein protection elixir in this auction, even if Mengguan fails to make a breakthrough, he can at least stay alive. Please, my two friends, help me. After sitting for a while, Mengguan stood up and deeply bowed to his two friends in front of him. He did have a considerable amount of spirit stones on him. However, knowing the price of the vein protection elixir, he also knew that he didn't have enough spirit stones. Therefore, asking for help from his two friends might increase the chances of him obtaining the vein protection elixir. With the vein protection elixir in hand, even if his breakthrough fails, he can still recover within 10 years and avoid dying. Although he had made preparations to risk his life, and had always been implementing them, who would want to die if they could live? Even if the road forward had already come to an end, at least he had also tried his best to fight and struggle in the past. Living without regrets can still be a way to live. With Mengguan's words, the loft filled with the fragrance of tea became as silent as a pin drop. After a brief quiet, Hisong and Wei Fan exchanged glances, and immediately stood up together and helped Mengguan up. Where is Lao Meng's language? Since we have informed you of this news, we will naturally do our best to help. When they received the news, Hisong and Wei Fan had already discussed the matter. Although they couldn't guarantee that they could help Mengguan get the vein protection elixir, they would still try their best. Therefore, when Mengguan asked for help, Hisong and Wei Fan didn't hesitate at all and agreed to help. However, Hisong felt a bit annoyed in his heart at this moment. If he had known earlier, he would have sold the spirit rice in his small cargo storage bag. Most of the more than 1,000 spirit stones he had saved up before coming to Greenwall Immortal City had already been spent. At this moment, Hisong only had a little over 200 spirit stones left. Although these 200 spirit stones were Hisong's entire fortune, he didn't know if it would be enough. If it wasn't enough, then he might have to think of other ways. After being helped up by Hisong and Wei Fan, Mengguan thanked them again with a bow. The three of them sat down once more and began discussing how they could acquire the vein protection elixir. To my knowledge, the price of a vein protection elixir is usually around 2,000 spirit stones, Mengguan said the first sentence after sitting down, raising an eyebrow in Hisong's heart. The vein protection elixir, is it that cheap? This was a life-saving pill for a chi-refining late-stage cultivator after failed attempts at foundation establishment. Although it was not as potent as the foundation establishment elixir that could increase the success rate of foundation establishment and completely recover within 2 years, it was able to recover completely within 10 years after taking the vein protection elixir even if the foundation establishment failed. This was a life-saving pill for a cultivator in the chi-refining late stage. 2,000 spirit stones? Wasn't it too cheap? It seemed Mengguan had noticed the surprise in Hisong's eyes and paused before explaining. Although the vein protection elixir can save lives, it is not that precious. It just takes a bit longer to gather all the necessary spirit medicine for a single furnace. In this auction, there will definitely be more than one vein protection elixir. With the rarity of items making them valuable, a furnace of vein protection elixirs generally yields 5 to 10 pills. Even if it takes 3 to 5 years to produce one furnace, cultivators who need them can still buy them. After all, cultivators like me who don't have time to wait for the foundation establishment elixir are not common. If they still have time to wait, other cultivators would naturally choose to wait for the foundation establishment elixir. Upon hearing Mengwan's explanation, Hisong suddenly understood. So that's how it was. Cultivators like Mengwan, who had just practiced to the point of qi refining great perfection and were already nearing 60 years old, were rare. For most qi refining great perfection cultivators, there was still plenty of time before they reached 60 years old. With time, they naturally had the opportunity to wait for the appearance of the foundation establishment elixir. After all, the foundation establishment elixir could increase the success rate of foundation establishment. However, if they took the vein protection elixir first and failed in their foundation establishment, they would inevitably miss the peak period of their breakthrough before the age of 60 after the complete recovery of their injuries in 10 years. It took a full 10 years for the vein protection elixir to recover one's strength. Missing the peak period for attempting foundation establishment before 60 years old, their success rate would drop significantly even if they tried to break through using the foundation establishment elixir. So, it was better to wait for the foundation establishment elixir from the start, than try to fight for it. When there was really no more time to wait, they could try using the vein protection elixir as a last resort. With that, Hisong finally understood the reason why the price of the vein protection elixir was so cheap. 2,000 spirit stones, which Hisong could buy with his current income in a year. With a glimmer in his eye, Hisong gazes thoughtfully into the distance. It seems that he can use the vein protection elixir. Due to the reward from slaying the evil cultivator, I still have over 1,000 spirit stones on me. If my two friends could lend me some spirit stones, I would be extremely grateful. Seeing that Hisong's doubts were resolved, Mengwan asked for spirit stones on the side. He knew the price of the vein protection elixir was only around 2,000 spirit stones. Chapter 117, Chapter 116 Mengwan's request. The issue was that when vein protection elixir was available in the past, he was still striving to improve his cultivation, unsure if he could reach the realm of qi refining great perfection before turning 60. If he were to use his spirit stones to purchase vein protection elixir back then, it might have slowed down the speed of his cultivation advancement. Therefore, he had not made preparations in advance. Otherwise, he wouldn't be stuck in a situation where he just reached the zenith of qi refining and had no vein protection elixir at his disposal. I only left with over 200 spirit stones. I used up the spirit stones I've saved before coming here to replace my artifacts and spirit amulets. Upon Mengwan's ask for spirit stones, Hisong, after a moment of thought, told the truth. Though he had more than 60,000 caddies of spirit rice on him, he definitely couldn't touch them when in dire need of spirit stones. If he revealed his identity by selling spirit rice, the consequences would be unpredictable. Moreover, this is the Green Wall Immortal City, where the control of the Thick Earth sect is far stronger than that of the Immortal Pavilion. However, he ruminated on another thought towards the end. If it's not enough, I can sell an artifact. It should be enough to gather the necessary spirit stones. Even if it meant selling an artifact, spirit rice must remain untapped. That was a decision made by Hisong after careful consideration. Any hasty sell of spirit rice might raise suspicions, leading to severe consequences. However, if he urgently needed spirit stones and decided to sell an artifact, no one could say anything against it. Anyway, he traveled to Green Wall Immortal City with Wei Fan and would naturally return to Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion together. They faced no danger upon their journey here. He figured there wouldn't be any danger upon their return either. Worst case, he had 2 life-saving spirit amulets on himself. If danger arose, he could immediately flee. After escaping to a distance, he could employ the earth tunneling skill and retreat to Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion while concealing his energy, which wasn't a difficult task. With this in mind, having one more or one less artifact wouldn't affect his safety at all. This was why Hisong preferred to sell artifacts rather than peddle spirit rice in Greenwall Immortal City. As long as it didn't impact him, there was no harm in helping out a close friend. At the same time, Mengguan, as a guide of his past life, was incredibly important to Hisong. Had it not been for the copy of spiritual plant cultivation skill that Mengguan gave him, Hisong would still be struggling through the mortal world. Perhaps a helpless Hisong without the protection of the pavilion would have perished at the hands of some loose or evil cultivator. How could he be as comfortable and content as he is now, his cultivation advancing to the cheer-refining late stage in such a short period of time? With such deep gratitude, Hisong naturally needed to reciprocate. If Mengguan died because of this incident, Hisong might develop a mental demon on his cultivation path in the future, hindering his cultivation. Rather than being possessed by the mental demon, he might as well use all his capacity to help Mengguan at this moment. No matter what, exhausting all resources to help one time could at least pay off some of this immense favor. Moreover, if Mengguan successfully established his foundation this time, Hisong's assistance would certainly not be forgotten. That way, he might be able to lean on a master of the foundation establishment realm in the future. If that time comes, no matter how many spirit stones are needed, it would all be worth it. Even if Mengguan failed in his breakthrough. With the vein protection elixir, he would still be able to survive. Considering the recompense a chi refining perfection cultivator could give for these spirit stones, it was a drop in the ocean. In that sense, Hisong would never be at a loss. Although he had said so, it's unlikely he would have to resort to selling artifacts. Knowing that the vein protection elixir costs 2,000 spirit stones, and Mengguan already had 1,200 of them, Hisong may not need to provide spirit stones. Wei Fan might be able to cover the remaining spirit stones. Nevertheless, Hisong still had to make his offer. Without doing so, how could Mengguan be cognizant of his kind intention? Only by providing help in a crucial moment can one engrave a deep impression on the other's mind. At this moment, Hisong was like adding fuel in snowy weather. My friend, you worry too much. Over the years, I have saved enough spirit stones, 1,000 or so, and there's no need to further discuss the sale of artifacts. Seeing Hisong even willing to discuss selling his artifacts, a flicker of warmth appeared in Wei Fan's eyes. He quickly spoke up about his own savings. Even though he had a good understanding of Hisong's character, hearing that Hisong would rather sell his artifacts to help Mengguan purchase the vein protection elixir made him have an even better impression of Hisong. Hisong is so willing to help Mengguan today. Who will say he would not do the same for him, Wei Fan, in the future? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Wei Fan waved his hand casually. A large number of spirit stones were instantly laid out on the table in front of him. With my 1,000 spirit stones, plus more than 200 from Brother He, and the 1,200 or so on Lao Mang, we should have more than enough to buy a vein protection elixir. As soon as the words came out, Hisong waved his hand from the side, and the remaining 200 or so spirit stones from his storage bag piled up on the table. He no longer mentioned selling artifacts. As he expected, Wei Fan was not lacking spirit stones. At this moment, the tea table was filled with spirit stones. The glowing spirit stones shone, emitting a mesmerizing light. This scene made Mengguan, standing by the side, filled with emotion. His face changed. He looked at Hisong and then at Wei Fan. It was as if he wanted to engrave their faces deeply in his heart. After a long silence, he let out a sigh. He stood up and respectfully saluted Hisong and Wei Fan. It is my good fortune to have friends like you. I will not say much anymore. If I can reach the foundation establishment realm, I will definitely remember your kindness. The price of a vein protection elixir is usually around 2,000 spirit stones. At this moment, the combined spirit stones of the three were already around 2,500. An extra 500 spirit stones, purchasing a vein protection elixir was now a small matter. With the strong support from Hisong and Wei Fan, Mengguan naturally felt deeply moved and remembered this moment in his heart. Seeing this, Hisong and Wei Fan quickly helped Mengguan up and told him not to overthink it. Right now, it was still important to buy vein protection elixir at the auction and choose a day to hit the foundation establishment realm. The small auction is to be held in 3 days' time. Counting the time, they could still make it. Thus, after packing up the spirit stones, Mangguan did not go back to his training room but pleasantly toured the Green Wall Immortal City with Yisong and Wei Fan. For 3 days, the three of them went around the entire Green Wall Immortal City. 3 late-stage chi refining cultivators were touring together, thus naturally, not many people dared to provoke them. Of course, in these 3 days, the three of them did not encounter any mishap and everything went well. Just like that, 3 days later, Bender Yisong, Wei Fan, and Mangguan came to the venue of the small auction together. As it was a small auction, there weren't that many people. Looking around, Yisong saw only dozens of cultivators, with high and low cultivation levels, but not a single foundation establishment master. However, each participant of this small auction was clad in a black robe and concurrently using the breath concealment formulas, concealing themselves completely. Even the three of them did the same. Mangguan may have some fame in the Green Wall Immortal City, but the auction prohibited killing and intimidation, with death as punishment for infringement. Naturally, he would not reveal his identity and bring potential troubles upon himself. Chapter 118, Chapter 117, Protecting the Law. Yisong and Wei Fan didn't have their roots in Green Wall Immortal City, so naturally, they followed Mangguan's lead and dressed accordingly. With that, under the condition that no one knew the identity of others, the three of them participated in this small-scale auction together. However, since the three of them only needed to bid for 1 vein protection elixir and they had enough spirit stones, there were no major ups and downs during the event. Yisong barely had time to observe the auction scene, listen to Mangguan's bidding, see the auction items come and go on stage, and then the auction ended. Fast. Too fast. While accompanying Mangguan to pick up the vein protection elixir, Yisong felt somewhat dazed. How is this auction different from what he had imagined before? Wasn't it all about threats, provocations, and mentioning who was the son of some foundation establishment clan or the disciple of some golden core sect, and then ending with one party admitting defeat? Everyone was simply bidding in a peaceful manner and giving up if the price went beyond their expectations. So quiet. So harmonious. It was not like the cruel cultivation world at all. A thought flashed through Yisong's mind and he couldn't help but look at Mangguan. Mangguan's guess was not wrong. This time there were as many as 7 vein protection elixirs available. With a bid of 2,000 spirit stones, no one competed with him, and he easily won the elixir. Perhaps it was for this reason that the small-scale auction ended so hastily. With this thought in mind, Yisong suddenly realized it. Maybe it was just because there were too many vein protection elixirs available at this small-scale auction that there was no competition for them. If there were fewer vein protection elixirs, the situation would probably be different. After paying the spirit stones and taking away the vein protection elixir, the three of them quickly left the auction site. As 3 late-stage chi refining cultivators traveling together, protecting just 1 vein protection elixir wouldn't draw others' envy. Even a single late-stage chi refining cultivator should be enough to protect 1 vein protection elixir. It's just 2,000 spirit stones. A late-stage chi refining cultivator can save enough in a few years. It is unwise to kill a late-stage chi refining cultivator just for this handful of spirit stones. Not to mention, there are 3 late-stage chi refining cultivators. Therefore, the three of them quickly returned to Mangguan's home. Mangguan bowed to Yisong and Wei Fan once more. Thank you both for your help. I will now retreat to my meditation chamber for seclusion. Please help me guard the place. After saying that and seeing Yisong and Wei Fan nod, Mangguan finally relaxed and stepped into the meditation chamber. As the chamber door closed, Yisong and Wei Fan, who were standing outside, exchanged glances, and then went to a spot not too far from the chamber. They sat down near a table. As the fragrance of tea began to permeate, Wei Fan spoke on time. Fellow Daoist, this time Lao Meng's attempt to break through the foundation establishment is an opportunity for both of us. If he succeeds, the benefits are obvious, but even if he fails, it can also bring invaluable breakthrough experience for both of us. In the coming days, both of us need to be vigilant and guard Lao Meng. Mangguan's attempt to break through the foundation establishment was not widely publicized. According to Mangguan's earlier conversation with the two of them, he had only informed Yisong and Wei Fan about it. Over the past decade or so, he hadn't made any more friends in the vast Green Wall Immortal City. Although his title as Master Duanhun had some fame here, he had also offended many people. To prevent some people from approaching him on purpose, Mangguan barely had any friends he could talk to in this city, let alone close ones. He was mostly acquainted with loose cultivators who were equally desperate or cultivators from the Immortal City law enforcement team. These people, naturally, they were not as trustworthy as Hisong and Wei Fan. Don't worry. This is within the Immortal City, and we are in the west side of the city. You should know that there are 2 Foundation establishment masters stationed in the western part of the city. We just need to be cautious. If someone dares to come, all we need to do is make some noise, and help will surely come. With a casual wave of his hand, a red glowing mana sword appeared beside Hisong. A mid-grade artifact. The red gold sword. At the same time, an earth-yellow shield began to rotate around Hisong's body. A mid-grade artifact. The thick earth shield. On the side, seeing Hisong saying that they only needed to be cautious, while already pulling out his artifacts, Wei Fan was left speechless by his friend's caution that was apparent in everything he did. He had forgotten that his own friend's cautious nature was ingrained deep into his bones. Bender in such matters, there was no need for him to say anything, as Hisong would do it on his own initiative. After a moment of silence, 2 mid-grade artifacts appeared beside Wei Fan as well. With that, under the control of Hisong and Wei Fan, the 4 mid-grade artifacts guarded the surroundings vigilantly. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Hisong and Wei Fan remained alert, controlling their own artifacts and staying constantly vigilant. Inside the meditation chamber, Mangguan opened his eyes at this moment. After several days of preparation, he had adjusted himself to his peak state. His vitality was abundant, his spirit power was full, his mind was refreshed, and his gaze was sharp. At this moment, Mangguan, apart from his white hair and eyebrows, had reached the pinnacle in every aspect. Now, it was time to take the Vein Protection Elixir and start the breakthrough into the Foundation Establishment realm. With a gentle wave of his hand, a small jade vial appeared in Mangguan's hand. He poured out an elixir from it. Soon, a rich fragrance filled the entire chamber. Mangguan felt invigorated upon smelling the aroma. This elixir was the Vein Protection Elixir that Mangguan had acquired from the small-scale auction a few days ago. Now that it has been taken out, it was time to take it and then begin the breakthrough into the Foundation Establishment realm. Determination flashed in his eyes, then, he immediately activated his whole Bodhi's spirit power and began his breakthrough attempt into the Foundation Establishment realm. The key to the breakthrough of the Foundation Establishment realm lies in the compression of spirit power within the body. Compressing the spirit power, compress after compress, until it reaches its extreme point, forming the first wisp of mana within the body. Once the Foundation Establishment is achieved, the mana of the Foundation Establishment realm is not the same thing as the spirit power of the Qi refining realm. Having mana means that one is a true cultivator. Whereas the Qi refining realm, even experts at the 9th tier Qi refining and Qi refining great perfection, are actually still in between ordinary humans and cultivators, as they only possess spirit power. Only when one cultivates mana do they begin the path of a true cultivator. That's why only those who have reached the Foundation Establishment realm are called Master, true person. In the Qi refining realm, even if one's strength is formidable, they can only be called Taoist. Master is an exclusive title for those in the Foundation Establishment realm. Without reaching the Foundation Establishment realm, no one dares to use the title of Master. Chapter 119, Chapter 118, Foundation Establishment Success. At this moment, outside, Hisong and Wei Fan were still being vigilant, but they didn't find anything, and no one came here. Everything was as usual, extremely peaceful. However, this calm was normal. Just trying to break through to the Foundation Establishment stage, without any heavenly tribulations, the sky would not turn pitch black with thunderclouds. Before reaching the Foundation Establishment stage, one would not absorb a large amount of the surrounding spirit Qi. They would only compress the spirit power within their bodies. Naturally, there would be no commotion. Only when the breakthrough to Foundation Establishment is successful, and the surrounding spirit Qi begins to be transformed into mana, would some major disturbances occur. Of course, if there is enough spirit Qi around to absorb, it will not cause a significant reaction. As long as the spirit Qi can be supplied, it will not generate too much commotion. It is only when the surrounding spirit chi is not enough that a vortex will form in mid-air, absorbing all the surrounding spirit chi. Only then would it create a huge disturbance. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, several days quietly slipped away. In Mengguan's courtyard, Hisong and Wei Fan were still on guard. Mengguan was breaking through to the foundation establishment realm in his meditation chamber, and no slack could be allowed. Therefore, even though many days had passed, they remained vigilant and protected the law as long as Mengguan didn't leave the meditation chamber. But one day, Hisong, who was as usual vigilant, suddenly felt the surrounding spirit chi becoming richer. After noticing this sudden change, Hisong's expression remained unchanged, but his gaze had already turned to the meditation chamber where Mengguan was in seclusion. Wei Fan, on the other hand, was also attracted by this sudden change. Seeing Hisong's gaze directed towards the meditation chamber, he couldn't help but look over as well. It is said that after successfully establishing the foundation, a foundation establishment master will absorb the surrounding spirit chi to consolidate their cultivation. During this process, if there is enough spirit chi around, it won't cause too much disturbance. At this moment, Wei Fan's eyes filled with shock, and he softly muttered the news he had once learned. But if there isn't enough spirit chi around, a spirit chi vortex will appear, drawing all the surrounding spirit chi into the vortex to be absorbed by the foundation establishment master to consolidate their cultivation. As his words fell, Hisong suddenly felt the surrounding spirit chi becoming even denser. Being in the room of the small courtyard, with the windows and doors closed, Hisong unexpectedly felt a wind blow through. But Hisong knew that it wasn't actual wind. It was the dense spirit chi pouring in rapidly from the outside world, creating this illusion for him. The spirit chi surged from all directions, causing the spirit chi in the courtyard to increase sharply. In no time, Hisong felt as if he was soaked in a spiritual liquid, and with every breath, he could feel massive amounts of spirit chi entering his lungs. However, as the concentration of the surrounding spirit chi increased rapidly, Hisong's face changed and he rushed out of the house, standing directly on the roof. At the same time, Wei Fan's figure also appeared, joining Hisong, and they stood firmly on the rooftop. They scanned the surroundings with their eyes, ready to fight at any moment. Protecting Mengguan during his breakthrough to the foundation establishment realm was the current mission of Hisong and Wei Fan. Now, this rich spirit chi fluctuation would definitely attract many people's attention. When else would they go out if not now? Outside the small courtyard, a small spirit chi vortex formed. Located in Greenwall Immortal City, and situated in the west where spirit chi was the most abundant, the concentration of spirit chi in this place was already high. However, it was still not enough at this moment. In midair, a vortex that wasn't too big appeared, constantly drawing the already dense spirit chi from the surroundings into Mengguan's courtyard. The spirit chi vortex was neither too big nor too small. Additionally, with the crazy influx of the spirit chi, the attention of many cultivators was quickly drawn. Some observed from afar, curious about what happened here. Others had their faces full of astonishment, hastily distancing themselves from the area. And there were bolder ones, who quietly approached. Faced with this situation, Hisong and Wei Fan exchanged a glance, immediately bringing out 4 middle-grade artifacts to deter their surroundings. At this moment, besides joy in their eyes, there was still joy. The appearance of the spirit chi vortex confirmed to them that Mengguan had successfully broken through to the foundation establishment stage, becoming a true foundation establishment master. Bender, as long as he absorbed the spirit chi to consolidate his cultivation, he would be able to be legitimately called a foundation establishment master. As Mengguan's good friends, they would naturally receive great benefits in the future. At this moment, they didn't even mind the malicious individuals who kept approaching. A foundation establishment master, even a newly advanced one, wouldn't need their protection. They only needed to defend Mengguan before his breakthrough to foundation establishment, and help fend off attacks when he absorbed spirit chi to consolidate his cultivation. That would fulfill their mission. When Mengguan had consolidated his cultivation, he would naturally take care of the individuals harboring ill intentions himself. Hisong had witnessed the power of a foundation establishment master once. Although it was only for a single time, core-shifting stage cultivators were slaughtered like cutting melon and chopping vegetables. Moreover, with the 2 chi-refining late-stage cultivators, Hisong and Wei Fan, blocking the way, delaying the battle would be easy, and members of the Immortal City law enforcement team would soon arrive. By then far away, some people with nefarious intents, seeing two chi-refining late-stage cultivators suddenly appear at Mangwan's roof, involuntarily halted their steps. After pondering for a moment, many retreated and disappeared. Those opportunists who remained, also vanished upon seeing this situation. Those who remained glanced around, realizing the situation wasn't feasible, withdrew quickly as well. With two late-stage chi-refining cultivators standing guard, the sounds of battle would quickly spread out, and the Immortal City law enforcement team would soon be on their way. Maybe some Foundation establishment masters would take notice of this place as well. To take action again would be tantamount to suicide. They sneaked closer, clearly to take advantage of the situation, but they didn't have the intention to commit suicide. Now that they saw the situation wasn't feasible, naturally, they wouldn't stubbornly continue to charge forward. Thus, a potential great battle disappeared into thin air. Hisong and Wei Fan, relieved upon seeing the situation, remained vigilant without letting their guard down, constantly scanning their surroundings to prevent sneak attacks. However, while Hisong and Wei Fan were being cautious, a group of cultivators suddenly appeared in the distance. From their clothing, Hisong could tell that these people were from the Immortal City law enforcement team. The group of cultivators came near Mangwan's small courtyard and bowed from a distance before speaking loudly. "Fellow Taoists ahead, we are here under the orders of Master Qingyu, to assist you in protecting the law for the Master." After saying this, the leader of the group waved his hand, and the law enforcement team cultivators that followed stopped, remaining vigilantly at a distance. Chapter 120, Chapter 119. Master Duanhan seeing this, Hisong slightly raised his eyebrows, but he did not let his guard down. But in his heart, he was a little shocked. Master Qingyu? Which master is this? This Master Qingyu was actually able to mobilize the Immortal City law enforcement team to help protect the law. Moreover, the news was so well informed, just as the spirit chi vortex here had formed, people from the Immortal City law enforcement team had already been sent to help protect the law. Thank you, fellow Taoist, and Master Qingyu for your help. When my good friend is finished, I will definitely let him know. Hisong, cupping his hands towards the Immortal City law enforcement team in the distance, thanked them and said he will inform his friend about this matter. As a result, the people of the Immortal City law enforcement team in the distance nodded their heads and continued to help guard the surroundings. With Hisong's words, they were at ease. Master Qingyu sent them here for a purpose, of course, to show goodwill. With Hisong's words, their purpose was naturally achieved. As time passed, the spiritual chi vortex in midair gradually became smaller and smaller. This meant that Mangwan had already consolidated his cultivation and completely stabilized it in the Foundation establishment early stage. Finally, after several days, when the spirit power vortex completely disappeared, a figure appeared beside Hisong and Wei Fan. By then, Mangwan, who had successfully broken through from the chi refining great perfection to the Foundation establishment early stage, no longer looked like an old man, but reverted to a young man. Breaking through into the Foundation establishment was a new beginning, so naturally, one should present a new look to others. Thank you both for protecting the law, and thank you Master Qingyu, and the law enforcement team members. I have just broken through, and have many worldly matters to attend to. In the future, I will definitely visit you. Please feel free to leave. The young Mangwan first thanked Hisong and Wei Fan and then cupped his hands slightly towards the distant law enforcement team members, asking them to leave. Presumably, he had heard the conversation between those people and Hisong beforehand. After the law enforcement team members and the few onlookers had all left, Mangwan then pulled Hisong and Wei Fan's hands together, and they descended from the roof, returning to the house inside the courtyard. Inside the room, Wei Fan and Hisong sat side by side. Mangwan was in the upper seat. For a moment, none of the three spoke, their emotions in turmoil. Mangwan need not say, originally he did not hold much hope for his ability to establish a foundation, but now he had stepped into the Foundation establishment realm, he was naturally overjoyed. Wei Fan's emotions were equally turbulent. Mangwan's breakthrough into the Foundation establishment realm was not just about having an additional powerful support in the form of a Foundation establishment master, it could also have a huge impact on his future path towards the Foundation establishment. If he could listen to Mengguan's insights about his breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage, perhaps his chances of breaking through would soar. This was the foundation of becoming a Taoist master. Hisong's emotions were no better than those of his two friends. Although he was different from others and considered the foundation establishment to be just a minor obstacle in his life. However, when his good friend achieves the foundation establishment and a living, breathing foundation establishment master sits in front of him, the oppressive feeling that came from facing a higher order being made him have a deeper understanding of what a foundation establishment master was. It turns out, those who don't step into the foundation establishment are ordinary people. Only by achieving the foundation establishment can they truly be called cultivators. The chi refining stage is just a phase that ordinary people must go through to become cultivators. The three of them looked at each other and were quiet for a long time. In the end, it was Hisong who first calmed down, picking up his teacup and raising it slightly towards Mengguan. Congratulations, Lao Meng, on successfully establishing your foundation. From now on, the immortal path is within reach. As Hisong spoke. Beside him, Wei Fan also quickly sobered up, raising his teacup just like Hisong. Congratulations, Lao Meng, on successfully establishing your foundation. From now on, the immortal path is within reach. As 2 cups of hot tea appeared in front of Mengguan, he heard the congratulations of his 2 friends and slowly breathed a sigh of relief, seemingly coming back to life. Similarly, holding up his teacup, Mengguan looked at his 2 friends in front of him, beaming. Congratulations to both of you as well. May you both achieve foundation establishment in the future. With that, the 3 of them picked up their teacups and drained them in one gulp. Even after successfully establishing his foundation, Mengguan didn't forget the friendship he shared with the 3 of them. On the contrary, after breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, a wave of heroism rose in Mengguan's heart when he looked at the 2 friends with lower cultivation than himself. Since these 2 friends had helped him with everything they had to establish his foundation. After establishing his foundation, he must repay their kindness properly. It should be noted that Wei Fan's cultivation had already reached the 9th tier chi refining at this moment, only a few years away from chi refining great perfection. Meanwhile, Hisong had also broken through to the chi refining late stage from being a 1st tier chi refining cultivator. These 2 friends would face the bottleneck of foundation establishment in the coming time. Previously, he didn't have the ability to help them. Now that he had established his foundation, he had the ability to help them. Naturally, helping his 2 and only good friends was just common human decency. If 1 or even 2 more foundation establishment cultivators could emerge among these 2, he wouldn't be an isolated loner in the future. Having 1 or 2 foundation establishment friends by his side, he could face any situation more calmly. For instance, when Mengguan was breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, had it not been for his 2 chi refining late stage friends, Hisong and Wei Fan, he might have died in the process. Without Hisong and Wei Fan, he probably wouldn't have been able to afford the vein protection elixir. If he failed the breakthrough, he might have faced certain death. Having received help from Hisong and Wei Fan, Mengguan naturally understood the benefits of having 1 or 2 good friends of the same cultivation realm by his side. Thus, if he could help raise Hisong or Wei Fan's cultivation to the foundation establishment stage, he wouldn't be alone during his time in the foundation establishment realm. This was the real reason Mengguan wanted to help his friends at this moment. However, as Mengguan pondered how to help his 2 friends, Wei Fan's voice suddenly rang in his ear. Lao Meng, have you thought about what Dharma title to use? Foundation establishment masters usually have a Dharma title, like Master Cheng Shan of the Immortal Pavilion and Master Qing Yu who helped us before. After Mengguan's breakthrough to foundation establishment, Wei Fan's mind was filled with wild thoughts in addition to his joy. Suddenly, he remembered the matter of the Dharma title and asked Mengguan if he had decided on one. Dharma title? When I was in the chi refining stage, they called me Taoist Duanhun. Now that I've broken through to foundation establishment, I'll be known as Master Duanhun. Hearing Wei Fan's inquiry, Mengguan thought briefly before deciding to directly inherit the Taoist title from his chi refining stage and use it as his Dharma title. Master Duanhun. Bender. This title sounded quite intimidating. Mengguan was quite satisfied with this name. Thus, using Taoist Duanhun during the Qi refining stage and Master Duanhun during the foundation establishment stage seemed quite fitting. Seeing that Meng Guan had decided on his Dharma title, Hisong quickly nodded after brief consideration. Indeed, this title was suitable. However, Dharma titles were just trivial matters. The most important thing now was to spread the news so that the newly promoted Foundation Establishment Master, Meng Guan, would be brought to the attention of the Thick Earth sect. As Hisong thought about this, Meng Guan's gaze had already turned to the distance. He sensed a powerful presence approaching and, judging by its trajectory, it seemed to be headed towards him. Taoist friend Meng, I am Qing Yu. I apologize for this sudden visit. Soon, a clear female voice rang outside the courtyard, followed by the appearance of a Qi presence characteristic of someone at the Foundation establishment stage. Chapter 121, Chapter 120, Master feeling the cultivation level of the person outside the courtyard entrance, the three people sitting and enjoying tea in the room immediately stood up. Under Meng Guan's leadership, they quickly left the room and opened the courtyard gate. Outside the courtyard gate, a beautiful-looking woman stood quietly. Behind her, there were two female Qi refining cultivators, standing on her left and right. It seemed like she was their leader. Meng Guan took the lead in paying respects, followed closely by Hisong and Wei Fan. In the face of a Foundation establishment master, the necessary respect had to be given. Although Hisong and Wei Fan had Meng Guan, a Foundation establishment master, as their supporter, their own cultivation level was still at the Qi refining stage. So naturally, they didn't dare neglect the presence of a Foundation establishment master. However, when Hisong finished paying respects and raised his head, his eyes inadvertently swept over the surroundings, and he was immediately shocked. Pinger? Looking at one of the female cultivators behind Master Qingyue, a trace of astonishment flashed across Hisong's face. However, Hisong quickly recalled the conversation he had had with Pinger before. Over a decade ago, after the great calamity at the Immortal Pavilion, he had met with Pinger, who told him that she had escaped the disaster with the help of a benefactor. It seemed that she had established a connection with a Qi refining late-stage cultivator at that time. Later, when evil cultivators wreaked havoc outside the Immortal Pavilion and fought the Immortal City law enforcement team, she left Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion and came to Greenwall Immortal City. From then on, Pinger often mentioned in her conversations that she had a master. Even the matter of an Array Tao genius being directly accepted as an inner disciple of the Thick Earth sect was something Pinger had heard from her master and then informed Hisong. With all this information gathered together and Pinger now standing behind Master Qingyue, Hisong almost instantly understood everything. So, the so-called master from Pinger's mouth was Master Qingyue, a Foundation establishment stage female cultivator. Quickly, the astonishment in Hisong's eyes receded. His expression returned to its usual calmness, as if he hadn't noticed Pinger at all. On the other side, as Meng Guan, Hisong, and Wei Fan paid their respects, Master Qingyue naturally reciprocated. Her two female Qi refining cultivators did the same, as well. Similar to Hisong. After Pinger finished paying respects and raised her head to look around, she saw Hisong standing behind Meng Guan. For a moment, a look of surprise appeared in Pinger's eyes. Hisong? Why was he here? And, standing behind a newly ascended Foundation establishment master? Wasn't he supposed to still be at Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion? How did he suddenly appear in Greenwall Immortal City? With surprise in her eyes, Pinger stared at Hisong unblinkingly, as if in a trance. Bender it wasn't until her master, Master Qingyue, was invited into Meng Guan's small courtyard that she came to her senses and followed. In the small courtyard, after everyone was seated, Master Qingyue spoke. Junior brother Meng, will you return to the Thick Earth sect after breaking through to the Foundation establishment stage? As someone who grew up in Thick Earth Mansion, you are part of our Thick Earth sect. If you decide to return, the sect will naturally treat you as an elder. In public, she addressed him as a fellow Daoist. In private, she changed her address and called him junior brother. Without beating around the bush, Master Qingyue was a member of the Thick Earth sect, a fact that everyone present, except for Hisong and Wei Fan, knew very well. Master Qingyue was one of the Foundation establishment level masters sent by the Thick Earth sect to guard the Green Wall Immortal City. She was a Thick Earth sect elder and was once a disciple of the Thick Earth sect. That's precisely why she could directly command the Immortal City law enforcement team to protect Mengguan. However, upon hearing her words, Hisong and Wei Fan naturally understood her identity as well. At the same time, addressing Mengguan as junior brother was her way of trying to close the distance, increasing the probability that Mengguan would join the Thick Earth sect. Master Qingyue, I had already left the Thick Earth mansion and was sent to Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion. Now, I have become a loose cultivator. How can I bear the title of junior brother from a master like you? Seeing this, Mengguan immediately drew a line between them without hesitation. Although he indeed came from the Thick Earth mansion, as Master Qingyue said, his innate talent was too low, and he was soon sent to Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion. If it weren't for the Red Spirit Gold Mine's recruitment of loose cultivators later, he might still be stuck in the 6th-tier chi refining stage, unable to progress. How could he possibly have achieved his current status as a Foundation establishment cultivator like he is today? Now, having succeeded in the Foundation establishment, he had planned to join the Thick Earth sect. However, the conditions he needed had to be fought for. Otherwise, it would make him seem weak and easily bullied. As such, a fierce confrontation erupted between Master Qingyue and Mengguan. One wanted to gain more benefits. The other wanted Mengguan to join the Thick Earth sect as soon as possible, to prevent other forces from pulling him away. For a while, neither person stopped arguing, each trying to convince the other. On one side, Mengguan and Master Qingyue were haggling intensely over whether or not to return to the Thick Earth sect. Meanwhile, while they haggled, Hisong and Pinger faced each other, eyes locked together. How did you end up here? Taking advantage of the break in conversation between Master Qingyue and Mengguan, Pinger lowered her voice and asked Hisong. Just visiting a friend's house. Is this the master you mentioned before? Hisong, maintaining his composure, asked in a lowered voice as well. Yes, Master said she wanted to take me and my senior sister to expand our horizons, and then we saw you. Is this newly ascended Foundation establishment cultivator your friend? Pinger glanced at Master Qingyue, who was still debating with Mengguan, and couldn't bear to watch. Was this her usual mature and composed master? Could it be that she was possessed by something? Yes, my other friend and I came here to help him establish his foundation. It's truly a joyous event that he has broken through to the Foundation establishment stage. Looking at Mengguan, who was still arguing vehemently, Hisong felt that his image of Foundation establishment masters collapsed in his mind. It turned out that when the distance was not so great, Foundation establishment masters were not as lofty as he had imagined. The two Foundation establishment masters in front of him, who were passionately engaged in the debate, didn't seem as detached from worldly affairs as he had thought. Congratulations! With a Foundation establishment friend, you're bound to establish your own foundation in the future. At her side, Pinger's eyes flashed a hint of surprise, and she immediately congratulated him. From her perspective, it seemed as if having a Foundation establishment friend meant Hisong would definitely achieve his own Foundation establishment. I also congratulate you on becoming a Foundation establishment cultivator's disciple. You'll definitely establish your own foundation in the future as well. Faced with Pinger's congratulations, Hisong congratulated her in return without a second thought. It takes many hands to lift a sedan. Since Pinger had already congratulated him, reciprocating with congratulations was something Hisong wouldn't be stingy about. However, after hearing Hisong's congratulations, a look of as it should be appeared on Pinger's face. Chapter 122, Chapter 121, One person gains enlightenment. Of course, having a master or a close friend who was a Foundation establishment master increases the probability of building the foundation later on compared to regular cultivators. This matter-of-fact statement from Pinger left Hisong stunned. What? Having a master or close friend who is a Foundation establishment master greatly increases the chances of building one's foundation compared to that of regular cultivators? Why? Although Hisong, an everlasting being, had never considered foundation building as his ultimate goal. For Hisong, foundation building had always only been the starting point on his immortal path. However, when Pinger mentioned it, Hisong couldn't quite believe it. According to the information Hee-sung had obtained from the Spirit Skill Pavilion, isn't it very difficult to become a foundation establishment master? How come according to Pinger, as long as one is associated with a foundation establishment master, their chances of building a foundation are much higher than regular cultivators? If that's the case, wouldn't foundation establishment masters be everywhere? What do you mean? Is there any secret behind this? Why are foundation establishment masters still so rare? Without much thought, Hee-sung directly asked. Since Pinger had already mentioned it, it means there is a high probability that this is true. He just didn't emo the reason behind it. As he spoke, Hee-sung's gaze swept over Mangwon and Master Ching-yu, who were still arguing, a flash of doubt passing through his eyes. Could it be, the breakthrough experience of foundation establishment realm cultivators significantly increases the probability of breaking through the foundation establishment realm? Or, with the help of a foundation establishment realm cultivator, obtaining the foundation establishment elixir would be much easier? Or, are there other secrets he's not aware of? You don't know? Well, it makes sense since your friend only just broke through the foundation establishment stage. It's normal that you don't know. Let me tell you, but you must not reveal it. Seeing Hee-sung's confusion, Pinger quickly reacted after some pondering. After warning Hee-sung not to reveal it, she quickly retold the story. Although this information is not disclosed, you're not an outsider, so I'll tell you. During the chi refining stage, the chances of getting a foundation establishment elixir are very rare. Do you know why? You should know that although the materials for the foundation establishment elixir are precious and difficult to refine, there is still some production within the golden elixir great sect. However, most of the foundation establishment elixirs are consumed internally. Foundation establishment masters who want to train their successors will intercept the foundation establishment elixirs and give them to the younger generation. With the foundation establishment elixir, chi refining great perfection cultivators' chances of building a foundation naturally become much higher than ordinary cultivators. The occasional appearance of foundation establishment elixirs in the city is merely a ploy by the sect to give loose cultivators a glimmer of hope. The real bulk is in the hands of various foundation establishment masters, used to train the younger generation. Moreover, when training their successors, the foundation establishment masters usually share their breakthrough experiences with them. With the foundation establishment elixir and the breakthrough experience, their chances of building a foundation are naturally greatly increased. As for why there are so few foundation establishment masters, even with all these, the success rate of cultivators in building foundations has only increased, but it's still not a guaranteed success. Those who can truly break through the foundation establishment realm are still very rare. However, compared to loose cultivators, having a master or a close friend who's a foundation establishment master makes building a foundation much more likely. After listening to Pinger's explanation, Hee-sung finally understood. With the foundation establishment elixir and the breakthrough insights, even cultivators with average talent will have a much higher chance of breaking through compared to ordinary loose cultivators. Under such circumstances, it's quite normal for Pinger to feel that there's hope for her foundation building. However, isn't Pinger a bit too overconfident? According to what she said, Hee-sung thought her breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage would be as simple as eating and drinking every day. Thank you, fellow Taoist Pinger, for clearing up my confusion. I am deeply grateful. Hee-sung gave a slight bow to Pinger, not thinking too much about it. However, a weight was lifted off his heart after learning this piece of information. If it is true as Pinger said, the chances of him and Wei Fan breaking through the foundation establishment stage will be greatly increased in the future. He himself doesn't care since building a foundation wouldn't be able to stop him anyway. Even without a foundation establishment elixir, all he needs to do is get a vein protection elixir, and he will be able to grind to build his foundation over time using multiple attempts. A failure means recuperating for 10 years. After 10 years, he could attempt to break through again. Hee-sung doesn't believe that after dozens, if not hundreds, of attempts, he still won't be able to break through the foundation establishment realm. However, Wei Fan is different. He's a cultivator from the Immortal Pavilion, and his chances of building a foundation are extremely low. Without a foundation establishment elixir and breakthrough insights, Wei Fan's chances of breaking through the foundation establishment realm are almost non-existent. Of course, the same applies to Mengwan. However, Mengguan managed to break through against the odds and successfully entered the foundation establishment realm. In regards to this, Hisong could only attribute it to a stroke of luck. As for whether Wei Fan would have the same luck, Hisong couldn't be sure. Therefore, after learning about this, Hisong was relieved. At least, Wei Fan now had a glimmer of hope in building a foundation. Hisong's gaze subconsciously glanced at Wei Fan, only to see him looking at Hisong in astonishment. At this, Hisong gave a smile, then turned to look at Pinger. No worries, if your friend who established a foundation joins the Thick Earth sect, you might even have to call me senior sister. With a wave of her hand, a smile appeared in Pinger's eyes as she looked at Hisong, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes, seemingly looking forward to the day when Hisong would call her senior sister. However, after hearing Pinger's words, Hisong was completely puzzled. Senior sister? What's senior sister? Pinger is currently a disciple of the Thick Earth sect. Furthermore, she is a disciple of Master Qingyi Yu. How could Hisong, a mere cultivator from the Immortal Pavilion, call her senior sister? Unless... Hisong thought of something and immediately looked at Pinger in surprise. It seems you've guessed it. Loose cultivators who establish their foundation and choose to join the Thick Earth sect can bring others with them. However, one must start as an outer disciple and have at least the cultivation level of Qi refining late stage, but no more than 3 people can join. This is what is called when one man achieves enlightenment, all his family and friends are lifted up with him. As for whether he's willing to take you two with him into the sect, I don't know. But since you're close friends, it shouldn't be a problem. In the face of Hisong's astonishment, Pinger spoke faintly. This was the reason she considered Hisong not as an outsider and shared this information with him. Based on her guess, there was a high likelihood that Hisong and Wei Fan would be recruited into the Thick Earth sect. By that time, Hisong would become a disciple of the Thick Earth sect, naturally becoming an insider. Telling him about these things in advance wouldn't hurt, as there was no fear of this spreading. After all, it was easy to imagine how much trust Mengguan had in Hisong and Wei Fan, considering that he asked them to safeguard his breakthrough when he was about to build his foundation. Now that Mengguan had become a foundation establishment master, knowing that he could take others with him into the Thick Earth sect, he would naturally not abandon Hisong and Wei Fan. With such a connection, the chances of them not being recruited into the Thick Earth sect are minimal. It could be said that, as long as Mengguan agreed to join the Thick Earth sect, it would be a done deal for Hisong and Wei Fan to become disciples of the Thick Earth sect. Chapter 123, Chapter 122, Chickens and dogs ascend to heaven only if Hisong or Wei Fan refuse this opportunity. But who could refuse the opportunity to join the Hutta sect within its sphere of influence? Hisong previously hesitated to join the Hutta sect simply because it would be too eye-catching. If he could truly join the Hutta sect without attracting attention and become a disciple, Hisong would not refuse. After all, as long as no one is watching Hisong after joining the sect, his secret would not be discovered. Naturally, he need not worry about everything that would happen after his secret is discovered. If there is a newly established foundation-building cultivator who joins the Hutta sect and incidentally brings 2 Qi-refining late-stage cultivators into the sect, all eyes will focus on the new foundation-building cultivator. As for those 2 Qi-refining late-stage cultivators? The Hutta sect never lacked Qi-refining late-stage cultivators. It is not until they reach foundation establishment that Hisong and Wei Fan would even catch anyone's eye. Just like Master Qingyu, who was currently discussing with Mengguan, she never laid her eyes on Hisong and Wei Fan from beginning to end. Thank you, Taoist Pinger, for resolving my doubts. I am deeply grateful. However, joining Hutta sect cannot be forced upon one, it should be left to fate. Hisong thanked Pinger with a bow. He had not known all this before. Originally, he planned to return to the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion with Wei Fan after Mengguan agreed to join the Hutta sect and left with Master Qingyu. But now it seemed that he couldn't go back. Knowing Mengguan, he would be more than willing to take Hisong and Wei Fan along to join the Hutta sect. Thus, his original idea would be completely overturned. Perhaps when the negotiations between the two are almost settled, and Mengguan agrees to join the Hutta sect, it would be time for Hisong and Wei Fan to be brought in by Mengguan too. Fortunately, most of his belongings were on him, so there was no need to make a special trip back to the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion on one side. Hisong and Pinger were chatting happily because they haven't seen each other for a long time. On the other side, the negotiation between Mengguan and Master Qingyu was also coming to an end. As long as junior brother Meng joins, all the conditions I mentioned before will be met, and you can also bring 3 qi refining late-stage cultivators to join Huda sect as outer disciples. I wonder what junior brother Meng thinks. Master Qingyu looked at Hisong and Wei Fan for the first time and spoke. The conversation between Hisong and Pinger, although not loud, was clearly heard by everyone present. Although they were surprised that Hisong and Pinger had already known each other, Pinger had already spoken, and all Master Qingyu could do was glare at her before putting the matter on the table. Obviously, this matter could have been used as a bargaining chip. She deliberately didn't look at Hisong and Wei Fan earlier because she wanted to use this as a last resort. She didn't believe Hisong and Wei Fan could resist the story of one person achieving success that would elevate everyone close to them. It was an opportunity to join the Huda sect, after all. In her mind, Hisong and Wei Fan would definitely try to persuade her for the sake of their future path. As such, Mengguan's joining the Huda sect and taking Hisong and Wei Fan with him would have been a foregone conclusion. However, she didn't expect her own disciple to blurt out the matter, leaving her no chance to use it as a bargaining chip. With matters having come to this point, all she could do was glance at her disciple Hefra II Sin. This matter as a condition, it seemed that Pinger was quite favored, at least she was not punished. It could also be because Pinger knew this all along and specially informed Hisong. On the side, Mengguan and Wei Fan also heard the conversation between Hisong and Pinger very clearly. At first, they were surprised by Hisong's acquaintance with Pinger, but when Pinger started talking about some secrets, their attention was instantly drawn away. Not until just now when Pinger mentioned the saying that one person's success could elevate everyone close to them. Suddenly, their hearts were set ablaze. One person's success could elevate everyone close to them. This sentence struck right into the hearts of both Mengguan and Wei Fan. Mengguan had been thinking about how he could help his 2 friends and increase their chances of reaching foundation establishment. But he hadn't expected that a pillow would be provided to him just as he was sleepy. What could be a better help than bringing his 2 good friends into the Thick Earth sect and making them disciples of the sect? After becoming disciples of the Thick Earth sect, they would basically not need to worry about cultivation resources and safety issues. Moreover, with his assistance as a foundation establishment master, the chances of Hisong and Wei Fan reaching foundation establishment would likely soar. If both of them broke through to the foundation establishment realm, or if one of them did, his life would also be much better in the future. Having a friend at the foundation establishment realm by his side would be extremely advantageous. As for Wei Fan, upon hearing this news, he could hardly conceal his excitement. He was not like Hisong, who, upon hearing that he might join the Thick Earth sect, would definitely consider safety issues first. Only after ensuring that his safety would not be compromised, would he choose to join the Thick Earth sect. But Wei Fan was different. Like Mengguan, he had also come from the Thick Earth Mansion. Where was the Thick Earth Mansion? It was where the Thick Earth sect trained their outer disciples. It could be said that from a young age, Wei Fan had always been devoted to the Thick Earth sect. Not being able to join the Thick Earth sect and become an outer disciple was a regret in Wei Fan's heart. But now, the opportunity to join the Thick Earth sect was right in front of him, so it was no wonder that he was so excited. However, even so, Wei Fan did not say anything to persuade. Instead, he sat quietly in his original spot waiting for Mengguan's decision. Master Qingyu considered this matter as her final trump card, thinking she had everything figured out. But she didn't know that although Hisong and the others were good friends, they wouldn't interfere in each other's decisions, especially in matters that would affect one another. They would allow the person concerned to make his own decision. Whether the decision was good or bad, they wouldn't hold grudges on anything. As for Hisong, he didn't really care whether Mengguan would bring him and Wei Fan into the Thick Earth sect. Among the 3 people present, only he was the most calm. It was not for any other reason but because he was confident about reaching foundation establishment even if he was in the outside world. Although it might be decades or even centuries before he reached foundation establishment, as an everlasting being, he could afford to wait for this period of time. At present, Hisong had no shortage of cultivation resources, and he was fully confident in breaking through to foundation establishment. Besides not being able to continue studying Array Tao, he didn't really care whether or not he joined the Thick Earth sect. If joining the Thick Earth sect this time would still attract the attention of countless people, Hisong would definitely not join. Just like he had previously abandoned joining the Thick Earth sect as an Array Tao genius. His secret couldn't bear to live under the scrutiny of countless people. Once the secret was discovered, it would be a fatal situation. However, Pinger had made it clear. After Mengguan reached foundation establishment, he could bring them both into the Thick Earth sect. With such conditions, everyone's attention would naturally be focused on Mengguan, the newly promoted foundation establishment disciple. The attention directed at Hisong and Wei Fan could be said to be very minimal. In this way, being able to enter the Thick Earth sect without anyone noticing, Hisong would naturally not refuse. After all, staying within the Thick Earth sect would always be safer than staying in the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion. Being able to stay in a safer place, Hisong would naturally not go to a place full of danger. At most, he could conceal his Array Tao talent while in the Thick Earth sect, and as for the rest, revealing a little bit would not matter. Revealing some secrets was not a big deal. As long as the core secret was not exposed, he would not attract people's attention. Without attracting attention, Hisong's secret would naturally not need to be worried about being discovered. Being in the Thick Earth sect. Being an invisible person seemed to be somewhat safer. At least, it was safer than joining the Thick Earth sect as an Array Tao genius, drawing the attention of countless people. At the same time, revealing some of his trump cards that were not his ultimate moves could also intimidate others, preventing others from taking Hisong as weak and easy to bully. In this way, even if he joined the Thick Earth sect, it would be more advantageous than disadvantageous for Hisong. Chapter 124, 124, 123, Senior Sister Qingyue. As Master Qingyue's words fell, Mengguan meditated for a moment, then stood up and bowed slightly to her. I am Mengguan, and I greet my senior sister Qingyue. After bargaining with Master Qingyue earlier, Mengguan had already managed to secure enough benefits. Originally, he had been prepared to accept her offer. But unexpectedly, there was a surprise at the last moment. Being able to take Wei Fan and Hisong into the Thick Earth sect was something he had never thought of before. When one man achieves success, his friends and family are lifted up with him. As it turns out, this saying is indeed true. As long as they achieve foundation establishment, they can bring their close ones into the Thick Earth sect as well. Joining the Thick Earth sect and becoming its disciple is a step to the heaven, isn't it? Many loose cultivators and Immortal Pavilion monks in the outside world would be jealous with their eyes turning red, wishing to take their place. The temptation to join the Thick Earth sect within its sphere of influence is not something everyone can resist. A golden elixir great sect, after all. Even if they just idled around inside, they could still live leisurely. Very well, it's nice that junior brother Meng agrees. Upon hearing Mengguan's address, Master Qingyue was overjoyed and said yes 3 times. As Mengguan agreed to her words, the happiest person was naturally Master Qingyue herself. Being able to invite a loose cultivation foundation establishment into the Thick Earth sect also had its benefits. This time, she caught up with Mengguan, such a loose cultivator, who successfully broke through to foundation establishment realm without any signs beforehand. Since she lived nearby and was close to the place, she was able to detect the emergence of the Spirit Chi whirlpool first, then sent a member of the Immortal City law enforcement team to show goodwill. At the same time, she found out various situations before Mengguan's foundation establishment and had some understanding of his preferences. Furthermore, she invited Mengguan as soon as he successfully exited his closed-door cultivation. Thus, Mengguan was finally successfully invited into the Thick Earth sect. Once Mengguan was taken into the Thick Earth sect, the rewards would be incredibly generous. Thick Earth sect. Although it was a golden elixir great sect, the foundation establishment masters within its gates were still limited in number. Adding one more foundation establishment master might not greatly increase their strength, but it would add a bit more depth to their foundation. There's no need to delay, junior brother Meng. If you have nothing else to do, let's set off immediately for the Thick Earth sect's mountain gate, so you can officially join the sect. What do you think? In order to avoid slip-ups, Master Qingyu hurriedly spoke after saying yes 3 times. She wasn't worried about anything else, she just didn't want the credit that she had already secured to be snatched away by someone else. In Greenwall Immortal City, there were other Foundation establishment masters sent by the Thick Earth sect, not just her alone but also another one. Meanwhile, there were several other Foundation establishment masters in Greenwall Immortal City, but they all came from cultivating immortal families. They might also try to snatch people away. A newly promoted Foundation establishment master was indeed a tempting target. If they couldn't leave quickly, there might be complications. That's fine, but I need to bring my 2 good friends. The 3 of us are inseparable, and their contributions to my successful Foundation establishment can't be underestimated. Please, Senior Sister Qingyu, also bring my 2 good friends into the Thick Earth sect. Master Qingyu wanted to leave as soon as possible, but Mengguan nodded and then looked at Wei Fan and Hisong. The friendship between the 3 of them was still strong. Before this, they had always supported each other. Now, with the strong support of Hisong and the others, he successfully broke through to the Foundation establishment stage. Since they had the opportunity to soar, Mengguan would naturally not leave them behind. Moreover, when Master Qingyu mentioned earlier that he could bring 3 chi-refining late-stage cultivators to join the Thick Earth sect together, Mengguan had already prepared to bring his 2 friends along. Now that he spoke, it was a well-thought-out decision. On the side. Hearing Mengguan's words, a touch of emotion flashed in Wei Fan's eyes. Indeed, he had never misjudged a person. Whether it was Hisong or Mengguan, they would always help each other as much as they could when faced with situations that could assist the others without harming their own interests. The mutual support among the 3 of them enabled them to walk further on the path of immortality. Perhaps this was the reason they were able to form their small circle in the first place? With that thought flashing through his mind, Wei Fan's eyes filled with excitement. The Thick Earth sect. He never thought that one day he would actually join the Thick Earth sect and become its disciple. On the other side. After hearing Mengguan's words, Hisong was also touched. Although joining or not joining the Thick Earth sect didn't make much difference to him, he couldn't put into words the feeling when he found out Mengguan truly cared for him and Wei Fan. However, Hisong's emotions quickly calmed down. As for the reason, he felt that if one day he himself broke through to Foundation establishment realm and faced the choice of bringing 3 people into the Thick Earth sect, he would also choose to bring Mengguan and Wei Fan. He would make the same choice as Mengguan did now. Therefore, knowing that he would make the same choice, his mindset was naturally different. Helping each other without affecting themselves was the original intention behind the formation of the small circle among the 3 of them. What's so difficult? I have a low-grade spirit boat that can accommodate more than a dozen people, and we can return to the Thick Earth sect together. When we get there, the 3 of you can join the Thick Earth sect together, making it a delightful event. Then, Master Qingyu glanced at Mengguan and his friends, Wei Fan and Hisong, with a touch of envy in her eyes. Such friendship was indeed rare in the cruel world of cultivating immortality. However, as her gaze swept over Hisong, she looked again at Pinger, who was standing next to her. Pinger and Hisong knew each other, and their relationship seemed quite good. Perhaps this was a good thing. With a thoughtful expression on her face, Master Qingyu waved her hand. A small spirit boat flew out of the room, and when it landed in Mengguan's courtyard, the spirit boat grew larger in size. Finally, the originally small spirit boat turned into a small spirit boat that could accommodate more than a dozen people. Everyone, get on the spirit boat. We're heading to the Thick Earth sect. Seeing this, Hisong and the others nodded one after another. Following Master Qingyu's lead, they jumped onto the spirit boat. With everyone on board, the spirit boat was lifted into the air under Master Qingyu's control and flew quickly towards the northwest direction of Greenwall Immortal City. The Thick Earth sect's mountain gate was located in the northwest direction of Greenwall Immortal City. Hisong had seen a map in the Spirit Skill Pavilion, and the Greenwall Immortal City was tens of thousands of miles away from the Thick Earth sect's mountain gate. Although they didn't know how fast the spirit boat was, Hisong calculated that it would take several days to reach their destination. Chapter 125, 125, 124, Thick Earth sect. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. On the spirit boat, Hisong became acquainted with Master Qingyu as other disciple during these few days. Master Qingyue's senior disciple was named Chu Shuangshuang.
Chu Shuangshuang was quite beautiful with a petite figure, but for some reason, she always emitted a very clever aura. As a cultivator, she always exuded a weak and lovable demeanor. However, while she might seem like an easy target, her actual strength was anything but weak. At this moment, she was at the great perfection stage of qi refining, only waiting for the foundation establishment elixir to break through. When it came to strength, Hisong didn't think he was necessarily her match. Pinger's previous mention of a benefactor helping her was none other than Chu Shuangshuang. Before the Immortal Pavilion catastrophe, Chu Shuangshuang had been ordered by Master Qingyue to go to the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion to assist the Immortal Pavilion law enforcement team in blocking evil cultivators and ensuring the safety of the Immortal Pavilion. At the same time, it also served as a chance for her to gain experience. Thus, by sheer coincidence, she met Pinger and helped her avoid the disaster.
After that, Pinger and Chu Shuangshuang became very close.
And Chu Shuangshuang's status as a disciple of a master made it easy for her good friend Pinger to be directly assigned as the steward of the Spirit Skill Pavilion. Generally speaking, the steward of the Spirit Skill Pavilion required a cultivator at the late stage of qi refining. However, as a disciple of a master, Chu Shuangshuang only needed a word to allow Pinger to bypass the cultivation requirements and become the steward of the Spirit Skill Pavilion directly.
In the days that followed, the battles between the Immortal City law enforcement team and the evil cultivators became more frequent.
Concerned for her friend's safety, Chu Shuangshuang soon brought Pinger to Greenwall Immortal City. Over time, Pinger was also noticed by Master Qingyue and taken in as a disciple. Now, the two, once only acquaintances by coincidence, had become fellow disciples in the same sect. When Hisong first learned of all this, he couldn't help but be somewhat surprised. However, after getting to know Chu Shuangshuang through Pinger's introduction, Hisong soon reconciled. Chu Shuangshuang had a fiery temperament and liked to draw her artifacts at the slightest disagreement. Although she had a clever-looking aura and a frail figure that could be easily toppled by the wind, her temperament was completely different from her appearance. As for Pinger, due to spending most of her time cultivating in quiet places like the Spirit Skill Pavilion, she had an ethereal and serene aura.
She would always think thrice before acting on anything.
Being friends with Chu Shuangshuang also meant she could advise her at crucial moments. It was quite normal for these two people with completely opposite personalities to be friends since they could cover each other's weaknesses and not cause any trouble when working together.
"The Thick Earth sect is just ahead," said the voice on the spirit boat.
On the spirit boat, Master Qingyue opened her eyes and gazed forward, speaking indifferently.
As Master Qingyue's words fell, everyone on the spirit boat quieted down.
Whether it was Mengguan, who had just reached foundation establishment, or Hisong, who was a qi refining cultivator, they all looked ahead at this moment. When the spirit boat flew over a high mountain, Hisong's eyes were met with towering peaks that pierced the sky, shrouded in wisps of mist, giving them the appearance of a celestial realm. These peaks were angular and sharp as if carved by a knife, yet at the summit, palace-like buildings were nestled among them. In addition, below these peaks were smaller ones, where countless buildings were also arranged. At the foot of the mountains, streams flowed with significant spirit fields embedded in the flat areas. Crane birds flew through the mountains and valleys. From time to time, cultivators with elegant figures were seen walking along the mountain paths. Hisong looked around and even saw a golden tunneling light streak across the sky. The golden light came closer and closer. No, it seemed like it was heading straight for the spirit boat. Hisong became tense, but when he saw Master Qingyue showing no signs of panic, he relaxed and continued to observe the thick earth sect scenery.
"Ah, it's Master Qingyue. I could tell it was you by the spirit boat. Did something happen at Greenwall Immortal Sitv? WHV did vous suddenly return to the sect, junior sister?"
Soon, the golden light landed on the spirit boat. When the light dissipated, a young man appeared. As soon as he stood firm, Hisong heard him ask,
"Greetings, brother Yuan Shan."
Junior sister returned this time to send junior brother Mengguan to join the sect. She will return to Greenwall Immortal City soon, so there is no need to worry. Standing up, Master Qingyue slightly bowed to Master Yuan Shan in front of her. It seemed that the relationship between the two was not very good. Even in Master Qingyue's words, there was an implicit hint of seeing someone off.
However, it was unclear whether Master Yuan Shan didn't understand, or if he understood, but didn't care. After hearing these words, his gaze fell on Mengguan on the spirit boat. "Oh, are you the new Foundation Establishment cultivator in Greenwall Immortal City?" Having sized up Mengguan with a glance, Master Yuan Shan asked despite already knowing the answer. It was impossible for Thick Earth Sect to be unaware of the sudden emergence of a Foundation Establishment cultivator in Greenwall Immortal City. However, upon learning that Master Qingyue was bringing the cultivator to the Thick Earth Sect, they didn't pay much more attention. It's just that Master Yuan Shan's appearance now seemed to indicate that things weren't that simple. "I am Mengguan. If there are no other new Foundation Establishment cultivators in Greenwall Immortal City, then it must be me," Mengguan politely replied to Master Yuan Shan, his face showing no emotion and his words watertight. But Master Qingyue, standing at the side, moved beside Mengguan at this moment. "Brother Yuan Shan, junior sister still needs to take junior brother Meng to meet the sect leader, so I must excuse ourselves. Farewell." As she spoke, Master Qingyue's fingertips surged with mana, and the spirit boat instantly soared away with everyone on board. Only Master Yuan Shan's lonely figure remained in the sky. Seeing this, Master Yuan Shan was not angry. Instead, he looked profoundly at the departing spirit boat, then turned herself into tunneling light and flew away into the distance. On the spirit boat, the atmosphere suddenly became a bit delicate. Any of the 6 present who were not blind could see the strangeness of the situation. However, since Master Qingyue was nearby, it was not a good time to discuss anything in detail, so the atmosphere remained subtle. But the delicate atmosphere was soon broken by a clear female voice. "Everyone, try not to think too much. There is just some disconnection between Master Qingyue and Master Yuan Shan. Today, our priority is to have the 3 of you join the sect as disciples." Master Qingyue's gaze remained fixed on the front, and after briefly explaining, she stopped talking, focusing on controlling the spirit boat's flight. Meanwhile, Hisong and the others stood behind her with various thoughts. However, since Master Qingyue was just ahead, none of them dared to speak up. Chapter 126, 126, 125, Sect Leader Master Silence. Silence. Hisong stared at his nose with his eyes, and his heart already had some guesses. It seemed that Master Qingyue and the previous Master Yuan Shan really didn't get along. Otherwise, there was no way that Master Qingyue would have directly left with the spirit boat without even finishing his sentences. However, there was too little information right now, and Hisong couldn't speculate any further. It was just unexpected. Just as he stepped into the Thick Earth Sect, there were already small incidents. It seems that the Thick Earth Sect is not a paradise on Earth either. Now that I have joined it, I should be cautious and careful. As for this matter, I can inquire about it later. The grudges between the Foundation Establishment Masters should have little to do with a cheer-refining cultivator like me. Hisong took a thoughtful glance at Master Qingyue, then lowered his head and stopped thinking about it. After a long silence, the spirit boat finally landed outside the gate of the Thick Earth Sect after another tea time worth of flying. Inside the gate of the Thick Earth Sect, flying was not allowed. Only outside the gate, one could use tunneling light and spirit boats to fly. As the spirit boat landed, Hisong and the other 5 people disembarked one by one. "Pinger, Schwanger, take my token and go to the outer elder. Explain the situation and have these 2 junior brothers join the Thick Earth Sect. I will go with Meng junior brother to find the sect leader first." After handing over a token to Chu Shuangshuang, Master Qingyue took the lead and walked ahead. Before leaving, Mengguan gave Hisong and Wei Fan a reassuring look, then followed. As a Foundation Establishment Master joining the Thick Earth Sect, it was natural to meet the sect leader. However, it wasn't that easy for cheer-refining cultivators like Hisong and Wei Fan to meet the sect leader. To join the Thick Earth Sect and become an outer disciple, they only needed to go through a process. A token of a Foundation Establishment Master, when the reason is given, could be quickly processed. "Junior brother Junior brother Wei, please follow us." After Master Qingyue and Mengguan left, Pinger looked at Hisong with a smile on her face, her beautiful eyes sparkling, and she spoke with a chuckle. It made her quite happy to call Hisong a junior brother. It also made her quite happy to meet an acquaintance in the Thick Earth Sect from the very beginning.
With such combined happiness, it was no wonder that the smile on her face was constant.
Thank you, both.
Hisong clasped his hands at Pinger and Chu Xuanxuang, not responding to anything else, just expressing his gratitude. In the past few days, they had become very familiar with each other, and Pinger had already become close to Hisong. Now, Hisong knew why Pinger was so happy. However, appellations like elder sister and younger brother couldn't be called casually. Before becoming a disciple of the Thick Earth sect, he couldn't call her as she wished. Seeing this, Pinger didn't ask for anything else, but continued to smile and led the way, guiding Hisong and Wei Fan to meet the outer elder. With the help of Master Qingyue's token, Hisong and Wei Fan's names successfully appeared among the Thick Earth sect's outer disciples. With their identities established, Hisong and Wei Fan naturally received the things that every Thick Earth sect outer disciple has. An inferior storage bag.
A sound transmission amulet. 500 spirit stones. 3 elixirs. 12 packs of crumbled jade powder. A set of middle-grade mana robes.
A token to activate the array of a small courtyard.
After receiving everything, the four of them chatted while walking towards the assigned small courtyard. During the chat, Hisong also learned about various information about these items. The storage bag was a large one, with an inner space at least 10 times larger than the small storage bags worth 100 spirit stones. However, in the Thick Earth sect, a large storage bag was not called a large storage bag, just a storage bag. The storage bag worth 100 spirit stones was called an inferior storage bag here, with a small inner space and almost no one using it. Sound transmission amulet.
This was a jade piece the size of a cell phone. The jade piece was covered in patterns, hollow in the middle, and could be opened from within. After coming into contact with other sound transmission amulets, both parties can communicate through the amulets. By placing a piece of paper or other items inside the jade block and activating it with a thought, one can send them to another person's sound transmission amulet. When the other party opens their amulet and takes out the contents, they can see the writing on the paper or the other items.
However, the sound transmission amulet is small and can only transmit small items. Moreover, it requires spirit stones to power its usage.
In the outside world, the price of sound transmission amulets is high, mostly used only by foundation establishment cultivators.
Chi refining stage cultivators like Hisong in the past could only use the sound transmission skill for communication. Meanwhile, those 500 spirit stones represent the annual salary for an outer disciple of the Thick Earth sect. The 3 elixirs are also part of the annual salary. They are all chi condensing elixirs, high-quality elixirs to be used for improving one's cultivation in the chi refining late stage. 12 packets of crumbled jade powder are also included in the annual salary. It is essential for cultivators practicing the Thick Earth formulas in the chi refining late stage and is required every month. It can speed up the chi refining cultivation rate in the late stage. Its price is high. In the outside world, 1 packet of crumbled jade powder costs 100 spirit stones and lasts only 1 month. It is a product developed by the Thick Earth sect specifically to earn spirit stones. As for the mid-grade mana robes, they are standard issue for Thick Earth sect outer disciples. Besides indicating one's identity, they also possess defensive capabilities, making them quite profound. The small courtyard array control token is given to every outer disciple. Using this token, one can activate the arrays in their courtyard. Each outer disciple's courtyard has 3 arrays. The 5 phases array offers both offense and defense. The illusion array prevents others from peeking in. The spirit gathering array gathers spirit chi for cultivation. These 3 arrays are recorded in the introductory part of Array Tao. Hisong had already learned them, but he didn't expect that learning these 3 arrays would be a standard feature in the courtyards of the Thick Earth sect's outer disciples. Upon learning this, Hisong fell silent. Indeed. Those who aren't sect disciples can never imagine just how good the treatment of sect disciples is. 500 spirit stones per year. 3 chi condensing elixirs per year. 12 packets of crumbled jade powder per year. Combined, these items amount to an annual expenditure of nearly 2,000 spirit stones. Although the actual cost of the crumbled jade powder and chi condensing elixirs might not be that high, if one were in the outside world,
they would still need to purchase them with real spirit stones. Even considering just the cost price, these items would amount to at least 1,000 spirit stones. Besides this, upon joining, one receives a mid-grade mana robe, sound transmission amulet, and storage bag. The small courtyard they can casually live in is also equipped with 3 arrays. Only the Thick Earth sect of the Golden Elixir Great Sect can provide such luxurious cultivation treatment. Other Foundation establishment clans, or minor sects, probably can't afford to provide such treatment. However, despite this, although Isong felt amazed, he didn't feel too much emotional turmoil. These things, as long as he wanted, he could have them all. As an array pathmaster, the speed at which he could earn spirit stones wouldn't be slower than the Thick Earth sect disciples, if not even faster. But now, he was not only in the Thick Earth sect but also an outer disciple of the sect. He was qualified to learn the sect's skills and 100 skills of cultivation truth. By learning more advanced skills and cultivation techniques, the speed at which he could earn resources would be even more terrifying. Maybe, he could not only enjoy the generous annual salary of a Thick Earth sect disciple but also use his array tau to earn more cultivation resources. With these combined, Isong didn't even know just how horrifying the level of his future cultivation speed would be. Perhaps, it would be even more horrifying than those outer disciples who lived their lives in the Thick Earth sect and only needed to cultivate daily, right? Chapter 127, 127, 126, Punishing the Evil and Removing the Wicked to earn more spirit stones with the identity of an array pathmaster. And to receive a generous annual salary with the identity of a Thick Earth sect outer disciple. With these steps, Isong's spirit stones will definitely keep increasing, and eventually, he might not even need to worry about the price of what he wants to buy. However, this is just a thought. In the cultivation world, many truly good things are priceless. Either you have to barter, or to snatch them by force. It is not very likely to use spirit stones to buy truly precious items. Moreover, most of the people who can become outer disciples of the Thick Earth sect are cultivators with 3 spirit roots. The cultivation speed of those with 3 spirit roots is much faster than that of Isong, who has 4 spirit roots, and they even have a greater chance of breaking through to the Foundation establishment stage. Although the Thick Earth sect occupies a vast expanse of land, there are actually not many disciples in the sect when it comes down to it. Those with 3 spirit roots are not common. As for those with even better talent, like Earth Spirit Root and Heavenly Spirit Root, they are even rarer. Furthermore, if an outer disciple of the Thick Earth sect does not break through to the Foundation establishment realm by the age of 60, they will be sent out of the sect. From then on, their annual salary will change. This has led to the constant shortage of outer disciples in the Thick Earth sect. Isong and the other 3 walked out from the residence of the outer elder, and they didn't see many people as they went all the way to Isong's courtyard. In the courtyards they passed by, there were also very few Mars with activated arrays. The small courtyards of the outer disciples of the Thick Earth sect. They are filled with an extremely rich spirit chi, which is much stronger compared to the courtyard that Isong had just obtained in Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion. After inviting the others into his courtyard for a chat, Wei Fan, Pinger, and Chu Xuanshuang stayed for a while before each of them went back to their own places. Their residences were not far from Isong's place, but not close either. Occasionally visiting each other was still possible. After sending away the other 3, Isong turned back into his courtyard and activated the array. In an instant, a mist enveloped Isong's courtyard. At the same time, Isong felt an invisible force protecting the entire courtyard. The illusion array and the 5 phases array had been activated. Seeing this, Isong finally felt relieved, and he casually found a chair in the courtyard to sit down. Then, Isong took out his small cargo storage bag and the original inferior storage bag from his body, transferring all the items from these 2 storage bags into the new one. After doing all of this, Isong thought for a moment and decided to keep the small cargo storage bag and the original inferior storage bag in his sleeves. These items might come in handy in the future. Having played with the sound transmission amulet issued by the Thick Earth sect for a while, Isong finally let out a soft breath. Various ideas flashed through his mind. After becoming an outer disciple of the Thick Earth sect, I can choose one of the 100 skills of cultivation truth for free, along with 2 skills and a cultivation skill. For the cultivation skill, my Earth attribute spirit root is the best among my 4 spirit roots, so I don't need to replace the thick earth formulas. For the 100 skills of cultivation truth. I'll see tomorrow, and if there's an array Tau primary introduction, I'll choose that and the array Tau introductory insights. At worst, after I've completely learned them, I'll just say that I've been studying for many years and still haven't made a breakthrough. By then, I might even be able to exchange for an amulet Tau introductory insight. For the 2 skills, I'll choose a powerful sword formulas and a fast light body skill. The 20-acre spirit field near Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion needs to be harvested every year. With a fast light body skill, I can save a lot of time traveling more than 10,000 miles between the 2 places. Moreover, now that my cultivation base has reached the chi-refining late stage, I have no shortage of artifacts and spirit amulets, and I am even a disciple of the thick earth sect, so I don't need to use the earth tunneling skill when traveling outside and don't have to worry about encountering danger. If I can't win a fight, I can at least run away. The sword formulas and other skills learned by the disciples of the thick earth sect should be more powerful than those used by ordinary loose cultivators, right? Hisong sat in his chair, playing with the sound transmission amulet in his hand, already planning in his heart. Having just joined the thick earth sect, he was not yet familiar with everything in the sect. Naturally, he could only rely on the information he had obtained to make plans. He couldn't give up on the 20-acre spirit field near Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion. This was Hisong's biggest source of income now. So, going to harvest once a year became the first thing Hisong needed to consider. A light body skill that was specifically for traveling and extremely fast became Hisong's top choice. Besides, a powerful sword formulas would allow Hisong not to worry about his lack of strength while using the light body skill on the ground and being chased down by evil cultivators. With a powerful sword formulas at hand, Hisong's combat power, combined with his numerous artifacts, spirit amulets, and mana robes, is now incomparable to before. If he really encounters evil cultivators, it might not be Hisong being chased down, but Hisong punishing the evildoers instead. These 2 skills are essential. Array Tau primary introduction is also necessary. However, just as Hisong was calculating all of this in his heart and was just beginning to think about how to cultivate so that his cultivation base could grow quickly, he suddenly noticed that the array covering his courtyard was touched by someone. Subconsciously, 2 high-quality thick earth amulets appeared in Hisong's hand, and even the thick earth shield had already appeared beside Hisong. It wasn't until Hisong realized he was in the thick earth sect that the solemnity on his face disappeared. As an array path master, for a moment, he had forgotten where he was. He thought he was in Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion and someone had triggered his array. As the solemnity on his face disappeared, Hisong also put away the high-quality thick earth amulets and thick earth shield in his hands. After straightening his clothes, Hisong then took out his token and waved it casually. Soon, the illusion array and 5 phases array enveloping the courtyard dissipated, revealing the scene outside the courtyard. Outside the courtyard, Mengguan and Wei Fan were marveling at the scene of the array disappearing before their eyes. Seeing Hisong coming to greet them, the 2 of them entered the courtyard with Hisong. After seating the 2 of them in the courtyard, Hisong waved his hand and the illusion array and 5 phases array were instantly reactivated, enveloping the entire courtyard once again. Mr. He, your ability to manipulate arrays is really fast. When I went back to my courtyard, I didn't even have time to learn before Lao Meng had already rushed back. As he said this, Wei Fan looked at Mengguan beside him and then shook his head. Mengguan went to see the sect leader with Master Qingyue, while Hisong went with Wei Fan, Pinger, and Chu Shuangshuang to see the outer elder. Although they were handling different matters, the timing was about the same. So, when Wei Fan sat at Hisong's place for a while and then found his own courtyard, Mengguan had already found him as well. Then, the 2 of them came together to Hisong's place to meet up. Chapter 128, 128, 127, The Hidden Secret of the Thick Earth Sect. This isn't difficult. As long as you have the token, you can manipulate it however you want. Hearing Wei Fan's slightly envious voice, Hisong waved his hands repeatedly, attributing everything to the token. At the same time, he was secretly vigilant in his heart. In the future, he would probably need to be even more cautious. Like now, just getting the token and being able to manipulate the array skills skillfully is something that must not happen again. Although it is indeed easy to control the array after obtaining the token, one mustn't let others find any flaws in it. This time, it was just Wei Fan casually mentioning it. But if he didn't pay attention to these details, one day he would expose himself. Alright, now that the three of us have joined the Thick Earth sect, we'll take our time to figure things out. However, when I met the sect leader master before, he also gave me some guidance. Now that I'm here, I might as well share some matters with you. He shook his head, making Yisong and Wei Fan focus their attention on him, and Mengguan began to speak. After becoming an outer disciple of the Thick Earth sect, if you can't break through to the foundation establishment stage within 60 years, you'll be sent to the Immortal City and your annual salary will be reduced. Please remember, my friends. Besides, when selecting cultivation skills, and the 100 skills of cultivation truth, consult with the elder in charge.
You may gain some guidance.
The skills and knowledge in the Thick Earth sect are more complete and powerful than those in the outside world, and even come with annotations from predecessors, making them easier to practice. At the same time, the Thick Earth sect does not prohibit disciples from going out for training. Even if you haven't received your annual salary, you can make it up when you return to the mountain. In the Thick Earth sect, the only thing that matters is cultivation progress, so both of you need to hurry. As Mengguan spoke, he picked up a cup of tea from the table and drank it down. Seeing that Yisong and Wei Fan seemed thoughtful, Mengguan stopped talking and waited quietly instead.
Before long,
Yisong and Wei Fan finally digested the information they had learned from Mengguan. Then, the two quickly bowed their hands towards Mengguan and thanked him.
However, Mengguan just waved his hand slightly, indicating that he didn't care.
But just as he was about to speak again, he seemed to suddenly remember something and gave a reminder.
By the way, if you encounter any foundation establishment masters with the word mountain in their Dharma title, it's better to avoid them. It involves some secrets, so I won't go into details.
At this, Yisong and Wei Fan nodded, even though they didn't know why. Now, let me share with you various insights on breaking through the foundation establishment realm.
If you have any questions, feel free to ask me.
After I finish explaining, I need to change my cultivation skills and choose a few foundation establishment skills to cultivate. I might have to go into seclusive cultivation for a while. As Mengguan began to speak, Yisong and Wei Fan immediately sat upright and began to listen carefully. Insights from Qi refining all the way to foundation establishment.
For a Qi refining late-stage cultivator like Yisong, it was extremely precious.
If it were in Greenwall Immortal City, a foundation establishment master willing to sell insights on breaking through the foundation establishment realm would be immediately sought after by countless people. Thousands, or even tens of thousands of spirit stones, might not be enough to buy it.
Keep in mind,
the insights on breaking through the foundation establishment realm aren't something that only one person can learn. This kind of insight can be used as a foundation in heritage, passed down from generation to generation.
How could thousands or tens of thousands of spirit stones compare to such a foundation?
Unfortunately, almost no foundation establishment masters would sell such insights. Even with spirit stones in hand, there was simply no way to find a buyer. Insights like these were usually passed down orally, contributing to the rarity of foundation establishment masters.
According to Mengguan's description,
to break through from Qi refining great perfection to the foundation establishment realm, one needs to undergo multiple compressions of spirit power.
One time after another, gradually compressing the originally loose spirit power within the body.
Finally, when the spirit power in the body is compressed to its limit and a trace of mana is successfully born, foundation establishment is achieved.
There is also a technique for compressing spirit power in the body.
According to Mengguan, before compressing spirit power, he would accumulate strength for a while, and when he felt the timing was right, he would give it his all and exert all his pressure. In this way, the degree of spirit power compression would increase rapidly.
After exerting full pressure, he would stabilize his position while accumulating strength again. Over and over again, the cycle went on.
After accumulating strength time and time again, he eventually managed to break through to the foundation establishment realm by a stroke of luck. At the same time, he couldn't help but exclaim. Without the foundation establishment elixir and insights on breaking through the foundation establishment realm, the chances of success were infuriatingly low. His successful foundation establishment was merely a stroke of luck. Had he been careless, he felt he would have failed. But fortunately, fate favored him.
His successful foundation establishment changed his and Wei Fan's destiny as well.
After Mengguan finished talking about the foundation establishment insights, He-song and Wei Fan asked some questions, finally understanding everything. He had informed them of the insights on breaking through foundation establishment. Next, Mengguan casually wiped the table in front of him, and 2 small jade bottles appeared on it. Seeing this, He-song and Wei Fan looked at each other, seeming to guess something.
But they also felt it was unlikely. While hesitating, Mengguan chuckled and spoke up. "Take these."
Thanks to Master Qingyu speaking up, the sect leader master was deeply moved by our friendship and granted us 2 foundation establishment elixirs.
"One for each of you."
With that, Mengguan looked at He-song, a mysterious glint in his eyes. "Mr. He, if you meet Master Qingyu or her 2 disciples in the future, you must thank them properly." The sudden appearance of the foundation establishment elixirs caught He-song off guard.
Foundation establishment elixir?
Although he had a hunch when Mengguan took out the 2 jade bottles, once Mengguan admitted that each bottle contained a foundation establishment elixir, He-song couldn't help but feel a sense of unreality.
Wasn't it said that the foundation establishment elixirs were extremely precious? Wasn't it said that, for loose cultivators, obtaining a foundation establishment elixir was as difficult as climbing to heaven? But then again, right.
Foundation establishment elixirs were indeed precious to loose cultivators, and trying to obtain one was as difficult as climbing to heaven. But now, both he and his companions were no longer loose cultivators. Whether it was He-song or Wei Fan, they were now disciples of the Thick Earth sect. In the eyes of those in the Thick Earth sect, the 3 of them were now considered insiders. As Mengguan said, the 2 foundation establishment elixirs he received were bestowed by the sect leader master.
Sect leader master. Master.
Those who could be called a master were certainly golden elixir cultivators. Moreover, they were golden elixir cultivators who controlled the entire Thick Earth sect. For such an existence, the 2 foundation establishment elixirs were not really that valuable. At the same time, there was also Master Qingyu speaking for them. Chapter 129, 129, 128, Foundation Establishment Elixir. Upon learning that the 3 of them had started from humble beginnings and had been helping each other along the way until now, still maintaining a deep friendship, it was not difficult to accept that they were granted 2 foundation establishment elixirs as a token of appreciation.
What could the thoughts of a golden elixir master be, so that anyone could easily guess?
Moreover, the 2 of them are already disciples of the Thick Earth sect right now.
Mengguan is even an elder of the Thick Earth sect.
Granting 2 foundation establishment elixirs would not only benefit sect disciples but would also make Mengguan, a newly established foundation, have a strong sense of belonging to the sect.
It was simply a win-win deal. If there were another foundation establishment master among the 3,
the new foundation establishment master would naturally be wholeheartedly loyal to the Thick Earth sect.
Thick Earth sect. As a golden elixir great sect, it naturally has its unique aspects.
Otherwise, it would not have been standing tall and growing stronger within the sect. Alright, if I encounter Master Qingyu or her 2 disciples in the future, I will surely express my gratitude to them. Nodding his head in agreement, He-song didn't mind why Mengguan entrusted this matter to him. However, he immediately raised a teacup, stood up, and bowed deeply to Mengguan.
"But before that, I have to thank you first."
"That's right, the greatest credit goes to you." At once, Wei Fan also stood up with He-song and bowed to Mengguan in gratitude.
Facing this situation, Mengguan's body stiffened slightly, and then a look of helplessness appeared on his face.
Waving his hand, a surge of mana emerged, immediately lifting the 2 bowing men back to their feet. Then, Mengguan pretended to be displeased and said, "The 3 of us need not be so formal with each other. Without the help of my 2 friends, how could I, Lao Meng, have come this far in my journey? Besides, these 2 foundation establishment elixirs were granted by the sect leader, so the person you should be thanking is him. After you 2 friends have successfully reached foundation establishment and met the sect leader, you can thank him in person." Saying this, Mengguan forcefully shoved a jade bottle into the hands of He-song and Wei Fan.
After completing this, a smile finally appeared on Mengguan's face. He then withdrew his mana.
Seeing things develop to this point, Hisong and Wei Fan could only accept the elixirs. By the way, this foundation establishment elixir can only enhance the probability of foundation establishment. If you want a higher success rate, you still need to find more foundation establishment elixirs. You can take up to 6 foundation establishment elixirs at a time, and the success rate would be greatly increased.
You may go ahead and search for them. If you find them, that's great. If you can't, after I finish my seclusive cultivation, I can help you out. However, it will depend on your age at that time. If you can't find any, there's no harm.
With the breakthrough insight I mentioned earlier in this foundation establishment elixir in hand, your chances of successfully breaking through to foundation establishment will be much higher. Seeing that Hisong and Wei Fan had accepted the foundation establishment elixirs, Mangguan immediately began to give them advice. He had just learned this information himself. It was Master Qingyue who had informed him, which allowed him to tell Hisong and Wei Fan about it. When Mangguan first learned this news, he felt extremely fortunate. His success in breaking through to foundation establishment seemed to be due to sheer luck. For others attempting to break through to foundation establishment, there were numerous difficulties, with countless failures caused by both the Raunatlanestens meant elixirs Onatnellerdrekenrun in science.
But what about him? He had nothing.
With nothing but passion, he had directly broken through to foundation establishment. However, unlike Mangguan, there was not much change in Hisong's and Wei Fan's expressions upon hearing the news. With a foundation establishment elixir and Mangguan's insight into breaking through to foundation establishment, their success rate was already many times higher than ordinary loose cultivators. If they failed, they could only blame it on fate. Of course, if possible, the two would still try their best to find more foundation establishment elixirs to increase their chances of breaking through. Afterward, the three of them chatted for a long time in Hisong's small courtyard before they each went their separate ways.
Mangguan returned to his seclusive cultivation.
Wei Fan went back to his cultivation as well, striving to reach the qi refining great perfection and begin his foundation establishment as soon as possible.
After Mangguan and Wei Fan left, Hisong once again activated the array inside the small courtyard, enveloping it within.
Only at this moment, Hisong took out the jade bottle containing the foundation establishment elixir. Upon opening the bottle cap and looking at the foundation establishment elixir inside the jade bottle, Hisong's eyes filled with deep contemplation. So this is the foundation establishment elixir, obtained without any effort. Putting the jade bottle in his storage bag, Hisong sighed inwardly, but no emotionally excited expression appeared on his face. According to his original plan, if he could get a foundation establishment elixir, of course, he could use it. But if he couldn't get it, he could still eventually reach foundation establishment using only vein protection elixirs and through the passage of time. Although the process would be time-consuming and exhausting, after all, he was completely different from other cultivators. Even without a foundation establishment elixir, he would definitely be able to achieve foundation establishment. It would only take a longer time. However, now, since the foundation establishment elixir was already in his possession, Hisong naturally overturned his original plan.
Just now, Lao Ming said that you can take up to 6 foundation establishment elixirs at a time.
I have one now, and if I can get a few more, my chances of success will greatly increase. My talent is only in the 4 spirits roots. I may not be as good as other outer disciples, so if possible, I need to find some more foundation establishment elixirs and increase the odds of foundation establishment to the highest point before proceeding. In this case, if I can establish a foundation in one attempt, it would save a lot of time and avoid arousing the suspicion of others.
However,
it's hard to find such elixirs.
I still have time anyway, so I'll take it slow.
After safely storing the foundation establishment elixir, Hisong pondered for a while and soon began to sit and cultivate. Unknowingly, a day and night had quietly passed. The next morning, Hisong woke up from his meditation, glanced around, and realized that the sun had already risen high above the horizon. Seeing this, Hisong's immediately got up, performed a cleansing technique on himself, and then strode out of the small courtyard, heading straight towards the distance. He had decided yesterday that today he would seek the 100 skills of cultivation truth and learn new skills. As the time had come, Hisong naturally went out to seek them. Yesterday, Hisong had already learned the locations of various places within the Thick Earth sect from Pinger and Chu Shuangshuang.
Thick Earth Sect, a golden elixir great sect. Within the sect, there were various buildings and mountains for cultivation, book collection, and artifact, and elixirs refining and so on.
What Hisong was looking for this time was the book collection pavilion inside the Thick Earth sect.
The book collection pavilion was divided into 3 levels. The first level could be entered by outer disciples. The second level required foundation establishment masters to enter. The third level could only be entered with the permission of the sect leader. The books it contained were extensive and varied, countless times more than those in the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion Spirit Skill Pavilion. Yesterday, when Chu Shuangshuang mentioned this place, she specially reminded Hisong to spend a few more days in the book collection pavilion so he could learn more about the common knowledge of the cultivation world and so on. Hisong naturally agreed gladly. New outer disciple? Go in.
One of the 100 skills of cultivation truth, 2 skills, and 1 cultivation skill.
You can't take more than that.
When Hisong arrived at the book collection pavilion, a young man appeared beside him and casually said these words. However, Mengguan had mentioned yesterday that when they came to the book collection pavilion to choose cultivation skills and skills, they could inquire more about the guards, and perhaps they could get some pointers. Chapter 130, Chapter 129, Mountain Pressing Sword Riding Skill. Therefore, upon seeing the other party, Hisong bowed his hand in salute and then spoke. Sir, I am new to this place, and I am not sure how to choose cultivation skills and spells.
Could you give me some guidance?
Being the caretaker of the book collection pavilion, and being able to appear silently beside him without any detection before speaking.
This person's cultivation must be higher than his own.
It is not likely to be in the foundation establishment realm, but might be in the chi refining great perfection stage. Thus, calling him a senior is the most normal thing to do. As Hisong spoke, there was a flash of light in his eyes.
He immediately determined the other party's cultivation level.
This was a cultivator at the oil refining great perfection stage. However, perhaps he had practiced a skill unique to the Thick Earth sect which allowed him to move unnoticed. Don't call me sir, I am Songjin, merely responsible for external matters, just guarding the first floor of the book collection pavilion.
You are a newcomer to the sect, just call me Song brother.
Seeing Hisong bow to him and referred to him as Sir, Songjin's face stiffened, and he quickly jumped aside to dodge and expound a little. In the Thick Earth sect, disciples only need to address each other as brothers and juniors. Even if they need a foundation establishment master, they only need to call them elders. Hisong's sudden address as a senior made him feel at a loss. However, he also noticed Hisong's unfamiliarity with the sect, and so he explained it to him.
After the explanation, he also bowed his hand to Hisong.
Come with me, junior brother.
You can tell me what kind of cultivation skills and spells you want to choose. I am very familiar with the book collection pavilion, just tell me what you want, and I can get it for you right away.
Seeing this, Hisong quickly followed along. Then, he began to discuss his requirements with Songjin. A light body skill with extremely fast speed. A sword formula with great power. If there is a cultivation skill better than Thick Earth formulas, then it might be worth trying.
If not, never mind.
As for the 100 skills of cultivation truth, Hisong casually said that he has long admired Array Tao and wants to study it. Thus, in a short while, Songjin brought back several jade slips. This is Mountain Wind Riding Skill. When cast, you can ride the wind at an extremely fast speed. It is one of the top traveling skills for chi refining stage.
The light body skill you knew before is nothing in comparison.
Songjin handed a jade slip to Hisong and explained. However, noticing the surprise on Hisong's face, he added an explanation. This mountain wind riding skill is a common skill used by outer disciples of our Thick Earth sect. Some like the light body skill can't compare with the wind riding skill.
The difference between the two is huge, and so is their speed.
Only after Hisong nodded in realization, did Songjin pick up another jade slip. This is Mountain Pressing Sword Riding Skill.
Its power is immense when cast, and ordinary cultivators have no resistance against it.
It is much more powerful than the average sword formula. Generally speaking, when using the mountain pressing sword writing skill against cultivators who use ordinary sword formulas, it only takes a few moves to slay them.
As if afraid Hisong might not believe it, Songjin gave a specific example. As for the ordinary cultivators he mentioned, they were probably loose cultivators or those from the Immortal Pavilion.
Apart from disciples of the Thick Earth sect, other cultivators could only learn things like sword formulas. Even before today, Hisong's learning had been limited to just one sword formula.
There's nothing to replace Thick Earth formulas. Your Earth attribute spirit root is ideal, so just continue cultivating it. This is a Ray Tao primary introduction, you take it and study it as well. However, if you do not have any comprehension after a long time, you can come back and replace it with other 100 skills of cultivation truth. As he spoke, several jade slips were placed into Hisong's hand by Songjin. Seeing this, Hisong thanked Songjin first, and then took the jade slips to a quiet room. Close the door. Lock it. Put the jade slips in front of him. After scanning the jade slips one by one, Hisong's eyes flashed with amazement. The Thick Earth sect, truly worthy of being the Thick Earth sect, a golden core sect, this is terrifying. I originally thought that chi refining stage cultivators were all similar, but I didn't expect that as soon as I entered the sect, I discovered the huge difference between them. Mountain pressing sword formula? Mountain pressing sword writing skill. Mountain light body skill? Mountain wind writing skill. A Ray Tao introduction? A Ray Tao primary introduction. Every single one of these is something that one cannot come into contact with in the outside world. Some people have said before that mountain light body skill is the commonly used skill of Thick Earth sect disciples, but I didn't expect that although the prefix is the same, the real commonly used skill of Thick Earth sect disciples is mountain wind writing skill. Is this the gap between sect disciples and loose cultivators? Various thoughts flashed through Hisong's mind, feeling a chill down his spine. If it weren't for joining the Thick Earth sect and having access to these things, he would never have known how great the gap between sect disciples and loose cultivators had become. Whether it is skills, 100 skills of cultivation truth, or cultivation resources. There is a huge difference between sect disciples and loose cultivators in these aspects. If he had accidentally offended a sect disciple before, his fate would have been very miserable. Because even if a loose cultivator or an Immortal Pavilion cultivator reached the great perfection of chi refining and all their skills, artifacts, and spirit amulets were the best choices, when facing a sect disciple of the same cultivation level, the sect disciple could still have a huge advantage. Just in terms of skill power. The mountain pressing sword formula and the mountain pressing sword writing skill have incomparable power. According to Songjin, using the mountain pressing sword writing skill against ordinary loose cultivators would place them in a deadly situation within a few moves. Such a terrifying gap. And that's just the difference between a sword formula and a sword writing skill. If other skills were added, the gap might become even wider. If a conflict does occur between a loose cultivator and a sect disciple, even with the same cultivation level, the one who dies is most likely the loose cultivator. Fortunately, I am no longer a loose cultivator. Holding the jade slip to his forehead, and before receiving the information within it, Hisong felt thankful in his heart. Soon. Mountain pressing sword writing skill. A Ray Tao primary introduction. He was able to engrave them all into Hisong's memory, and he could summon them whenever he wanted. After doing all this, Hisong got up and left the quiet room, returned the jade slip, and bid farewell to Songjin before quickly returning to his own courtyard. During the following days, Hisong continuously practiced the mountain pressing sword writing skill and the mountain wind writing skill. It's worth mentioning that in both of these skills, there were numerous annotations and they were extremely detailed. As a result, Hisong's progress in practicing them was rapid. Chapter 131, Chapter 130, 3 years according to Hisong's estimation. If he was to study these two skills without any annotations, it would take 2 years for him to master just one skill to the point where he could use it at will without losing any of its power. However, it was precisely because of the large number of annotations in the skills that Hisong saved a considerable amount of time. Therefore, he estimated that he would need only 2 years to fully master both skills to the point where he could use them at will without losing any power.
1 year's time would be enough to master one skill to the point where it could be used at will without losing any power. After some consideration, Hisong still decided to learn the mountain pressing sword riding skill first. It wasn't because he didn't want to learn the mountain wind riding skill first, it was because, every year, Hisong had to leave the thick earth sect and travel tens of thousands of miles to the vicinity of the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion to harvest the 20 acres of spirit fields there. Hisong had to improve his combat power to deal with unknown dangers during this long journey. And the mountain pressing sword riding skill was the best means to improve Hisong's combat power. As for the mountain wind riding skill, although it could save a lot of travel time, it could be learned later on. After all, only when you have strong strength can you walk unconfined in the outside world. If one's power is weak, and you have to run away from even encountering a loose cultivator, going out is no different than seeking death. Time flew by, years passed like a shuttle. In no time, Hisong had spent nearly 3 years in the thick earth sect. During this nearly 3-year period, Hisong not only mastered the mountain pressing sword riding skill to the point where he could use it at will without losing any power, but he also mastered the mountain wind riding skill to the point where it could be used at will without losing any power. As a result, although Hisong's cultivation was still at the 7th tier of chi refining, his combat power had already become incomparable to before. Now, Hisong could even hold his own against an evil cultivator. The formidable power of the mountain pressing sword riding skill greatly boosted Hisong's confidence. However, Hisong was still cautious in his actions. Thus, during the nearly 3 years, Hisong did not encounter any crises. At the same time, his understanding of the Array Tao primary introduction had also been elevated. Although he had not yet learned any new array skills, by Hisong's estimation, he would be able to master a new array skill in a few years. The array skills in the Array Tao primary introduction were much more difficult than those in the Array Tao introduction. Even with Hisong's diligent research, it would still take a lot of time to master them. During this nearly 3-year period, Hisong traveled annually to the vicinity of the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion, tens of thousands of miles away, to harvest spirit rice. He had harvested twice, gaining more than 44,000 caddies of spirit rice on his body. Adding to the original 66,000 caddies of spirit rice he already had, there were a total of 110,000 caddies of spirit rice on Hisong. With such a large amount of spirit rice, Hisong had no choice but to start using the small cargo storage bag again. The storage bag provided by the thick earth sect did not have enough space. Fortunately, when Hisong had switched storage bags, he did not discard the small cargo storage bag, but kept it. If not, he would probably have to spend more spirit stones on a new storage bag from the sect. During these nearly 3 years, Hisong's cultivation progress was extremely rapid. Being in the thick earth sect, which was rich in spiritual energy, and with the sect issuing elixirs, crumbled jade powder, and other resources, Hisong would occasionally buy other things that could help him improve his cultivation. Naturally, during this nearly 3-year period, Hisong's cultivation increased at an extremely fast pace. He had taken a big step forward on the path from the 7th tier to the 8th tier of chi refining. Compared with the time when he had just broken through to the 7th tier of chi refining, Hisong's body now had a significantly greater amount of spirit power. As for Wei Fan and Meng Guan, they spent most of these 3 years in seclusive cultivation, and Hisong only saw them once a year when they took their annual salary, not catching sight of them the rest of the time. As for Master Changyu, Pinger, and Chu Xuangshuang, they had already left the sect 3 years ago and went to guard the Green Wall Immortal City again. Master Changyu was originally the guardian of Green Wall Immortal City, and when he returned to the sect this time, it was just to bring Meng Guan. After receiving the reward, they naturally left. Hisong did not even have the chance to express his gratitude in person. He could only wait to thank them face to face when they meet again by chance in the future. During these 3 years, Hisong spent most of his time immersed in learning skills and seclusive cultivation. He did not pay too much attention to outside matters. Until today. Judging by the time, it's time to harvest the spirit rice again. This time when I go out, I'll have to sell all of my spirit rice. Glancing his cargo storage bag, Hisong thought to himself. Although he was already a disciple of the thick earth sect, to avoid revealing that he already had entered the realm of Array Tao, Hisong had not yet sold any spirit rice. As a result, even with 110,000 caddies of spirit rice on him, Hisong was not yet ready to sell it. But, times have changed. Now, the amount of spirit rice on him was getting bigger and bigger. Having so much spirit rice on hand, it would be better to sell it to exchange for spirit stones. Perhaps, these spirit stones could be put to other uses. Glancing at his storage bag, Hisong thought of the foundation establishment elixir in it. If there were foundation establishment elixirs available on the market and he had enough spirit stones on him, it would not be impossible to buy one. Although it might seem excessive for him, a disciple of the Thick Earth sect, to snatch a chance to establish his foundation from a loose cultivator, but he was spending his own spirit stones on it.
How could this be considered excessive?
Having thought about this, Hisong immediately got up, prepared everything for going out, and stepped out of the courtyard. At the entrance of the Thick Earth sect, Hisong left the words about leaving the sect for training, and then immediately took to the sky, heading to the far distance.
The mountain wind riding skill was neither a conventional light body skill nor a tunneling skill. It was a wind riding skill. With the ability to manipulate wind power, the user could travel swiftly in mid-air. Just by lightly stepping on the ground, the user could take to the skies, travel a long distance in mid-air, and upon landing, lightly step on the ground again to continue soaring and traveling far. This process repeated. This kind of skill that required only a slight force to take hundreds of meters per step in mid-air, while also being able to manipulate wind power to accelerate or turn, was called a wind riding skill. The mountain wind riding skill was incredibly fast, much faster than the earth tunneling skill.
To reach the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion tens of thousands of miles away, the earth tunneling skill would take more than half a month. However, when using the mountain wind riding skill, it would only take about 7 or 8 days. In this way, a lot of time was saved for traveling. Now that Hisong had strong capabilities and a deep background, he would generally use the mountain wind riding skill to travel instead of the earth tunneling skill unless he sensed danger ahead.
Chapter 132 132, 131, Sudden change. However, even though Hisong now had a solid background, his personal strength was not weak either. But when he used the mountain wind riding skill, he always kept himself close to the tree line, or sprinted across flat ground. He hovered above the ground, always no more than a few meters high. He didn't move flamboyantly through mid-air.
In this way, he could reduce the chance of being discovered, while also making his advance more covert. So, in case of any sudden situations, he would have more reaction time. His form threaded through the tree line, Hisong's gaze swept over the forests that constantly receded around him. As he felt the strong wind that faced him, there was a sense of thrill in his heart. The wind riding skill outdoes the light body skill. It's far more practical. The light body skill only makes the body lighter, allowing rapid dashes on the ground. But the wind riding skill? Manipulating the wind, it allows one to hover in mid-air for a long time. Take a step, and you are hundreds of meters away. And the speed is extremely fast. Most importantly, you can fly. Although not like a foundation establishment master, who can use tunneling skills to travel thousands of miles, or ride a spirit boat in high flight. However, when his body left the ground, and he was advancing forward at a high speed, this feeling still gave Hisong a moment of intoxication. But, since he was on his way, Hisong quickly pulled himself together and continued to rush forward. A few days later. After a long, arduous journey, Hisong finally appeared near the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion. However, when he arrived at the valley where he had opened the spirit field, the scene before him made him frown. A few hundred miles from the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion. In the valley where Hisong's 20-mu spirit field is located, all the arrays have failed. Due to the exhaustion of the spirit stones, they had become effectless. Only the illusion array was barely maintaining the illusions of the place. Hisong, who had concealed his aura and tunneled underground to this place from far away, watched as the scene before him turned grim. The spirit-gathering arrays had all failed due to the exhaustion of spirit stones. The spirit-gathering arrays, which used to gather the spirit chi from around, now looked like empty shells, devoid of any spirit-gathering effects. The 5 phases array, which served both attack and defense, also seemed to have suffered some damage. Hisong even saw a crack appearing in the base of the array. The arrays set up here, at this moment, only the illusion array was left, maintaining a faint illusion, preventing this place from being discovered by other cultivators. However, although the scene in front of him made Hisong instantly realize that this place seemed to have been invaded by cultivators. But, as there was no one around, and his own strength was enough, moreover he was a disciple of the Thick Earth sect. If attacked, even if he couldn't win, he could quickly rush to the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion for help. Therefore, Hisong didn't rush to leave this place. Instead, a light flashed in his eyes, and he looked towards the center of the valley. At first glance, Hisong's eyes immediately saw a scene different from before. This place, where spirit chi had dispersed and the spirit chi gathered by the spirit gathering arrays had completely disappeared, leaving only a bit of sparse spirit chi still lingering around. However, in this place where the spirit chi was sparse, Hisong saw a scene of spirit chi soaring in a certain place. This anomaly almost instantly caught Hisong's attention. After pondering, Hisong wielded his red gold sword and thick earth shield, and a few high-grade thick earth amulets also appeared in his hand. Only then did he cautiously leave the valley and came to a high mountain not far from the valley. Atop the high mountain, Hisong hid his body under the ground, revealing only one eye looking towards the place where the spirit chi soared. This glance immediately made Hisong's eyes fill with utter astonishment. In the valley, through the illusion of the illusion array, Hisong quickly spotted the remains of a monk. The bones were severely damaged, as if slashed by blades and axes or burned by fierce flames, making them look extremely battered. Judging from the state of his death, it seemed as if he was killed by the five elements array. When Hisong had just used his spirit vision skill, the location of the surge of spirit chi was exactly where the remains lay. Seeing this, Hisong examined the surroundings once more. After confirming there were no ambushes, he moved fully armed into the valley. The moment he entered the valley, Hisong cast several array foundations to completely repair the five elements array. After the five elements array was fully repaired, he cast several more array foundations to re-establish the illusion array. After completing these steps, and operating the two arrays to envelop the entire valley, he detected no presence and finally let out a sigh of relief. His gaze then turned to the location of the remains. Remaining vigilant, Hisong soon arrived at the site of the remains. A monk's remains. They contained a substantial amount of spirit chi. After a monk's death, the spirit chi in their bones gradually dissipates, returning to the heavens and the earth. This is what causes the surge of spirit chi. However, if the person was killed and their body burned on the spot, the contained spirit chi would quickly dissipate and there would be no surge of spirit. The remains before Hisong were indeed those which had not been damaged after death. This person. I clearly set up the illusion array outside the five elements array. How could someone forcefully break in and get killed by the five elements array? Staring at the remains before him, Hisong was utterly perplexed. Looking back at the 20 acres of spirit field full of dried up spirit rice, Hisong let out a sigh. If you're going to die, just die. And yet he ruined my 20 acres of spirit rice. That's over 2,000 spirit stones. If this person hadn't forcefully intruded, the five elements array wouldn't have been activated. It wouldn't have been trying to kill this person, draining its own spirit stones, then forcefully drawing the spirit chi from the spirit gathering array. When the spirit stones in the spirit gathering array are exhausted and it becomes ineffective, the spirit rice naturally dies as well. However, thankfully the five elements array forcefully killed this person and didn't allow him to escape. Otherwise, what Hisong would have come upon would probably have been a completely empty valley. Though it didn't differ much from that now. But at least, he could loot the body to recoup some losses. With a simple summon, the storage bag next to the remains fell into Hisong's hands. After a brief sense check, an array of items appeared before Hisong. Spirit stones, books, clothes, artifacts. Hisong was dazzled by the variety. But upon a thorough search, he found that these items were only worth a little over 500 spirit stones. The wealth of a chi-refining mid-stage cultivator probably amounted to this. Seeing this, Hisong silently cursed his bad luck. Then, with a spit of spirit chi from his fingertips, a huge fireball suddenly appeared before him. The next moment, the fireball fell, and the monk's remains were instantly burned to ashes. Without hesitating, he gathered the ashes into the storage bag, and let out a sigh. Alas, I wonder if I can still use this spirit field,
and if this person has any friends who might come here. His gaze sweeping over the 20 acres of spirit field behind him, a struggle flashed through Isong's eyes. Chapter 133, 133, 132, The killing intent arises everything that happened in the mountain valley. He had already thought about such a day. Years ago, when he came to open the spirit field here, he had thought about cultivators breaking into the valley. However, precisely because of this, Isong chose to expand the range of the illusion array's cover, hiding the 5 phases array within it. In this way, even if someone wanted to break through the arrays, they would be trapped in the illusion array. Once they entered the illusion array, most cultivators would subconsciously leave under the influence of the array's effect. Only if the illusion array could not stop the opponent, or if they had a way to move forward and come into contact with the 5 phases array, would it trigger the attack of the 5 phases array. But he had not expected that. Even after making such preparations, there were still cultivators who perished under the 5 phases array set up by himself. And just when Isong hesitated whether he could still use this place, the appearance of a sound-transmitting paper crane suddenly made him more cautious. In the sky, a sound-transmitting paper crane fell quietly and soon stopped outside the illusion array. Without recalling the artifacts on his body, Isong's eyes flashed with spirit power as he looked around. After confirming that there were no cultivators around, he went to the paper crane's location, reaching out to release his own breath. However, when Isong's breath touched the paper crane, the spirit chi shining on the paper crane did not turn into a piece of paper. Instead, its spirit chi remained unchanged, causing Isong's vigilance to reach its peak. Subconsciously, Isong retreated quickly, instantly returning to the protection range of the 5 phases array. At the same time, a number of high-quality thick earth amulets were ready to be activated. All they needed was for Isong's thoughts to move, and they would thoroughly protect him. Retreating into the 5 phases array. Glancing around and finding no other cultivators or attacks appearing, Isong looks at the paper crane with a sudden sense of danger in his heart. I can't stay here. This sound-transmitting paper crane should be looking for the cultivator who died. I just don't know if anyone will follow the direction of the paper crane and come here. Glancing at the withered spirit rice in the valley and the still shining paper crane outside the illusion array, Isong immediately decided to destroy this place and completely abandon the spirit field. The sound-transmitting paper crane remained unresponsive for a long time, and the friends and family of the person who died under the 5 phases array might eventually trace their way here. Instead of continuing to plant spirit rice here and living in fear every day, it would be better to give up this place altogether and find another mountain valley to grow spirit rice. In this way, he could both disassociate himself from the man's death and ensure that the spirit field's array skills would not be discovered by others. Having thought this far, Isong no longer paid attention to the sound-transmitting paper crane. Instead, he started using object controlling skills to uproot all the withered spirit rice in the spirit field. Let the paper crane stay there. If someone came afterward and found the sound-transmitting paper crane destroyed, they might immediately sense something wrong. It would be better not to deal with it and not expose his own existence. Outside the illusion array. There, the sound-transmitting paper crane was still shining. In the illusion array, Isong used object controlling skills to uproot all the withered spirit rice in the 20-acre spirit field, and then ignited a fire, reducing all the withered spirit rice into ashes. He collected the ashes into a storage bag, planning to deal with them after leaving this place. After doing all this, Isong was using object controlling skills to level the ground, trying to restore the spirit field's appearance back to that of an ordinary mountain valley. But just as he was cleaning up the traces of the spirit field, another sound-transmitting paper crane descended from the sky and landed outside the illusion array. Seeing this situation, Isong's expression changed, and he immediately sped up the process of clearing the traces of the spirit field. He manipulated spirit power through object controlling skills to turn over and compress the 20 acres of land that had originally been turned into a spirit field in the valley. In addition, Isong also manipulated his spirit power to scatter seeds of weeds over the turned-over land. In this way, he only had to wait for 10 days or half a month for the weeds to grow and cover the newly turned land, and his mountain valley would return to its original state, making it impossible to tell that there had ever been a 20-acre spirit field here. As for the spirit chi contained in the spirit field,
In fact, as soon as the spirit rice withered and the spirit gathering array lost its effect, the spirit chi in the spirit field had already gradually dissipated. At this point, the 20-acre spirit field had already degraded into ordinary farmland. After being turned over by Hisong, it only remained for the weeds to grow back for the area to return to its original state. Hisong was wrapping up the area. After turning over the land and sowing the weed seeds, he collected all the array foundations of the now ineffective spirit gathering arrays.
But just at this moment,
the third sound-transmitting paper crane fell from the sky and landed outside the illusion array. Seeing this situation, Hisong's expression slightly stiffened. It was hard for the appearance of one paper crane after another not to make Hisong think of something. Perhaps, the person who died in the 5 phases array, his friends, and family were looking for him this way.
Based on the timing of the paper cranes falling,
the other party should be getting closer and closer to this place.
However, if he left now and removed the illusion array and the 5 phases array, the freshly turned land would completely expose his identity as an array pathmaster. The freshly turned land might make the incoming person think that he was hiding something. Following this line of thought, they might detect the 20-acre spirit field that Hisong had originally created here. And the person who died in the 5 phases array, his body was within this range. Such a coincidence would surely make the incoming person suspicious. If they couldn't find Hisong, they might publicize this matter on a large scale, and that was very likely. By then,
thinking of the scene where he would be surrounded and blocked by countless people, Hisong couldn't help but pale. After some consideration, Hisong accelerated the movements in his hands and did not remove the illusion array and 5 phases array. Only after a while, when all traces of the spirit field's existence had been completely erased, did Hisong finally breathe a sigh of relief and dive into the ground, making his way in the distance. Underground, he also activated the breath concealment formulas. At this moment, Hisong didn't need to worry about others discovering him. However, even so, he had to tunnel a few miles away from the valley before revealing one eye from the soil in a concealed spot, looking in the direction of the valley. Finding a good hiding spot here, Hisong sighed softly in his heart.
It's just bad luck that you arrived too early.
If you had come 10 days or half a month later, when the valley was restored to its original state, this wouldn't have happened, with the intent to kill rising in his heart. Several plans suddenly flashed through Hisong's mind. If the person who came was extremely powerful, and they discovered that he had set up arrays and planted spirit rice in the valley, he would have to leave immediately. At worst, he could sell off all the 110,000 pounds of spirit rice on his body before the news spread.
Chapter 134, Chapter 133, 3 Nails and 9 Bows. He got the spirit stone.
Now he can go and cultivate a new spirit field. However, since he's been exposed, Hisong will not be able to sell spirit rice within the sphere of influence of the thick earth sect anymore. He must go to other golden elixir great sects in the surrounding area to sell the spirit rice in order to ensure his own safety. If the strength of the person coming is neither too strong nor too weak, he would simply wait here for the person to step into the 5 phases array and then take decisive action. Under the double attack of the 5 phases array and his own strength, even if the person is a terrifying late-stage cultivator, Hisong would have great confidence in dragging the person to their death here. Here is Hisong's home ground, and under the blessing of 2 array skills, he would only need to use the mountain pressing sword riding skill to launch a sneak attack from a distance. Taking advantage of the enemy's absence of mind and the distraction of dealing with the 5 phases array, it's not unlikely that he can deliver a fatal or heavy blow to a terrifying late-stage cultivator in one strike. At the same time, while the enemy has entered the 5 phases array and is within the scope of the illusion array, there would be no chance for the enemy to escape once he makes his move. With the death of this person, not only would Hisong not expose his identity, but also everything related to the spirit field in this valley would be completely concealed by the passage of time. Just wait for 10 days or half a month, and when the weeds in the valley begin to sprout and thrive, all traces here would disappear with them. By that time, even if someone manages to track their way here, they would have no idea that there were once 20 acres of spirit fields. People who come afterwards would only see a picturesque valley of green mountains and clear waters. They would never suspect that there were once 20 acres of spirit fields here. Besides, if the strength of the enemy is weak, such as the terrifying mid-stage or even lower, Hisong would still wait for the person to enter the 5 phases array's coverage area before making a move. With Hisong's current 7th tier Qi refining cultivation, dealing with a cultivator at the Qi refining mid stage or even Qi refining early stage could be considered effortless. However, to prevent escape, Hisong decided to play it safe. If he doesn't make a move, and when he does, it would be a thunderous strike. A few miles away from the valley, Hisong only had one eye showing as he looked towards the valley. Soon the 4th sound-transmitting paper crane descended from the sky and landed outside the illusion array. Then came the 5th, the 6th. A moment later a sneaky figure suddenly emerged from the woods, holding a sound-transmitting paper crane that soared into the sky, heading straight towards the valley in front of him. Upon seeing this scene, the figure immediately looked up at the sound-transmitting paper crane. However, when he saw the paper crane quickly stopping outside the valley in front of him, a glimmer of delight flashed through his eyes. Following that, the person rushed towards the valley without hesitation. Bender a few miles away. Hisong had already seen the person as soon as they appeared. His eyes flickered with divine light. Hisong let out a sigh of relief. The person approaching was in the 6th tier Qi refining stage. Qi refining mid-stage. After learning the person's cultivation level, a weight was immediately lifted from Hisong's heart. He had long been prepared for the worst, but now it seemed that he might not need to turn and leave as soon as he saw the person, like he had thought before. Only at 6th tier Qi refining for Hisong, even a head-on confrontation is considered easy to defeat. Perhaps, without Hisong's actions, the 5 phases array could directly send this person to their demise. Not to mention that a cultivator at the Qi refining mid-stage had previously died under the 5 phases array. Furthermore, he had already made plans. Now, just waiting for the person to step into the 5 phases array, he can wash his hands of this person and completely erase this place's abnormalities, and his own secrets would naturally not be discovered by others. Hisong is waiting. However, the person approaching from afar has already arrived outside the valley at this moment. After seeing the few sound-transmitting paper cranes flashing with spirit light outside the valley, the excitement in the person's eyes vanished in a flash. I've been searching for a long time, but luckily I knew Mr. Lee disappeared in this area. Otherwise, it would be hard to follow the paper crane with its fast speed. Mr. Lee's breath disappeared here. Could this valley be the inherited token left behind by a senior he mentioned before leaving? It's been half a year since I last saw Mr. Lee, and he might have already perished. I, Chen Zhong, will gladly accept this senior's inheritance. As he spoke, Chen Zhong took the paper cranes in his hand and carefully stowed them away, before bowing 3 times and kowtowing 9 times toward the valley. I, Chen Zhong, if I receive the inheritance of a senior today, I will definitely carry on the legacy and never forget the kindness of the senior. Looking at his appearance, he seems to think that there is some senior's inheritance in this place. And he even bowed 3 times and kowtowed 9 times, as if trying to move the senior with sincerity. Seeing this scene, Hisong's face looked strange. He never expected that the spirit field he cultivated would be mistaken for a cultivator's burial ground by someone else. Although in the cultivation world, it's common for cultivators to obtain a senior's inheritance in the wild, this valley doesn't look like a cultivator's tomb at all, does it? This Chen Zhong even kowtowed here for some kind of senior's inheritance. This is simply absurd. However, just when Hisong was feeling strange in his heart and thought it was absurd, Chen Zhong suddenly disappeared from the spot. Hisong looked carefully. It turns out that Chen Zhong directly stepped into the illusion array. The illusion array is only a beginner's array skill, which can hide the breath, obscure the sight, and also has a slight confusing effect. At most, it can make cultivators and mortals subconsciously avoid the place. For this kind of cultivator who actively seeks it out and is determined to break in, it doesn't have much use. Therefore, as soon as the person stepped into the illusion array's coverage, the illusions created by the array swallowed him up. To the outside world, it looked as if this person suddenly vanished from the spot, which was quite strange. Seeing this, Hisong's eyes remained focused on Chen Zhong. Hisong could see through the illusion array he had laid out himself. Thus, he could keep his eyes locked on Chen Zhong. Until Chen Zhong stepped a few steps into the illusion array and entered the 5 phases array very quickly. In an instant, the murderous aura in the 5 phases array suddenly rose. Under the surge of the 5 phases power, a series of attacks came down from the sky, directly aiming for Chen Zhong. golden sword light, burning vines, large falling stones as tall as a person. Under the operation of the 5 phases array, a series of attacks followed one after another, directly attacking Chenzhong, who had just entered the array.
However, even though he was suddenly attacked, Chenzhong didn't panic. Instead, a hint of excitement appeared on his face. Good, good.
I knew Mr. Li came here to find a senior's inheritance and didn't return for half a year. It turns out there's an array skill guarding it.
Luckily, I'm prepared for this.
Once I break through this array skill, I'm sure I'll gain a lot. As he spoke, Chenzhong suddenly produced a shield in his hand. With a thought, the shield in his hand immediately blocked the incoming attacks and firmly protected him. Chapter 135, Chapter 134, Killing with One Strike. Seeing this, Chenzhong threw his head back and laughed. He quickly sat cross-legged and started to recoup his spirit power by absorbing spirit stones.
He knew nothing about breaking the array with agility.
But as for breaking it with brute force, he was an expert. As a loose cultivator, he had seen such array skills in various places. With such an array, all you need to do is drain the spirit stones within the array and it will be completely ineffective. He had artifact protection and brought enough elixirs and spirit stones to last a long time within the array. Bender in this way, as long as he could exhaust the spirit stones in the array would naturally dissipate. Once that happened, it would be his time to harvest the legacy of the senior cultivator. Chenzhong had such an idea in his mind and a big smile appeared on his face. He seemed to see the so-called legacy already.
However,
just as he was sitting and absorbing spirit chi to restore his spirit power, Hisong, originally several miles away, had already returned to the valley through earth tunneling. He presented the red gold sword. The thick earth shield was also presented. In his hand were several high-quality thick earth amulets. Hisong calmly watched Chenzhong, who was in the midst of the 5 phases array, and immediately without hesitation, employed mountain pressing sword riding skill. With a flash of red gold light
inside the 5 phases array,
Chenzhong, who had been eagerly contemplating the future, thought he would obtain the legacy of the senior cultivators, and from this point forward, he staggered and fell on the ground. Until the moment his head was cut off by the red gold sword, he couldn't understand.
Why did the attack from the 5 phases array suddenly become so terrifying? Everything was originally going well.
His artifact shield could block all attacks, and he only had to sustain his spirit power output to hold out for a long time. But why did a red gold flash pass by, and the headless body in front of him emerged?
This headless body, he recognized.
It was his own body. It wasn't until his decapitated head, which had already fallen to the ground, suddenly noticed that the 5 phases array's attack had entirely disappeared, and the figure of Hisong had appeared, that he realized. It turns out, someone got here first. As such a thought flashed across his mind, the last scene Chenzhong saw was a massive fireball swallowing him whole as Hisong casually pointed. He did not know that what he and Mr. Li were looking for was not really a legacy of a senior cultivator, but a spirit field that produced more than 20,000 caddies of spirit rice annually. Within just a year, over 2,000 spirit stones could be harvested. If they really took control of this spirit field, their path in life would undoubtedly change drastically. In the future, there might even be a chance for foundation establishment.
Unfortunately, he came at an inconvenient time.
If he had come 10 days or half a month later, Hisong would have already left and the valley would have returned to its original state, untraceable. If Hisong hadn't worried about revealing his identity,
he might not have ended up dying in this way.
After burning Chenzhong's dead body into ashes and storing them in a storage bag for later use, Hisong finally picked up his storage bag. It was an inferior storage bag. The standard storage bag used by the vast majority of chi refining mid-stage, or even chi refining late-stage, loose cultivators. After casually flipping through it, Hisong's eyes flashed with surprise. Inside the storage bag, besides spirit stones and artifacts, there were entirely restorative elixirs for restoring spirit power.
So many elixirs were naturally expensive.
Hisong calculated it all, and the items in the storage bag were worth over 700 spirit stones, making him a relatively wealthy chi refining mid-stage loose cultivator. This man indeed sensed something and prepared quite thoroughly. He put away the storage bag, sighed, and then sat down to meditate and cultivate. He had just killed a man. Hisong planned to wait here for a while until the weeds in the valley started to grow back and gradually return to their original state unnoticed, then he would leave. With the 5 phases array and the illusion array there, he didn't have to worry about his safety. Even if someone discovered this place within the short span of half a month, Hisong had set up the illusion array and 5 phases array. Even if he couldn't win in a fight, he could still manage to escape, since it wouldn't pose a threat to his own safety. Why not wait here until the valley returns to its previous state before leaving? After all, if someone stumbled upon the valley after he left and noticed the abnormalities, it would cause more trouble. With this in mind, half a month had quickly passed by. During this time, Hisong had erased all traces of himself, the spirit fields, and array skills from the valley. Today, Hisong had even dismantled the 5 phases array and the illusion array. The valley, once home to 20 acres of spirit field, was now overrun with wild plants. It was impossible to tell that 20 acres of spirit fields had ever existed here. Plants in the cultivation world grow rapidly with the nourishment of sparse spirit chi. Once all traces had been completely erased, Hisong disappeared into the ground and quickly set off towards the distance. However, along his way, he began to look for a place to set up a new spirit field. The valley near the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion could no longer be used. Hisong couldn't guarantee that no one would trace back to the valley in the future. Therefore, it would be better to find a new secluded place to establish a spirit field. After distancing himself from the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion, Hisong emerged from underground, activated the mountain wind riding skill, and while heading back to the thick earth sect, he started looking for a new hiding place. Unconsciously, Hisong deviated from his original straight path and took a detour. Quickly, several days passed. Ideal locations for establishing spirit fields were indeed scarce. In the past few days, Hisong had yet to find a suitable place. Hisong continued to walk forward, but the place he was in had slightly deviated from his original path. As Hisong carried on, an unexpected glance made his eyes light up. At an unknown time, he had arrived at the top of a valley. Beneath his feet, the valley was shrouded in mist, had a huge inner space, and was surrounded by high mountains. Such a scene immediately made Hisong's eyes light up with surprise. This place seems fit to set up a spirit field. As this idea flashed through his mind, a fiery excitement lit up in Hisong's eyes as he looked at the valley. This valley seemed to be even larger than the first valley where he set up his spirit field. With a rough estimate, if he established a spirit field in this valley, he would be able to create a field that spanned 30 acres. 30 acres of spirit fields. This would produce over 30,000 caddies of spirit rice every year. After selling it, he would earn over 3,000 spirit stones. With this in mind, Hisong promptly stopped and quickly descended into the valley engulfed in clouds and fog. He looked around. The valley was shrouded in cloud and fog above, and below flowed gentle streams, snaking like a jade dragon in the valley. The valley was rich in fertile soil, and without dense spirit chi, there was no need to worry about attracting other cultivators. The more Hisong looked, the more satisfied he became. This was indeed a good place to establish a spirit field. Moreover, it was only several thousand miles away from the thick earth sect, which was less than half the distance from the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion. Comparatively, establishing a spirit field here would be more convenient than continuing towards the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion. However, to set up a spirit field here, he needed to first set up an illusion array, a 5 phases array, and a spirit gathering array that could cover 30 acres of spirit field. Thinking and acting. After several days of preparations, the array skills completely covered the valley. After all this was done, Hisong looked at the storage bags on him and planned to sell some goods. The fields in this valley will take 2 years to fully transform into a spirit field, and it will take another year before they can produce spirit rice. First sell off the spirit rice in my possession, then sell off the other things I carry and find an immortal pavilion. A map flashed in Hisong's mind. He quickly figured out his current general location and immediately located the position of the nearest immortal pavilion. The Flowers Immortal Pavilion? Chapter 136, 136, 135, 10,000 Spirit Stones Flowers Immortal Pavilion?
Why does this name sound a bit off?
After finding the location of the closest Flowers Immortal Pavilion to him, a thought flashed through Isong's mind. But then he shook his head and cast the thought aside. He was here to sell goods, not to look for flowers. Whether it's called Flowers Immortal Pavilion or whatever, it didn't matter. It didn't affect his selling spirit rice and disposing of stolen goods. After one last glance at the valley that had been completely shrouded by array skills, Isong's figure soared up into the air, swiftly heading towards the location of the Flowers Immortal Pavilion.
Soon,
in just one day, Isong appeared at the entrance of the Flowers Immortal Pavilion. At this time, Isong was completely covered in a black robe, constantly using the breath concealment formulas to hide all his breath. With such attire, Isong seemed incredibly mysterious. However, there were similarly dressed people passing by from time to time, so Isong's appearance wasn't very conspicuous. Scanning the surroundings, Isong's figure halted slightly.
Flowers Immortal Pavilion. Named after the variety of spirit flowers planted within the pavilion. Unlike other pavilions, the Flowers Immortal Pavilion did not have spirit rice planted on the periphery.
Instead, it was covered in enchanting spirit flowers. These spirit flowers were used for making incense, adding flavor to spirit alcohol, bathing cultivators, and more. In short, spirit flowers were of great value. Immediately, he was enveloped by a fragrant aroma. It was the season of blooming flowers, and as Isong looked around, he felt as if both he and the entire Flowers Immortal Pavilion were immersed in a sea of flowers. Countless spirit flowers were competing for attention in the flower field, bringing an intense visual impact. But Isong merely paused for a moment before his gaze shifted to the map of the Flowers Immortal Pavilion placed at the entrance. The map showed various areas of the Flowers Immortal Pavilion and the location of the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion that Isong was looking for. Flowers Immortal Pavilion. They also had a Spiritual Medicine Pavilion. Although this place was full of spirit flowers, cultivators also needed spirit rice for their daily cultivation. The Spiritual Medicine Pavilion and the Flowers Immortal Pavilion bought and sold spirit flowers as well as spirit rice. After a glance at the map, Isong remembered the different areas of the Flowers Immortal Pavilion and strode in. This time, Isong's cultivation had reached the chi-refining late stage, and his mood when selling spirit rice and disposing of stolen goods was quite different from before. When he first sold spirit rice, he was cautious, fearing that he might be watched. Now, with his chi-refining late stage cultivation level, although he was still careful, his mind was much calmer than before. At least, with his strength guaranteed, he was no longer afraid of those insignificant people. Even if he couldn't win a fight, he could still run away. With this mindset, Isong as a whole became more confident. Even the pace at which he walked was a little swifter. This was the benefit that strength brought to him. Flowers Immortal Pavilion. Spiritual Medicine Pavilion. In the VIP room, Isong took a sip of the spirit tea and a satisfied look flashed through his eyes. Indeed, the Flowers Immortal Pavilion had excellent spirit tea, combined with a rich floral aroma that was unforgettable. Mr. Han, does our Flowers Immortal Pavilion spirit tea meet your standards? Next to Isong, a wealthy-looking young man with curved eyebrows inquired with a smile. This man's name was Fong He, the steward in charge of the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion at Flowers Immortal Pavilion, who was taking care of Isong. Facing Isong, a chi-refining late-stage cultivator, even Spiritual Medicine Pavilion dared not to be careless. Execution. Time, 180s. As soon as Isong entered the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion, the spiritual pressure of a chi-refining late-stage cultivator immediately alarmed him. Then, Isong was directly escorted into the VIP room. Moreover, he was personally attended to by Fong He, the steward of the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion. Not bad, such spirit tea, even compared to green immortal spirit tea, has its unique charm. Good tea, good tea. Putting down the teacup, Isong casually complimented. Then, he waved his hand. Suddenly, a small cargo storage bag appeared on the table in front of Isong. Isong had come here not to drink tea, but to sell spirit rice. Having a sip of tea was just a courtesy to the host. More importantly, it was about selling spirit rice. Seeing this, Fang He took a look and, after getting Yisong's approval, picked up the small cargo storage bag from the table. Then, a look of surprise appeared on his face. 11,000 caddies of spirit rice, is Mr. Han from a foundation establishment clan? When Yisong came here, he used Han Feiyu as his name when introducing himself. As for his real name, there was no way he'd reveal it. Moreover, since the name Han Feiyu had appeared once before, using it again would serve to confuse others. So when Fang Yi spoke, he addressed Yisong as Mr. Han. Yisong didn't answer Fang Yi's question, just silently stared at him without saying a word. It wasn't until a moment later when Fang Yi felt uneasy and started sweating that Yisong withdrew his gaze. Mr. Fang, how much spirit stone can I get for this spirit rice? Without answering Fang Yi's question, Yisong directly asked for the price. According to Yisong's estimation, when selling spirit rice in the Immortal Pavilion's Spiritual Medicine Pavilion, generally speaking, they would take a 10% profit margin. The 11,000 caddies of spirit rice he offered could be sold for 11,000 spirit stones at market price. However, deducting the 10% profit would make the selling price of these 11,000 caddies of spirit rice drop to 9,900 spirit stones. Such a deduction made Yisong's heart ache slightly. But to sell these spirit rice quickly, Yisong had no choice but to sell. He simply didn't want to get caught up in mind games and potential danger with loose cultivators over such a small amount of spirit stones. Bothersome. Too troublesome. Therefore, sacrificing some profit in selling all the spirit rice in one go to the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion was what Yisong needed to do. 11,000 caddies of spirit rice, minus the 10% profit, is 9,900 spirit stones. Seeing that Yisong didn't answer his question, Fang Yi cautiously began to speak, but soon came up with another price. Of course, Mr. Han, the spirit rice of yours is of top quality, full and rich in spirit chi. I can offer 10,000 spirit stones to take it all. I just hope that if you have the chance in the future, you will visit our Flowers Immortal Pavilion Spiritual Medicine Pavilion again. As he spoke, Fang Yi wore a flattering smile, as though he genuinely anticipated Yisong's return. Seeing this, Yisong cautiously examined Fang Yi and, upon finding nothing suspicious, he nodded in agreement. Chapter 137, 136, Black Market. Alright, if there's a next time, I will certainly come back and continue trading with you. As Yisong spoke, he had already made up his mind. From now on, he would never set foot in Flowers Immortal Pavilion again. This Fang Yi, even offering a profit of 100 spirit stones, wanted Yisong to owe him a favor and continue trading with him here. Moreover, he didn't even think of asking for a kickback. This was too unusual. Yisong knew that during his first sale of Spirit Rice and Spirit Rabbit Immortal Mansion, the manager of the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion casually took a kickback within their conversation. But here, this Fang Yi wasn't even asking for a kickback. Such an abnormal thing instantly made Yisong more cautious. However, Yisong didn't show his caution on the surface, appearing calm, but in his heart, he had marked this place as forbidden. After today, Yisong would definitely not come back to Flowers Immortal Pavilion. At the same time, he also had to be cautious of Fang Yi. After he finished fencing the goods, he must be extremely careful, so he wouldn't have any accidents. After fencing the goods, he must leave immediately. With that thought, Yisong's gaze towards Fang Yi remained calm. As if he was completely unaware, and didn't show any signs of being on guard. Seeing Yisong agreeing, Fang Yi also showed a faint smile on his face. The transaction that followed went very smoothly on both sides. Yisong successfully obtained 10,000 spirit stones, greatly enriching his treasury. Meanwhile, Fang Yi received the 110,000 caddies of spirit rice Yisong had brought and stored them in the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion's warehouse. After personally escorting Yisong out of the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion, the smile on Fang Yi's face gradually disappeared. Watching Yisong's retreating back, a glint flashed in Fang Yi's eyes and disappeared quickly. 110,000 caddies of spirit rice, and not a member of the Foundation Establishment clan. Who is this person? Fang Yi speculated quietly in his mind about Yisong's actions since entering the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion, but he couldn't come to any conclusions. 10,000 spirit stones. Finally, Fang Yi sighed and vanished into the darkness, his voice fading away. leaving no trace of him in the spiritual medicine pavilion. 10,000 spirit stones is more than enough to drive a chi-refining late-stage cultivator to take enormous risks. After leaving the spiritual medicine pavilion, Hisong appeared calm but kept a low profile and watched his back, wanting to see if anyone was following him. However, after observing for a while, Hisong didn't find anything. Seeing this, Hisong breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that within the Immortal Pavilion, he didn't need to worry about anything. That being the case, he could go on and fence the goods. After fencing the goods, he would leave and go to the inn, just like he did last time in Spirit Rabbit Immortal Mansion. Following the map in his memory, Hisong quickly arrived at the stall section of Flower's Immortal Pavilion. On his body, there were now 3 inferior storage bags and 1 small cargo storage bag. In addition, there were 4 artifacts, some elixirs, and miscellaneous items. The stall section was the perfect place to fence goods. It was filled with all sorts of people. No need to mention just these items. Even if Hisong had acquired the entire fortune of a chi-refining late-stage cultivator, he would be able to sell them quickly. Walking through the stall section, Hisong soon saw some booths with black cloth mats at the very bottom. Having mingled in Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion for years, he naturally understood that these booths with black cloth mats were where all kinds of stolen goods were bought. Since they were usually black cloth mats, they were also called black market. They were often active in various immortal pavilions and even immortal cities, buying and selling various stolen goods. Those who operated these booths were cultivators who had backers behind them. They wouldn't ask where your goods came from and wouldn't make you worry about any risks after selling them. Of course, they were able to do so because of the huge profits involved. The purchase prices here were much lower than those in regular artifacts pavilions. A minor artifact, if sold in a regular artifacts pavilion, would usually cost around 100 spirit stones. But if sold here, it would fetch only around 60 spirit stones. A 40% difference. With such huge profits, booths like these existed in every immortal pavilion. Even immortal cities had such places as well. In immortal cities though, they normally rented shops rather than booths. Approaching one such booth, Hisong nonchalantly took out 2 inferior storage bags and just flashed them in front of the booth owner before putting them away. Seeing this, the booth owner's eyes immediately lit up. Not hiding anything, he directly closed the booth and left. Hisong saw this and chuckled in response, following right behind. Of course, it wasn't possible to trade stolen goods openly in the stall section. Outside the stall section, in a small tea house, by the time Hisong reached the tea house, the booth owner had already taken a seat in a corner. Seeing Hisong arrive, the booth owner promptly waved him over. Hisong looked around and, upon realizing that he was in a busy area and didn't need to worry about being ambushed, only then did he enter the tea house and sit down in front of the booth owner. As they sat at a table, neither of them spoke. The booth owner looked at Hisong. Hisong casually waved his hand, placing the 3 inferior storage bags and 1 small cargo storage bag he held on the table. Then, he took out the 4 artifacts, elixirs, and miscellaneous items he carried and placed them on the table as well. Of the 3 inferior storage bags, 1 was obtained by Wei Fan after killing Chinzhou and gifted to Hisong later. Hisong used it till he joined the Thick Earth sect before replacing it. As for the other 2 inferior storage bags, 1 was obtained from an unknown corpse near Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion, and the other was taken after killing Chinzhou. The small cargo storage bag, on the other hand, was purchased by Hisong in Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion. Now that the spirit rice had been sold, there was no use for it. As for the 4 artifacts, elixirs, and other miscellaneous items, they were naturally obtained from the corpse of the unknown person and from the killing of Chinzhou. As loose cultivators, both of them were in the chi-refining mid-stage with 1 offensive and 1 defensive minor artifact each. Now, both were dead, and their belongings ended up in Hisong's possession. When Hisong laid out all the items he planned to fence, the booth owner's face had changed from its initial excitement and anticipation to a solemn expression. He couldn't help it, the goods Hisong brought out were a bit too much for a chi-refining mid-stage cultivator like him. Even in the black market, the bold action of eagerly showing 4 storage bags, plus 4 minor artifacts, was rarely seen. Not to mention, Hisong was also dressed in a black robe and concealed his breath. With such a style, it was hard for him not to imagine something
Could the person in front of him be an evil cultivator? Chapter 138, 138, 137. Fat Sheep. A malevolent being who could easily kill two middle-stage chi refining cultivators would probably be at least a late-stage chi refining cultivator, wouldn't they? Moreover, a well-experienced late-stage chi refining cultivator at that. Since Hisong could easily slay two mid-stage chi refining cultivators. So, killing him would similarly be a piece of cake. Faced with such a malevolent being who could effortlessly rob him of his life, even backed by powerful support, the stall owner still felt immense pressure at that moment. Under Hisong's gaze, the stall owner swallowed a mouthful of saliva, then started to inspect the items with a solemn expression. He checked the storage bag, picked up the artifacts to inspect their quality, opened the jade bottle to examine the elixir, tossed assorted items around, calculating their price. After a moment, when all prices had been calculated, sweating profusely, fear now added to the look he gave Hisong. These things are clearly the relics of two mid-stage chi refining cultivators, and moreover, represent the wealth that only powerful mid-stage chi refining cultivators would possess. And now, all were in Hisong's possession. One can infer what exactly happened. Facing such a malevolent person, the stall owner was afraid that if he reported a low price, it would bring about his own demise. But Hisong was already looking at him, and even though he was unwilling, he had to speak up. "Sir, the total is 800 spirit stones, what do you think?" There was a tremble in his voice, and the stall owner was prepared to increase the price at any moment. All he wanted now was to save his own life. For storage bags could normally fetch 400 spirit stones when sold. For lower quality artifacts could also fetch 400 spirit stones when sold. Various elixirs and spirit amulets that Chen Zhong had prepared in advance, along with miscellaneous items, all these would amount to in value not below average. However, since they were selling in this place, the price naturally had to be discounted. Based on Hisong's own calculation, these items were worth 700 spirit stones, which was already quite good. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected joy. Hisong's eyes flashed a hint of satisfaction as he got an extra 100 spirit stones out of the blue. Feeling the price was fair, Hisong nodded in agreement to the transaction. Seeing this, the stall owner was beside himself with joy. He quickly took care of Hisong's spirit stones. Once the transaction was finished, Hisong left the small tea house and rapidly headed toward the inn at Flowers Immortal Pavilion. Last time. At Spirit Rabbit Immortal Mansion, Hisong departed from the inn. That time, his departure did not alert anyone, nor was he noticed by anyone. From his departure to his return to Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion, no one had shown up to intercept him. Thus, leaving through the same method became Hisong's first choice once again. Hisong went to the inn. However, outside the small tea house, the stall owner who had bought Hisong's items was now in trouble. "Stop. What did that man who just made a transaction with you sell?" Just as the stall owner had put away the items he received from Hisong and left the small tea house, heading towards his own base, a man in a black robe blocked his path. Then, the presence of a late-stage chi refining cultivator emerged. Even though it only lasted for a brief moment, it still caused the stall owner's face to turn pale. In this little Flowers Immortal Pavilion, a late-stage chi refining cultivator was not any ordinary cabbage. Even he, a black market stall owner, was merely a 6th-tier chi refining person. Despite having a supporter behind him, it was still questionable whether his supporter would step in for a minor character like him. "Sir, everything that the other sir sold is right here. If you would like to have it, consider it a gift from me." Meeting two late-stage chi refining cultivators in such a short period of time, the stall owner felt he just had bad luck. In order to survive, he could only reluctantly hand over all the items to the man in the black robe in front of him, hoping to avoid disaster. At the same time, he closely watched the man in black robe before him without raising any suspicions. A daring idea then emerged in his mind. Could it be, the man who sold the items to him wanted them back? However, he quickly dismissed the idea. The man in black robe before him did not have the same physique as Hisong, who had traded with him earlier. Although they both wore black robes, there were still differences.
At his side, the man in black robe, without showing any politeness, took the parcel from the stall owner upon hearing his words. This person was Fang He, the steward of the spiritual medicine pavilion under the Flowers Immortal Pavilion. After He Song left the spiritual medicine pavilion, Fang He had followed him all the way here. He had just witnessed the trading process between He Song and the stall owner in front of him. Suspicious, he stopped the stall owner, wanting to see what exactly He Song had sold. However, when he saw what was inside the package, Fang He's face changed drastically. Inside the package, there were 4 storage bags, 4 artifacts. There were also several elixirs and spirit amulets, and a variety of other miscellaneous items. Such a large and messy collection of items indicated that all these things were stolen goods. As for their origin, perhaps they were plundered from people like himself who had He Song in their sights? For a moment, cold sweat dripped from Fang He's forehead. He had thought he had set his sights on a fat sheep. But he didn't expect that this sheep was actually a wolf in sheep's clothing. Looking at the items casually thrown in by He Song, he could sense that He Song's strength was definitely not weak. Moreover, how would a fat sheep know about the existence of the black market in the Immortal Pavilion? How could a fat sheep, as a loose cultivator, cultivate to the chi-refining late stage? If it really were a fat sheep. With so many thoughts flashing through his mind, Fang He felt a chill running down his spine. Had he not been careful and deliberately stopped this person, wanting to check what He Song had given, perhaps he would have followed him and tried to kill He Song by now? By then. With He Song's cunning nature, he was likely to end up handing over everything to He Song. Thinking about this scenario, Fang He felt a chill running from his head to toe, making him shudder. In a moment, he woke up completely, the greed in his heart completely disappeared. What replaced it was an intense feeling of regret. A regular person would not be able to casually pull out so much spirit rice. One that's worth 10,000 spirit stones. Such a large sum wasn't something an ordinary cultivator could afford. Could all this spirit rice have been plundered from the bodies of dead cultivators? The more he thought about it, the more scared he became, feeling like he had seen through everything. If he hadn't been a little careful. Get lost. Leaving behind these words, Fang He, full of regret, turned and ran as if the wind was at his heels, disappearing from the scene in an instant. And also, disappearing along with him was the package that the stall owner had purchased from He Song for 800 spirit stones. The stall owner, having spent 800 spirit stones for nothing, felt utterly miserable. However, the 2 people who had caused him loss were both chi-refining late-stage cultivators. Even though he was gritting his teeth in anger, he could only swallow his rage due to his own lack of power. Having looked around and not seeing anyone stopping him, the stall owner also left. But looking at his stumbling steps, his mood didn't seem very pleasant. In this business, big profits always came with big risks. Black market, black market. Incidents of swindling were not uncommon. But He Song, who was currently in the inn, had no idea about everything that had happened after he left. In the room of the inn, He Song activated his array skills, hiding his aura. He then burned up his black robe. He then used his spirit power to cleanse himself and his storage bag, ensuring that there were no residual traces on him that could be tracked. After doing all this, he changed into a new black robe. Then, he burrowed underground and quickly left Flowers Immortal Pavilion. Being underground, he moved swiftly. Under the cover of invisibility, he quickly left the Flowers Immortal Pavilion and headed for the distance. He Song was completely unaware that his casual act of disposing stolen goods had scared off a chi-refining late-stage cultivator who had him in his sights. However, after traveling hundreds of miles away from the Flowers Immortal Pavilion and seeing no pursuit, He Song made a turn. Instead of returning to the Thick Earth sect, he headed towards the location of the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion. Chapter 139, 138, Visiting Relatives and Friends. Since it was the time for leaving the sect to gain experience, returning too early might cause unnecessary troubles. Why not visit some friends and relatives first? Wait until it's about the right time, then return to the sect. If he remembered correctly, Zhao Lin should still be in the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion. Hisong and Wei Fan had joined the Thick Earth sect, and among the friends in Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion, only Zhao Lin was left for Hisong. For this amulet Tao master who had helped him a lot, Hisong had not forgotten him.
Soon
after several days, Hisong returned to the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion and met Zhao Lin. After a long talk with Zhao Lin, the two exchanged information about their recent situation. Zhao Lin's cultivation level had reached the 6th tier of qi refining. When they first met more than 10 years ago, Zhao Lin's cultivation level was higher than Hisong's. At that time, Hisong was at the 3rd tier of qi refining. Zhao Lin was at the 4th tier.
That was the reason why Mengguan handed the management position of the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion to him.
But now, more than 10 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Hisong's cultivation had broken through to the 7th tier of qi refining, and he had made great progress within this tier. As for Zhao Lin, although he was an amulet Tao master and had no shortage of resources, his cultivation was still caught up and surpassed by Hisong. Since Hisong set up the spirit gathering array, his cultivation speed had become faster and faster. Together with his near-exhausting promotion afterwards, Hisong's cultivation progress could be said to be extremely fast. As an amulet Tao master, Zhao Lin could not keep up with Hisong's progress. However, Zhao Lin had now become a well-known amulet Tao master in the area. He had gone further on the path of a Taoist master than Hisong and obtained more and more spirit stones. As for Zhao Lin, upon learning that Hisong's cultivation had broken through to the 7th tier of qi refining, Mengguan had successfully established his foundation and become a foundation establishment master.
When Hisong joined the Thick Earth sect under Mengguan's guidance, Zhao Lin also sighed.
Many years ago, his relationship with Mengguan was pretty good, although it wasn't like Hisong's relationship with Mengguan, where they formed a small circle of friends. But compared to ordinary friends, they were much closer. It can be seen by the fact that when Mengguan left, he handed over the management position of the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion to Zhao Lin. But after Mengguan left the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion and went to mine red spirit gold, his relationship with Mengguan gradually faded. Until now, they hadn't been in contact for a long time. Hearing suddenly that his good friend from the past had become a foundation establishment master, but the relationship between himself and this good friend had gradually drifted apart, Zhao Lin's feelings were imaginable. However, after a moment of loss, Zhao Lin regained his usual calmness. Raising his teacup and toasting towards the direction of the Thick Earth sect, Zhao Lin sighed. It's time, it's fate, I am not qualified to ask for Mengguan's help anymore, but his kindness in helping me, I always keep in my heart. After saying that, Zhao Lin drank the tea in his cup and began to talk about other interesting things.
It's as if he wanted to leave everything behind.
Seeing this, Hisong could only close his mouth without mentioning it, and continue accompanying him.
The relationship between people also needs to be cultivated.
If you haven't been in contact for a long time, the relationship will naturally fade.
Just like Zhao Lin and Mengguan now. That's it. After reconnecting with Zhao Lin, several days later,
Hisong was about to leave when a scene of a little girl running towards him suddenly flashed through his mind. His steps paused.
Hisong sighed and soon arrived at the outer perimeter of the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion's first district.
Years ago, the little girl who used to ask him for candy had already embarked on the path of cultivation and matured into a graceful lady. When they met again, it was she who nudged him out of his bewilderment. Now, they hadn't seen each other for many years.
I wonder how she's doing now.
While walking on the streets of the first district, Hisong's gaze scanned the surroundings, constantly searching for that familiar figure. However, after searching for quite some time, Hisong still hadn't found her. He searched for a while longer.
Hisong stopped walking.
A thin piece of paper then appeared in his hand. If he couldn't find her, he could just arrange a place and wait for her to come. Spirit power surged out, inscribing the address of a nearby tea house on the paper, inviting Su Yan to meet him there. Immediately afterward, Hisong released a burst of spirit power from his fingertips. Soon, the thin paper in his hand transformed into a sound-transmitting paper crane, soaring into the sky and flying into the distance. Hisong glanced at the direction the paper crane flew and turned to enter the tea house.
In a short while,
Hisong, who was already waiting in the tea house, was eventually joined by Su Yan. As she entered the tea house, her eyes scanned the area, and upon spotting Hisong, her face instantly brightened.
Song. After waving and calling out to Hisong, Su-yen immediately came running over.
As Hisong looked over, a flash of divine light flickered in his eyes. He was then astonished to realize that Su-yen's cultivation had actually reached the 4th tier of qi refining. Upon seeing this, a touch of surprise flashed in Hisong's eyes, but he immediately realized something. It had been a full 8 years since he last saw Su-yen. In 8 years, advancing from the 1st tier qi refining to the 4th tier was not astonishing in the least. Even Hisong himself had broken through from the 1st tier to the 4th tier of qi refining in just 7 years.
Nevertheless, Su-yen's progress in cultivation still impressed Hisong.
His memories of the second meeting with Su-yen flashed in his mind. Then, he glanced at Su-yen, whose appearance hadn't changed at all, still looking like a young maiden, and Hisong felt as if they were worlds apart. Successfully meeting Su-yen, Hisong chatted with her for a while. He also gave her advice on some matters she casually mentioned.
It was like this until several days later. Hisong bid farewell to Su-yen in Jiaolin, leaving the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion. 1 day later, Hisong's figure appeared in the Green Wall Immortal City. Since he had time after meeting with Jiaolin, Hisong wanted to visit Green Wall Immortal City and personally thank Master Qingyue, Pinger, and Chu Shuangshuang. When he first joined the Thick Earth sect, it wouldn't have been possible for him and Wei Fan to have the foundation establishment elixirs they held now without Master Qingyue's kind words. Although the foundation establishment elixirs were given by the sect leader, they were greatly related to Master Qingyue as well. Therefore, whenever he had some free time, Hisong would visit Green Wall Immortal City to express his gratitude in person. Master Qingyue had been guarding Green Wall Immortal City for a long time, so to find her, naturally, Hisong had to come here. After entering Green Wall Immortal City and selecting 3 valuable gifts, Hisong finally paid a visit. These 3 gifts cost him a total of 1,500 spirit stones. 1,000 spirit stones worth of gifts were for Master Qingyue, of course. The remaining 500 spirit stones were split into 2 parts, one for Pinger and the other for Chu Shuangshuang. Although 500 spirit stones worth of gifts could not compare to even a single foundation establishment elixir, it could still be considered as a token of appreciation. Chapter 140, Chapter 139, QJ refining 8th layer. With his wealth all laid out, 3 years had passed, and Hisong had only a few spirit stones left. It was believed that taking out all of his assets to buy gifts to thank the 3 of them should not seem too stingy. Perhaps, it could even earn him some goodwill. Hisong arrived at Master Qingyue's residence. After revealing his identity as a disciple of the Thick Earth sect, Hisong was respectfully welcomed into the residence by the servants. Passing through various corridors, he arrived at a deeper part of the residence. Hisong met the 3 of them in a small pavilion in a flower garden. Junior Hisong greets Master Qingyue and my 2 senior sisters. Hisong personally thanked Master Qingyue, Pinger, and Chu Shuangshuang for their gifts. Master Qingyue did not make any noticeable response.
However, after looking at Hisong's gift, her gaze slightly softened, and her tone changed accordingly. Perhaps she saw the value of the gift and had some understanding of Hisong's earnings. Therefore, she regarded Hisong more highly. Or perhaps, she approved of Hisong's act of personally coming to express his gratitude. Pinger, who stood behind her, was somewhat infatuated with Hisong's gifts, constantly looking at them with a pleased expression. On receiving her gift, Chu Shuangshuang's face showed a rare hint of uncertainty, as if she hadn't expected to receive a gift as well. After expressing his gratitude, Master Qingyue let Hisong stay in Green Wall Immortal City for several days. During these days, Pinger and Chu Shuangshuang would occasionally accompany Hisong, leading him on random strolls through Green Wall Immortal City. Resigning to this, Hisong abandoned his original plan of heading to the North City Entertainment District for music and followed the 2 of them everywhere they went. Since his enjoyable stay at the ordinary residence in the north of Green Wall Immortal City, Hisong had begun to like the place. However, as the timing wasn't right, Hisong decided to give up on this tempting idea. Fortunately, the 2 of them were good-looking, and it was quite enjoyable to go out with them.
Days passed quickly.
Hisong managed to find his former neighbor, Lin Song, in Green Wall Immortal City while taking a break from his busy schedule. Lin Song had been Hisong's neighbor for many years when he first arrived in this world. During the major upheaval in Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion, Hisong foresaw the impending crisis and advised him to leave as soon as possible.
Without hesitation, Lin Song listened to Hisong's advice and left Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion right away. Since then, Lin Song, a loose cultivator, embarked on his journey to Greenwall Immortal City. Time flew by, and more than a decade had passed in the blink of an eye. The once brawny, fierce-looking Lin Song, who seemingly wasn't easy to disturb, had already settled down in Greenwall Immortal City.
Moreover, his cultivation level had improved from the 4th tier of Qi refining when he left Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion to the 6th tier Qi refining now. Fortunately, throughout the years, Hisong and Lin Song had kept in touch. Now they had some free time, the two had a good chat together.
They reminisced about their days in the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion.
However, Hisong did not tell Lin Song about his current status as a disciple of the Thick Earth sect. Although there was no need to hide it, the change in Hisong's identity could make Lin Song, a mere loose cultivator, feel immense pressure.
Therefore, Hisong didn't mention it.
Instead, he reconnected with Lin Song and continued strolling around Greenwall Immortal City with Pinger and Chu Shuangshuang. Several more days passed, and when Hisong felt that the time was right, he left Greenwall Immortal City and headed back to the Thick Earth sect in haste. During this month-long experience outside the sect, Hisong accomplished quite a bit. From the destruction of the spirit field, killing Qinzhong, finding a new valley to establish a spirit field, selling spirit rice at the Flowers Immortal Pavilion and laundering stolen goods, Immortal Pavilion, and looking for Su Yan, and finally, coming to Greenwall Immortal City to personally express gratitude to Master Qingyu, Pinger, and Chu Shuangshuang, as well as finding Lin Kong. All of these events were accomplished within just over a month. However, after returning to the Thick Earth sect in just over 10 days, Hisong immediately started his seclusive cultivation. At this point, Hisong was already quite close to reaching the 8th tier of Qi refining. Under such circumstances, it was better to focus on cultivation and reach the 8th tier of Qi refining before venturing out again. By that time, his strength would naturally have significantly improved.
Time flew by.
In the blink of an eye, Hisong had cultivated within the Thick Earth sect for a full 2 years. During these 2 years, apart from going to the valley thousands of miles away to replenish the spirit stones for the erase skills of the newly established spirit field, Hisong never stepped out of his small courtyard. Within the Thick Earth sect, there were specialized personnel who would deliver meals to each occupied courtyard. The rice was spirit rice, the meat was demonic beast meat, and all the other ingredients were spiritual materials. It could be said that even a single meal within the Thick Earth sect would cost several or even more than a dozen spirit stones if it were to be obtained outside. However, within the Thick Earth sect, these things were supplied infinitely. The outer disciples of the Thick Earth sect only needed to focus on cultivation and had no need to worry about other matters. After all, they were the hope of the sect, and they would be the cornerstones of the sect's future. As long as there were continuously foundation establishment masters emerging, the resources spent would be considered insignificant. Of course, the Thick Earth sect also had external tasks available. If disciples felt that their annual salary was insufficient, they could take up external tasks to earn spirit stones and contributions. Sect contributions could be used to exchange for some unique items within the sect. Spirit stones could also be used to purchase contributions, with an exchange rate of 150 spirit stones for 1 contribution point. Hisong had not taken up any external tasks since joining the sect and only had limited knowledge about them. Today, Hisong sat on the meditation cushion in his courtyard, with the spirit power in his body rapidly circulating, gradually refining the spirit chi from the surroundings into his spirit power. At a certain moment, when the spirit power within his body had accumulated to a certain degree, Hisong felt his body suddenly lighten, and the illusion of an intense surge in strength was felt at this moment. Breakthrough, 8th tier of Qi refining. Just after breaking through, Hisong didn't rush to leave his seclusive cultivation, instead continuing to absorb the surrounding spirit Qi and transform it into his spirit power. It wasn't until several days later, when Hisong's aura had stabilized, and his cultivation had solidified at the 8th tier of Qi refining, that he finally opened his eyes. In 5 years, I've reached the 8th tier of Qi refining. With my current cultivation speed, I'll probably reach the great perfection of Qi refining in just over a decade, and by then calculating the time in his heart, Song remembered the scene of Mangwan successfully breaking through to the foundation establishment stage.
That vortex of spirit chi, neither large nor small.
The intense spiritual pressure that came with the breakthrough. And the sudden changes in his identity and strength that followed the breakthrough. All made Song yearn for the same bender. Chapter 141, Chapter 140, Attempting Foundation Establishment. Murmuring the words foundation establishment, Song felt a surge of excitement as he took stock of his own strength.
At his current pace of cultivation, foundation establishment was only about a decade away.
It seemed it was time for him to source more foundation establishment elixirs. Bender, with that thought flashing through his mind, Song let out a sigh, his face suddenly adopting a somewhat helpless expression.
The foundation establishment elixir is a hard thing to come by.
The only foundation establishment elixir he had on hand was obtained entirely by chance. Moreover, since he had arrived here from another world, he had never heard of the elixir being found anywhere. You could say before he joined the Thick Earth sect, Song only knew of the existence of the foundation establishment elixir, but he had no idea if it would ever appear. Not to mention ordinary elixir shops, even at auctions Song had never seen a foundation establishment elixir. However, just as Song was pondering where he could get more foundation establishment elixirs, the sound transmission amulet he had placed next to him was starting to glow slightly. A sound transmission amulet could not receive messages when stored in a storage bag. Thus, most cultivators would only keep it in their storage bag if they anticipated danger or were in seclusion. Otherwise, they would keep it hanging on their waist or close by. As Song was cultivating in the Thick Earth sect, he naturally kept his sound transmission amulet close by.
He quickly noticed the amulet's unusual activity and picked it up. Song activated it.
Immediately, he saw a thin sheet of paper inside the amulet.
The paper was covered with writing.
Mr. He, after years of cultivation, I have finally reached the state of chi refining great perfection. Counting the days, I am now 57 years old, leaving me little more than 2 years till 60.
The breakthrough to foundation establishment can't be delayed. If you're free, why not drop by my courtyard? Wei Fan.
After reading the message, Song stowed the paper away in his storage bag and furrowed his brows in thought.
Just over 2 years left till 60? Just over? A little more than 2 years?
That's enough time for Wei Fan to have several more sons.
Isn't it? Such a long period of time, why the urgency in his message? Why? After pondering for a bit, a light bulb went on in Song's head.
Could it be understanding flashed through Song's eyes momentarily? He no longer had any doubts about the purpose of Wei Fan's message.
Foundation establishment elixir.
It can increase the success rate of foundation establishment. At the same time, it enables cultivators who have suffered serious injuries from unsuccessful foundation establishment attempts to fully recover within 2 years and have another shot at foundation establishment.
Currently, Wei Fan is 57 years old. In just over 2 years, he will be 60.
In other words, Wei Fan wants to attempt foundation establishment within this time window with the help of the foundation establishment elixir.
If he succeeds, then he succeeds.
If he fails, then, having attempted foundation establishment with the help of an elixir, he will have another chance at foundation establishment 2 years later. In 2 years, Wei Fan will be 59, just a little more than 60. However, that is enough time for him to attempt foundation establishment again. This way, Wei Fan effectively gains 2 chances at foundation establishment. Once he came to this understanding, Song had more clarity in his heart. It seems that Wei's chance of successfully reaching foundation establishment is much higher than old Meng's. Even the number of attempts at foundation establishment is 1 more. However, this method is only useful for cultivators like Wei Fan, who have foundation establishment elixirs and are not too old yet. If one reached the state of chi refining great perfection at the age exceeding 58 or didn't have any foundation establishment elixirs but only vein protection elixirs, they would not have 2 chances at foundation establishment. Even though vein protection elixirs can save a cultivator's life, it does take a full 10 years to fully recover.
That's way too long.
So long that most cultivators can't afford to wait that long. Only Hisong, with his endless lifespan, could think of repeatedly attempting foundation establishment with vein protection elixirs until he eventually succeeded. Getting up, he deactivated his array skills. Hisong opened the gate of his courtyard and headed straight towards Wei Fan's courtyard. Just as he arrived outside Wei Fan's courtyard, he saw the courtyard gate swing open.
Wei Fan's hearty laughter echoed out.
Congratulations, congratulations, congrats on breaking through to the 8th tier of Qi refining. As his laughter sounded, Hisong stepped into the courtyard, waving his hands and replying as he did so.
Not at all, not at all.
I should be congratulating you, Wei, on reaching the state of Qi refining great perfection. Your foundation establishment seems likely. Having said that, Hisong moved a few steps forward and quickly took a seat next to Wei Fan. Only when Wei Fan began to pour tea for him did Hisong speak once more.
Wei, are you sure about your foundation establishment attempt this time? Among their circle of 3, Meng Guan was the first to attempt foundation establishment, and he succeeded.
Wei Fan had also reached the state of Qi refining great perfection, so it wouldn't be long before he started his own attempt at foundation establishment. However, Hisong was unsure about how confident Wei Fan was. As of now, he had only attained the 8th tier of Qi refining, and foundation establishment was still a while away. So, he wasn't in a rush.
There's no certainty to these things. You make human efforts and let nature take its course. Faced with Hisong's question, Wei Fan shook his head, uncertain himself. After all, ever since he had broken through to the 7th tier Qi refining, he knew that he would someday have to attempt foundation establishment on his own. But man proposes, God disposes. Just as he had been gradually inching towards foundation establishment, the appearance of Meng Guan gave him a great push, moving his foundation establishment date significantly forward. Now, he even had the foundation establishment elixir ready. Yet foundation establishment isn't an easy task.
Even with all his preparations, Wei Fan still felt unsure. Thus, when asked about his chances by Hisong, his response was to let nature take its course. Seeing Wei Fan's response, Hisong decided not to probe any further. He only let out a sigh in his heart before changing the topic of conversation. Topics such as Meng Guan, who was still in seclusion, various matters within the Thick Earth sect, a visit to Green Wall Immortal City a couple years back to personally express his gratitude to Master Qingyi Yu, a return to the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion, walking along its many streets and so on. Faced with his friend who was about to attempt foundation establishment, Hisong could only use such topics to soothe him and ensure he wouldn't be too anxious and mess up his efforts. As for the rest, there were no more ways he could help. Like this, a few days later, Wei Fan bid Hisong farewell and, entering the meditation room in his own little courtyard alone, began his attempt at foundation establishment. As for Hisong, he continued to stand guard in Wei Fan's courtyard to be safe. Although they were in the Thick Earth sect and didn't need to worry about any dangers, you could still never be too cautious. Having a trustworthy friend to watch over him would surely give Wei Fan more peace of mind.
Chapter 142, Chapter 141, Foundation Establishment Failure. Several days passed in the blink of an eye.
Hisong, having had the experience of guarding someone else's cultivation before, did not find it boring. The Thick Earth sect provided everything needed for outer disciples in their courtyards. In these few days, besides occasionally checking the entrance to the quiet room, Hisong spent most of his time immersed in studying the Array Tao Primary Introduction. He had joined the Thick Earth sect 5 years ago, becoming an outer disciple and selecting the Array Tao Primary Introduction from the book collection Pavilion. Over these 5 years, Hisong had been constantly studying the Array Tao Primary Introduction, making rapid progress. However, even so, he still had not successfully laid out even the simplest array skill recorded in the Array Tao Primary Introduction. The array skills recorded in the Array Tao Primary Introduction are more numerous and complicated than those in the Array Tao Introduction. The knowledge of Array Tao within is also more profound. However, since there are more array skills to learn, Hisong no longer needs to study every single one. He can learn the array skills recorded in the Array Tao Primary Introduction according to his own interests. Those he doesn't want to learn, he naturally doesn't need to study. For example, Hisong was currently studying the simplest array skill recorded in the Array Tao Primary Introduction, called the Small Spirit Gathering Array. According to the description in the Array Tao Primary Introduction, the Spirit Gathering Array recorded in the Array Tao Introduction is just an entry-level miniature spirit gathering array. It has a small coverage area, and the gathered spirit chi is relatively thin.
Meanwhile, the small spirit gathering array recorded in the array tau primary introduction is an advanced version of the miniature spirit gathering array.
To set up the miniature spirit gathering array, one only needs to inscribe array patterns on spirit stones, which would create the array foundation. But the small spirit gathering array is different. The small spirit gathering array requires refining array banners and an array disk, then using a special method to control them, placing them in specific positions, and finally activating the array with a secret skill. Because of the different array patterns carriers, the small spirit gathering array's power is naturally greater than that of the miniature spirit gathering array. At the same time, arrays set up using array banners and an array disk are naturally much more potent than entry-level arrays.
Moreover, since array banners and array disks are harder to destroy, the chances of the array being forcibly broken are greatly reduced.
It can be said that the array skills recorded in the array tau primary introduction are far more powerful than the entry-level arrays recorded in the array tau introduction. At the same time, the required materials and the profound knowledge involved are not comparable to entry-level array skills. It is for these reasons that Isong has been immersed in the study of the array tau primary introduction for the past 5 years. As for setting up a real array, he must wait until he has learned the layout method of the small spirit gathering array and the refining methods for array banners and array disks. Then he can leave the sect to search for the materials needed to refine array banners and array disks, and begin crafting them. It is not until that time when he can set up an array. Just like this, several more days passed. On one day, Isong was studying the array tau primary introduction, when out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed the door to Wei Fan's quiet room open. Before Isong could react, a figure stumbled out and fell to the ground with a thud. Seeing this, Isong immediately rushed over and helped the fallen Wei Fan up.
Wei!
After helping Wei Fan sit down, Isong's heart sank. This was a foundation establishment failure. There was no formation of a spirit chi vortex, nor the intense spiritual pressure that would appear after advancing to foundation establishment.
When Wei Fan stepped out of the quiet room, his face was extremely pale, and the next moment he fell to the ground, barely able to stand. If he had not seen that Wei Fan had no visible injuries, Isong would have thought that he had been attacked. But, how could someone have bypassed him when he was clearly guarding outside? Therefore, Isong only thought about it for a bit, and then understood what happened. Wei Fan, first attempt at foundation establishment. Failure. Sitting on the side, a few breaths later. Wei Fan's originally pale face finally seemed somewhat better. However, seeing the worried expression on Isong's face in front of him, Wei Fan's lips can't help but form a bitter smile. Sigh, I truly experienced how hard this foundation establishment bottleneck is today. Difficult, difficult, difficult. As difficult as climbing to the sky. Shaking his head, a hint of panic flashed in Wei Fan's eyes. It seemed as if he recalled something terrifying, causing his body to tremble for a moment. Seeing this, Isong's face changed slightly, and he felt a sudden shadow in his heart. Is foundation establishment really that difficult? Why is Wei Fan so panicked about his failed foundation establishment this time? What did he experience during these days? And what caused his foundation establishment to fail this time? A doubt flashed through his mind. Isong's gaze towards Wei Fan also carried a trace of inquiry. Before today. Although Isong always thought that foundation establishment was hard, extremely hard. However, with Mangguan's successful foundation establishment as a precedent, Isong actually began to underestimate foundation establishment. With his unlimited lifespan and immortality, breaking through foundation establishment, no matter how difficult, there would always be a day to break through. Even if he had to wait 10 years after a failure to make another breakthrough attempt. But as long as he didn't die, his foundation establishment breakthrough would be inevitable. But now, seeing Wei Fan's strong panic after his failed foundation establishment and even trembling, Isong had a deeper understanding of the difficulty of foundation establishment. Wei, did you encounter something? Handing Wei Fan a cup of tea, Isong took the opportunity to ask while Wei raised his teacup. Wanting to know what Wei Fan experienced. Asking directly would be the best method. On the side. Wei Fan,
who just picked up the teacup and was about to take a sip.
Upon hearing Hisong's inquiry, he couldn't help but recall everything he had experienced before.
His body unconsciously shivered again. It's basically the same as what Lao Meng said before, but if one fails to condense mana, their spirit power will scatter and attack their body.
Without a life-saving elixir, when spirit power scatters, it's the moment when cultivators die.
If I hadn't had the foundation establishment elixir to save my life this time, I'm afraid I would have already died. There was a flash of fear in Wei Fan's eyes, and as he spoke, he subconsciously looked towards his elixir field's location. At this time, although he seemed uninjured on the surface, his body was already filled with hidden injuries. During the foundation establishment breakthrough, spirit power was compressed in his elixir field, and the birth of mana occurred there as well. The spirit chi wreaked havoc inside the body when spirit power scattered. If it weren't for the foundation establishment elixir's medicinal power to rapidly heal the injuries, the consequences would have been unthinkable. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a sense of relief internally. At the same time, he felt great admiration for Mengguan, who only took a vein protection elixir and successfully broke through without the foundation establishment elixir.
It's important to know that Lao Meng initially wanted to start his foundation establishment breakthrough without even taking the vein protection elixir. Chapter 143, Chapter 142,
Mengguan's arrival. If it weren't for the small auction that took place later, where Hisong and Wei Fan managed to borrow some spirit stones to buy the vein protection elixir, he might not have even been able to get one.
And under these circumstances, Mengguan managed to achieve foundation establishment success. It can simply be considered a miracle. You need to know.
During his attempted foundation establishment, he not only consumed a foundation establishment elixir, which increases the rate of success, but also knew about Mengguan's experience with foundation establishment. Even with these two factors, breaking through to foundation establishment was still extremely difficult for him. Compared to Mengguan's successful foundation establishment, he felt a hint of epiphany in his heart. In his opinion, the reason Lao Meng was able to establish his foundation was due largely to luck. Meanwhile, Hisong nodded thoughtfully after listening to his words. If one tried to establish their foundation without a life-saving elixir, failing could result in serious injuries or even death on the spot.
This is not a joke, but the truth. Only by taking a vein protection elixir or a foundation establishment elixir can one avoid such a fate and save their life. However, even if one consumes these elixirs, it will take a long time for the injuries to heal completely. This is why it takes 2 years to attempt breakthrough again after failing with the foundation establishment elixir. It seems I am a step late.
As the two were talking, a voice suddenly came from outside the courtyard.
The two looked over and saw Mengguan standing at the entrance of the courtyard, his eyes fixed on Wei Fan.
Seeing it was Mengguan, Hisong waved his hand, and the array set up in the courtyard was immediately closed, and the courtyard door opened. When Mengguan entered the courtyard, Hisong activated the array skills again and closed the door. Approaching Wei Fan, Mengguan carefully observed Wei Fan's condition and then sighed in relief. Having taken the foundation establishment elixir, there should be no major issues.
After 2 years of recuperation, you can try again.
I must admit, the foundation establishment method is too profound.
Even after 5 years, I have barely learned one.
I missed Wei's day of foundation establishment, and I hope you won't blame me.
Mengguan said with a salute to the two.
Even after breaking through to the foundation establishment realm, the way the three addressed each other hadn't changed.
Although Wei Fan had mentioned it before, Mengguan said he didn't mind it.
Thus, even though Mengguan had already established his foundation, he still addressed Wei as Wei.
Long-standing habits don't change easily. Lao Meng, you shouldn't blame yourself.
It's me who wasted a foundation establishment elixir, and I feel ashamed.
Seeing Mengguan saluting him, Wei Fan's face flashed a hint of embarrassment.
The foundation establishment elixir in his hand had come from Mengguan. Now that his first attempt at foundation establishment had failed and he had used up the only foundation establishment elixir he had, he felt even more ashamed when he saw Mengguan.
Mengguan successfully established his foundation without a foundation establishment elixir.
Although he believed luck played a significant role, when it came to his own breakthrough, he had Mangwan's personal foundation establishment experience and the foundation establishment elixir that Mangwan had personally given him to help.
Moreover, he had the Four Spirits root.
But, despite all this, his first attempt to break through the foundation establishment stage still failed.
If he hadn't had a foundation establishment elixir to protect him, he would have been dead by now.
This disparity made it difficult for Wei Fan to accept. Now seeing Mangwan, he felt even more embarrassed.
No need to worry, it's just one foundation establishment elixir. Now that I've reached foundation establishment, it's not as difficult to obtain as it was during the chi refining stage. You don't have to be like this. Mangwan waved his hand, signaling Wei Fan not to worry.
However, while speaking, Mangwan quickly started calculating in his heart. Foundation establishment elixirs are generally stored in the sect's treasure vault, and when they appear there, disciples with contributions or foundation establishment elders can exchange them at any time.
However, they are quite valuable.
To exchange for a foundation establishment elixir, you need a full 100 contribution points. Based on the exchange rate of 1 contribution point equaling 150 spirit stones, converting to spirit stones, a foundation establishment elixir would cost 15,000 spirit stones.
This is just the internal price.
If sold outside, it would probably cost at least 20,000 or even higher.
An outer disciple completing tasks for a year can only earn 5 contribution points. Moreover, in the sect, obtaining anything requires contributions. Cultivation skills, elixirs, artifacts, and so on.
If you want these, you need to exchange for them with contribution points. Thus, for a chi refining disciple, it's extremely difficult to accumulate contribution points to exchange for a foundation establishment elixir. Even though outer disciples receive an annual salary of 500 spirit stones, which can be used to exchange for contribution points, at most, they can only earn 8 contribution points a year by calculating with 150 spirit stones per point. Plus, there are regular expenses for learning array skills, buying elixirs, and artifacts, etc. Trying to accumulate 100 contribution points to exchange for a foundation establishment elixir is quite difficult. However, once they break through to foundation establishment and become a foundation establishment elder, it will no longer be so difficult.
Foundation establishment elders can earn 20 contribution points from tasks completed in a year.
At the same time, each foundation establishment elder receives an annual salary of 3,000 spirit stones. If the annual salary of 3,000 spirit stones is also used to exchange for contribution points, they can get a total of 40 contribution points a year.
In just 3 years, they can exchange for a foundation establishment elixir from the sect's treasure vault.
This is also why Pinger said that with a foundation establishment friend or master, the chance of reaching foundation establishment increases greatly.
For foundation establishment masters, the foundation establishment elixir is not that precious.
Of course, it's much easier for the Thick Earth sect's outer disciples to obtain a foundation establishment elixir than it is for loose cultivators. They can seek a foundation establishment master as their mentor, or work hard to accumulate contribution points to exchange for a foundation establishment elixir, or even befriend a foundation establishment elder, which may lead to unexpected gains.
For the disciples of the Thick Earth sect, the chances of getting a foundation establishment elixir are undoubtedly much greater than for ordinary loose cultivators.
But, 3 years to save up a foundation establishment elixir, this speed may seem fast, but it seems Wei Fan doesn't have that much time. Wei Fan is now already 57 years old, and in 3 years, he will be over 60. Moreover, he only needs 2 years to recover from his injuries, which means that he needs another foundation establishment elixir within 2 years so that he can still use one for his next attempt.
After carefully calculating, Mangwan couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. It's just,
I used all my annual salary for daily cultivation and purchasing high-quality artifacts, so I'm afraid I won't be able to save enough for a foundation establishment elixir in 2 years.
Chapter 144, 144, 143, Wei Fan seeks help. It had been 5 years since Mangwan joined the Thick Earth sect.
As a foundation establishment master, Mangwan received an annual salary of 3,000 spirit stones, making a total of 15,000 spirit stones in 5 years. Foundation establishment masters were unlike outer disciples. Foundation establishment masters only had annual salaries and none of the other items used to increase their cultivation. For example, elixirs, crumbled jade powder, and so on were exclusive to outer disciples. Therefore, if one wanted to obtain high-quality artifacts, skills, elixirs and so on, they could only buy them with their annual salary. Alternatively, they could take on external affairs and exchange them with contribution points. Meng Guan, as a foundation establishment master, had spent a total of several thousand spirit stones in these 5 years. He had recently bought a high-quality defensive artifact, costing more than 9,000 spirit stones. In short, Meng Guan had spent all of his 5-year annual salary. Now, facing Wei Fan, who will start his foundation building in 2 years and has no foundation establishment elixir reserves, Meng Guan was financially embarrassed at this moment. Even if he took on external affairs for 2 years and used all the spirit stones earned in 2 years to exchange for contribution points, he would only get 80 contribution points in 2 years, still short of 20 points. According to the exchange rate of 1 contribution point per 150 spirit stones, there was still a shortage of about 3,000 spirit stones. On the side, Wei Fan, who was unaware of all this, was overjoyed when he heard Meng Guan's words. Regardless of his serious injuries, he hastily stood up and bowed deeply to Meng Guan and Song. He then requested help. Although I don't have many spirit stones left on me, I still have 2 years left to save up. I don't know if it's enough or not. If it's not enough, please help me, my 2 friends. I don't want to miss this last opportunity to establish my foundation. If I really can establish my foundation successfully, I will never forget your great kindness. Even if I fail to establish my foundation, I will do my best to return these spirit stones as soon as possible. Wei Fan beseeched Meng Guan and Song with a determined look on his face. Today, he had already wasted a foundation establishment elixir and a chance to establish his foundation. If he could not get another foundation establishment elixir in the next 2 years, his chances of establishing his foundation would become extremely slim. In such a situation, asking his 2 good friends for help was not something too hard to accept. After all, Meng Guan had started asking for help like this 5 years ago. In their small circle of 3, when someone was in trouble, the other 2 would help as long as it did not affect themselves. Just like when he helped Song and escorted Meng Guan and lent spirit stones to Meng Guan to help him buy the vein protection elixir. However, he used to be in the position of helping others before. Now that he was asking for help himself, he was naturally a little nervous. Brother Wei, there is no need to be like this. Let's first listen to how much spirit stones are missing and try to gather them. We should be able to gather enough. Song comforted him while Meng Guan looked at each other and helped him up together. As for Wei Fan, both Meng Guan and Song had considerable goodwill towards him. That's because both of them had received Wei Fan's kindness before, and those kindnesses were not small. Song had encountered the Immortal Pavilion catastrophe during his chi refining early stage, and if not for Wei Fan's protection, he wouldn't have survived. Furthermore, he had requested Wei Fan to boldly kill Chen Zhou, eliminating a major threat. Meng Guan, when in his chi refining mid-stage, had requested Wei Fan to escort him to the Green Wall Immortal City to buy breakthrough elixir, which helped him break through to the chi refining late stage. Later, he personally asked Wei Fan and Song to lend him spirit stones to buy the vein protection elixir. Under such circumstances, even if it's just to return the favor, both of them would be willing to help. Moreover, their small circle of 3 had a tradition of helping each other. Now that Wei Fan had asked for help, the other 2 naturally wouldn't refuse. You both might not know, but in the sex external affairs, chi refining disciples can get 5 contribution points and 500 spirit stones in annual salary per year, while foundation establishment elders can get 20 contribution points and a 3,000 spirit stone annual salary. 100 contribution points can be exchanged for a foundation establishment elixir in the sex treasure house. At the same time, 150 spirit stones can be exchanged for 1 contribution point. In this calculation, I can get 80 contribution points after 2 years of external affairs and 2 years of annual salary. In this way, I still lack 20 contribution points, which is equivalent to 3,000 spirit stones. Seeing Song comforting Wei Fan, Meng Guan also took the opportunity to speak about this matter after both of them sat down. The cost of exchanging for the foundation establishment elixir should naturally be borne by him, the foundation establishment cultivator. Even though this would slow down his cultivation progress in the foundation establishment realm and he wouldn't be able to do anything else for 2 years. But since Wei Fan asked for help, he naturally wanted to give him a hand. Wei Fan had already failed once and gained experience in building his foundation. If he succeeded next time, it would also be of great benefit to him. 2 years' time was worth the effort. Over the years, I used most of my annual salary to purchase elixirs for cultivation, and now I only have a little over 300 spirit stones left. However, for the next 2 years, I can save my annual salary, which will amount to 1,300 spirit stones. Meanwhile, Wei Fan calculated the spirit stones he had on hand.
After finishing the calculation and informing the two of them,
Meng Guan and Wei Fan's gazes turned to Yisong. They were short of 3,000 spirit stones.
Wei Fan had already made up 1,300 of them.
It was down to Yisong. He only needed to come up with 1,700 spirit stones, and this matter would be settled. They just needed to wait 2 years, and Meng Guan would be able to exchange a foundation establishment elixir from the sect's treasure house for Wei Fan to try again. Facing the gazes of the two, Yisong gave a slight smile.
If this is settled, I will use my annual salary for the next 3 years to buy gifts to personally thank Master Qingyi Yu and her 2 disciples.
For the past 2 years, I haven't been using my salary. Now, I still have over 1,000 spirit stones. There are still 2 years left, and in these 2 years, I can save another 1,000 spirit stones. So, I have over 2,000 spirit stones in hand.
Adding them all together, it shouldn't be difficult to buy a foundation establishment elixir.
Yisong's words were both true and false. The truth was that he indeed spent 1,500 spirit stones to buy gifts and personally thanked Master Qingyi Yu and her 2 disciples. The falsehood was that he currently had over 10,000 spirit stones on Nana. However, the source of so many spirit stones was indeed a problem. That was the reason behind Yisong's half-truths. In front of his good friends, it would be better to control his wealth to just enough to be helpful. In this way, he could conceal his true self, help his friends, and not expose the source of the large number of spirit stones he possessed. If Wei Fan managed to establish his foundation successfully in 2 years, he would probably remember the favor Yisong did for him. By just lending out a little over 1,000 spirit stones and having such a great return, it was simply perfect.
On the side. After hearing Yisong's words, the two of them visibly relaxed.
Then, the 3 of them looked at each other and laughed, smiles appearing on their faces.
Alright, since it's settled, Wei, you just focus on healing. I'll go take on some external tasks. See you in 2 years.
After sitting for a while, Meng Guan took his leave first. Yisong naturally followed suit and left Wei Fan's courtyard. When he returned to his own courtyard, Yisong sat cross-legged on the cushion, his thoughts racing a million miles away.
1 foundation establishment elixir for 15,000 spirit stones, huh? If I open up more spirit fields, this number of spirit stones should be achievable. Even with 6 foundation establishment elixirs, there's still a chance.
Recalling Meng Guan's previous words about the price of exchanging foundation establishment elixirs from the sect treasure house, Yisong's thoughts raced in his mind. Yisong currently had only 1 spirit field, producing 3,000 spirit stones annually. To use spirit stones to exchange for 100 contribution points, and then use these 100 contribution points to exchange for a foundation establishment elixir, he would need a total of 15,000 spirit stones. That is to say, 1 foundation establishment elixir would take 5 years for Yisong to save up.
The time seemed a bit long. But if Yisong had multiple spirit fields.
Chapter 145, 145, 144, High-quality spirit artifacts. It seems that I need to find more places to open spirit fields. With a flash of brilliance in his eyes, Yisong looked outside the thick earth sect.
Now.
It had been 27 years since Yisong had arrived in this world.
In these 27 years,
Yisong had successfully cultivated from a first-tier qi refining practitioner to the current 8th tier of qi refining. When he had just arrived in this world, his previous body was 18 years old.
18 plus 27. The current Yisong
was already a full 45 years old. According to Yisong's own calculations, it would take him another 10 or so years to reach the stage of qi refining great perfection.
At such a pace,
it should be enough to reach the stage of qi refining great perfection before the age of 60. perhaps, with plenty of time to spare.
However,
he only had 15 years left before reaching the age of 60. It would be quite difficult to get at least 5 more foundation establishment elixirs within these 15 years.
If he doesn't open new spirit fields.
In these 15 years, at most, he could only get 3 foundation establishment elixirs. It would be extremely difficult to give it his all and take 6 foundation establishment elixirs to break through to the foundation establishment realm. Although Isong, as an everlasting being, would not be affected by his age even after he turned 60. However, Isong still had to consider the feelings of others. A practitioner with 4 spirits roots who luckily broke through to the foundation establishment realm on the eve of their 60th birthday. Such an event would attract some attention, but not too much. The vast majority of practitioners would only envy it for a moment and then put it out of their minds. But if a practitioner with 4 spirits roots broke through to the foundation establishment in their 60s or even 70s, once such a thing happened, it would cause quite a stir.
At that time, countless practitioners would focus their gaze on Isong.
By then, every move Isong made would attract the attention of other practitioners. Even when he went out in the future, others would remember his name when asked. After all, it would be difficult not to attract attention as a practitioner who broke through to the foundation establishment stage in their 60s or 70s.
As for this kind of scenario, Isong simply could not accept it.
Hiding himself, not letting others notice him, being an ordinary passerby, was the life that Isong pursued. This was the cultivation world. He had also heard of techniques such as the soul-searching skill. If an ancestor Yuanying or a golden elixir master became interested in him, his fate would undoubtedly be very miserable. Therefore, breaking through to the foundation establishment realm before the age of 60 was the most important matter for Isong to consider. Of course, if he really couldn't break through to the foundation establishment realm before the age of 60, Isong would have no choice but to leave this place and succeed in breaking through the foundation establishment realm in a strange place where no one knew his age.
In that case,
as no one would recognize him, he would be free to claim whatever age he wanted without raising any suspicions. However, unless absolutely necessary, Isong would never do such a thing. Under the rule of the Thick Earth sect, his foundation had been established, his background was deep, and he even had the support of a foundation establishment master, who was almost untouchable. Abandoning such a foundation to go somewhere else,
it would be absolutely impossible unless there was no other choice.
In the small courtyard, Isong's gaze became increasingly resolute. To break through to the foundation establishment realm before the age of 60, he needed to have enough spirit stones. And in order to have more spirit stones, with his means, he could only quickly open new spirit fields and plant more spirit rice to gain them.
So, let's set off then, open up more spirit fields, and if the first attempt at breaking through to the foundation establishment fails, perhaps there will be a second chance to try again. After secretly making up his mind, Isong's figure also left his small courtyard, stepping out of the Thick Earth sect. Isong looked back inside in his heart, then immediately used the wind riding skill, turning into an arrow leaving the bowstring, shooting forward rapidly. After experiencing Wei Fan's first failed attempt to break through to the foundation establishment realm, Isong subconsciously wanted to leave himself a backup plan. According to his thoughts, he should be able to have a second chance at foundation establishment, just like Wei Fan. 15 years.
From the 8th tier of Qi refining to the Qi refining great perfection. As long as he worked hard cultivating, used all kinds of things to improve his cultivation, he could definitely squeeze out 2 years, or even more time, to reach Qi refining great perfection before the age of 58. By then, he would have a second chance at foundation establishment. Even if the first attempt at foundation establishment failed, he would still have a second chance at foundation establishment. With the two added together, Isong's chances of breaking through to the foundation establishment realm before the age of 60 would greatly increase. However, as he sped forward, Isong also remembered the sect treasury that Pinger had introduced to him when he had first joined.
Years ago,
when Isong had just joined, he had heard Pinger talk about the sect treasury.
The sect treasury. It was not a warehouse, nor was it a palace.
It had no elders guarding it, nor disciples watching over it.
Instead, it was a huge mountain peak.
At this moment, this huge mountain peak stood in the center of the thick earth sect, serving as the main peak of the sect.
This was a high-quality spirit artifact. Refining and foundation establishment practitioners used artifacts. Golden elixir and Yuaniing practitioners used spirit artifacts.
Artifacts could be controlled with spirit power or mana, and could be used as an extension of one's arm, but they were ultimately just inanimate objects.
Spirit artifacts, on the other hand, could move with one's thoughts.
Under the control of one's divine sense, all one needed to do was to think, and they could move as one wished, making them more compatible with practitioners. This high-quality spirit artifact was refined by an ancestor Yuaniing of the Thick Earth sect for the purpose of guarding the sect.
Thick Earth sect.
From the founding of the sect, it was a golden core sect. Even today, it was still a golden core sect. However, 10,000 years ago, the Thick Earth sect once had an ancestor Yuaniing. For a time, the sect was promoted to the nascent soul sect, and there was no one else like it. However, later on, with the decline of its foundation, it fell from the nascent soul sect and once again returned to being a golden core sect. This high-quality spirit artifact, called the Mountain Seal, was refined by that ancestor Yuaniing and left in the sect to serve as a foundation. This high-quality spirit artifact appeared as if it had been chopped with a knife and axe, with horizontal and vertical lines. This was also the reason why the mountain peaks within the Thick Earth sect had such a shape. At the same time, due to the space within the Mountain Seal and its extraordinary sturdiness, it naturally served as both the foundation and the treasury of the sect. Because of its high-quality spirit artifact status, and the fact that the current sect leader's cultivation had reached the golden elixir stage, he was naturally capable of controlling the spirit artifact. With this quality and spirit, it was treated as the treasury of the sect. Outer disciples, or foundation establishment masters, only needed to go to the main peak, communicate with the Mountain Seal through their thoughts, and they could exchange spirit stones for contributions, or use contributions to exchange for the items they wanted. Although the spirit artifact had spirit, it was ultimately just a spirit artifact, and its spiritual intelligence was not high. Even if Yisong were to exchange all the foundation establishment elixirs in it, it wouldn't attract the attention of the Mountain Seal. Chapter 146, 146, 145, 100 acres of spirit field. Only after others subsequently came to exchange for the foundation establishment elixir and discovered that they were all taken, would the news be spread. However, even if the news gets out, it probably won't alarm the sect leader. Sect leader oversees the Mountain Seal, but he does not involve himself in everything. The Mountain Seal's spiritual wisdom is not high and is only responsible for exchange matters. Even if the sect leader is alarmed, he wouldn't be able to find out that it was Yisong. Consequently, earning spirit stones to exchange for foundation establishment elixirs carries no risk at all.
It is just unknown whether the foundation establishment elixirs in the Mountain Seal would be enough for Yisong. However, when he thought of the Mountain Seal, Yisong remembered a conversation he had with Mengguan after he broke through to foundation establishment and joined the Thick Earth sect. At that time, Mengguan had said, "If you ever come across a foundation establishment master whose Dharma title contains the word mountain, it is better to avoid as much as possible. This involves some secret, I won't explain in detail." Recalling Mengguan's expression when he said this, Yisong gradually developed a tinge of doubt on his face. Foundation establishment masters whose Dharma title contains the word mountain. Master Chang Shan of the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion counts as one. Master Yuan Shan, whom he had met when he first entered the Thick Earth sect, also counted as one. Looking at this way, there should be quite a number of foundation establishment masters whose Dharma title contains the word mountain. Master Chang Shan's artifact is called Green Mountain Seal. And the high-quality spirit artifact bearing the fundament of the Thick Earth sect is called Mountain Seal. Such similar names almost made Yisong associate them together instantly. However, are there any secrets in this that he did not know? Due to insufficient information, Yisong pondered for a while but could not make any sense of it. After thinking for a while, Yisong stopped pondering about it and began to seriously search for a suitable place to open a spirit field. This time, Yisong left the Thick Earth sect in order to find a suitable place to open a spirit field. The more spirit fields he opens, the faster he will acquire spirit stones.
With spirit stones, he will have the foundation establishment elixirs. His chances of breaking through to foundation establishment will also greatly increase. So, Hisong was extremely dedicated to finding the spirit field. However, the places that could be used to open a spirit field were too few. Hisong kept searching, but even after a long search, he still found nothing. Either it was too close to a heavily trafficked area by cultivators, or the environment was not suitable, or it was too close to a mortal city, or time flew by, and it was already 2 years later. In these 2 years, Hisong had been continuously searching for places that could be used to open a spirit field. Surrounding his newly opened spirit field, Hisong kept searching. Finally, due to his relentless effort, after 2 years, he finally found several places that could be used to open a spirit field.
Previously, when he was in the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion,
Hisong had also searched for places that could be opened into spirit fields. But at that time, his cultivation level was too low and his speed was too slow, so after half a year of searching, he did not find a single place that could be used to open a spirit field.
Now,
Hisong's cultivation level had reached the 8th tier of chi refining. After using the mountain wind riding skill, his speed was incredibly fast. Under such circumstances, it took him 2 years to find several places that could be opened into spirit fields. These spirit fields varied in size, but all in all, they represented Hisong's painstaking efforts. Counting the new spirit fields and the previously opened 30-acre spirit field, there was a total of about 100 acres.
In this way,
in 1 year, Hisong could harvest 100,000 pounds of spirit rice, which equated to 10,000 spirit stones, from these 100 acres of spirit fields. In 1 year, he could have 10,000 spirit stones. Now there were still 13 years left until Hisong turned 60. If you were to add it all up, Hisong should be able to obtain about 130,000 spirit stones in these 13 years. However, because some of these spirit fields were still in the process of being converted into actual fields, the actual yields of spirit stones should be somewhat less. But not too much less, there might only be a few thousand less spirit stones. Add on the over 10,000 spirit stones he currently had, and the 60,000 pounds of spirit rice he harvested from the 30-acre spirit field in the past 2 years, as well as his annual salary from the Thick Earth sect. In total, if he no longer opens new spirit fields in these 13 years, he should be able to gain around 150,000 spirit stones. These 150,000 spirit stones, if used entirely to exchange for foundation establishment elixirs, should be able to be exchanged for 10 of them,
adding to the one he already had. It would amount to 11 foundation establishment elixirs.
Even if Hisong failed the first foundation establishment attempt and wasted 6 foundation establishment elixirs, by the time he attempted foundation establishment the second time, there would still be at least 5 foundation establishment elixirs available.
Considering this,
Hisong let out a sigh of relief, feeling like a weight had been lifted off his heart. However, all the surrounding areas that could be turned into spirit fields were already developed into spirit fields by him. If he wanted to open more spirit fields next, it would be extremely difficult. That means, each year, at most he could get 10,000 spirit stones from the spirit fields he has opened.
Want more?
It's not impossible, but that would purely depend on luck.
Perhaps, could he reactivate the 20-acre spirit field he abandoned in the Bamboo Mountain Immortal Pavilion?
Such a thought flashed through Hisong's mind, but it was immediately dismissed. That place was no longer safe. If he went back to reactivate that 20-acre spirit field and someone came knocking on his door, losing some spirit rice would be the least of his concerns. He feared that they might publicize everything about that place. By then, it's possible that even the 100-acre spirit field he had newly developed would also be implicated. For this kind of risky business where the cons outweighed the pros, Hisong, after some thoughts, immediately vetoed the idea.
As for the final missing foundation establishment elixir, after some consideration, Hisong didn't worry about it anymore. Getting more foundation establishment elixirs was just to leave a safety net for himself. If he consumed 6 foundation establishment elixirs, his chances of breaking through to foundation establishment would be high. If he is successful in breaking through the foundation establishment at once, the safety net he left himself obviously isn't needed. If he really fails at foundation establishment. Prior to the second attempt at foundation establishment, finding another foundation establishment elixir shouldn't be a problem. After all, in 10 or so years' time, Mangwan's strength would definitely have stabilized in the foundation establishment stage. As long as Hisong opened his mouth to ask, supporting a foundation establishment elixir should be nothing to them. 2 years ago, when Wei Fan failed in making his breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, Mangwan, without hesitation, helped prepare another foundation establishment elixir. Although it was hurried and he had to ask for Hisong's help, Mangwan, who would be in 10 or so years, in comparison with the current Mangwan in terms of strength and fortune, would simply be incomparable. However, 2 years have passed now. Wei Fan's injury should have fully healed by now. It was time he attempted to break through the foundation establishment realm again. After calculating the time and realizing he hadn't missed it yet, Hisong got up and sped towards the Thick Earth Sect. The Thick Earth Sect. Outer Disciple Living Area. Just as Hisong's figure appeared outside Wei Fan's courtyard, he saw Mangwan, who had just opened his courtyard door. Chapter 147, 147, 146, Second Foundation Establishment. As Mangwan was a foundation establishment master, he noticed Hisong the moment he arrived. Therefore, he was able to open the door and invite him in before Hisong even had the chance to knock. Entering the courtyard, the three of them paid their respects and then sat down. Under the thick aroma of tea, they began to catch up. It had been 2 years since they last met, but their faces remained the same. A sense of familiarity washed over Hisong as they exchanged glances. This familiarity quickly put Hisong at ease, and he began to share his experiences over the past 2 years with the two of them. However, he changed the purpose of opening his spirit field to seeking opportunities instead. In the cultivation world, too many chi refining late stage, chi refining great perfection, and even foundation establishment cultivators grow old over time. Before they die, they might squander their entire fortune. Or perhaps leave it all behind for their descendants. Or randomly find a disciple to bestow upon them everything they have. As such, seeking opportunities amongst those at the chi refining and even foundation establishment stage is not a secret. It is common for mortals to benefit from the teachings of cultivators, soaring high and becoming true cultivators themselves. It is also common for cultivators to inherit resources from their predecessors, and reach the heavens in a single bound. And occasionally, one might even hear about someone being taken as a disciple by a foundation establishment master, who would then teach them everything they knew. Of course, Hisong wasn't really seeking opportunities, but rather opening his spirit field. Naturally, the experiences he recounted didn't include finding any opportunities. He had spent 2 years searching for opportunities outside, but returned empty-handed. Upon hearing this, Mangwan and Wei Fan immediately tried to persuade Hisong not to obsess over opportunities any longer. As for this, Hisong secretly felt pleased but still nodded his head in agreement. With this incident out in the open, he now had an excuse to refuse anyone who wanted to search for opportunities with him outside the sect in the future. This was a decision Hisong made on the spur of the moment and decided to go along with. As a cultivator, seeking opportunities outside was normal. But searching for opportunities with others outside the sect was something Hisong would definitely be unwilling to do. When searching for opportunities together, who knows if someone might stab you in the back? For the sake of his life, it was better to fabricate something to use as an excuse to ward off those who wanted to search for opportunities with him outside the sect. In this way, with the precedent of this incident as a reference, his refusal would be considered reasonable. Furthermore, since Mangwan and Wei Fan were aware of this matter, anyone who casually inquired would know that his refusal had a reason behind it, and he wouldn't need to worry about anyone holding a grudge against him for it. After discussing this matter, the three of them chatted for a while before finally talking about the matters they wanted to address during this meeting. Do you know where I went after taking on external affairs 2 years ago? Looking into the distance, Mangwan asked as his eyes suddenly shone with a touch of emotion. Without waiting for Hisong's response, Mangwan continued speaking. Over these past 2 years, I've returned to the Red Spirit gold mine. However, my status has changed from being a miner leader to guarding the gold mine as a Foundation establishment master. The person who once appointed me as a leader now respectfully addresses me as elder when he sees me into the world. I realized that the status of a Foundation establishment master is vastly different from a chi refining stage cultivator. Mengguan looked at Wei Fan, wanting to say something. But after considering it, he chose not to speak. However, his gaze seemed to hold a hint of anticipation. Wei Fan's opportunity to break through to the Foundation establishment stage. Only this once. If it doesn't work this time. Mengguan shook his head, casting away the negative thoughts in his heart, and then looked at Isong. Mr. He, after 2 years of planning, I still need 1,700 spirit stones to buy another Foundation establishment elixir. I wonder if this matter had been settled 2 years ago. Now, 2 years later, Isong has returned. Naturally, the spirit stones they originally agreed to lend must be handed over by Isong himself. Isong was well prepared for this. With a swipe on the table in front of him, 1,700 neatly arranged spirit stones appeared on the table. 1,700 spirit stones stacked together shone brilliantly under the sunlight, emitting an enchanting glow. With so many spirit stones appearing, all three people's gazes were instantly attracted. Alright, time is of the essence. I will head to the sect treasury right away. Seeing Isong fulfill the promise of providing the spirit stones, Mengguan nodded, and after collecting the spirit stones, he thanked him. Immediately, his entire body transformed into a green tunneling light, heading into the distance. Watching Mengguan transform into a green tunneling light, shooting into the sky, both Isong and Wei Fan showed a trace of envy in their eyes. Foundation establishment. After breaking through to Foundation establishment, one can learn tunneling skills. At that time, they can transform into tunneling light, roaming freely between heaven and earth. The two who were still at the chi refining stage were naturally envious. This is flying. Although they could also temporarily ride the wind using the mountain wind riding skill, it was incomparable to real tunneling skills. Very soon, the tunneling light Mengguan had transformed into flew back from the distance, landing directly in Wei Fan's courtyard. As the light dissipated and Mengguan's figure appeared, a jade bottle was placed in front of Wei Fan. Seeing this, a wave of warmth surged in Wei Fan's heart. Although he already knew 2 years ago that his two good friends would help him gather the spirit stones to exchange for his second Foundation establishment elixir. However, when the second Foundation establishment elixir actually appeared in front of him, Wei Fan was still moved. Thank you both for your assistance. If I succeed in establishing my foundation this time, Wei Fan will never forget your great kindness. Picking up the Foundation establishment elixir from the table, Wei Fan bowed deeply, solemnly speaking. Facing Wei Fan's bow, this time, both Isong and Mengguan hurried forward to suit him. However, unlike the previous time, this time Mengguan was the one to reassure Wei Fan. Wei, there's no need for this. What need is there for such formalities between the three of us? You just go to the quiet room, sit still, and look for the right moment to build your foundation. When the time comes, take the Foundation establishment elixir and begin your foundation building. With Mengguan's comforting words, resolution flashed in Wei Fan's eyes as he stepped into the quiet room. Looking at his retreating figure, Isong could even feel the determination in Wei Fan's heart at the moment. Not until Wei Fan eventually entered the quiet room and closed the door. Did the courtyard grow quiet again? Only then did Isong and Mengguan sit back down at the tea table, each picking up a cup of tea and sighing in relief. In order not to affect Wei Fan's state of mind during his Foundation establishment breakthrough, the two had been very cautious. Only at this point were they finally able to relax a bit. What do you think? Will Wei be able to succeed in his Foundation establishment breakthrough this time? After draining his tea, Mengguan looked at Isong, wanting to know his opinion. I still remember when you entered the quiet room to break through the Foundation establishment, Wei asked me the same question. Listening to Mengguan's inquiry, Isong chuckled, saying something irrelevant. He seemed to have not heard Mengguan's question at all and showed no intention of responding. But beside him, Mengguan heard this and his face revealed a trace of emotion.
Then he shook his head and sighed.
Never mind, I won't ask. This indeed is not the time to discuss this.
Chapter 148, 148, 147, Foundation Establishment Success. Seeing this, Hisong casually poured him a cup of tea. Then he slowly began to speak. I just wonder if you two would discuss this outside too when I enter the quiet room in the future. As he spoke, a touch of oddness flashed across Hisong's face, seemingly recalling the scene at that time.
That scene, it should be quite interesting.
He knew what the two were discussing outside. They also knew that he knew what they were discussing outside while he was in the quiet room. But because of the quiet room separating them, they couldn't hear what each other had discussed. The scene described by Hisong flashed through his mind.
Mengguan's face gradually showed a touch of oddness as well. However,
in response to Hisong's words, he didn't respond. Instead, he just gave a slight smile and shook his head, gazing into the distance. Seeing this, Hisong naturally didn't speak again. Suddenly, the small courtyard became quiet. Only the sound of the two sipping tea occasionally could be heard. After all, since they were in the thick earth sect in guarding Wei Fan's small courtyard, all they had to do was wait. As for danger, Hisong felt that even if a golden elixir master were to attack, he wouldn't need to panic. Therefore, with nothing to worry about, Hisong soon immersed himself in the comprehension of Array Tao Primary Introduction again. After studying the array knowledge and Array Tao Primary Introduction for a whole 7 years, he felt that he had mastered the various formation methods of the spirit gathering array, as well as the refining methods of array banners and array disc. Next, he just needed to find some materials for refining array banners and array disc, and he could start refining them.
Once these two items were refined successfully,
he would engrave the array patterns of the miniature spirit gathering array onto the array banners and array disc.
By then,
Hisong could successfully set up the miniature spirit gathering array using special methods. The range and intensity of the spirit chi in the miniature spirit gathering array were beyond compare to that of the normal array.
According to Hisong's guess, the arrays set up in the Immortal Pavilion should be a miniature spirit gathering array.
However, the range of the Immortal Pavilion was too large, as the range of the miniature spirit gathering array was much smaller in comparison.
This left Hisong feeling puzzled. Could it be that I'm wrong? The spirit gathering array set up in the Immortal Pavilion is not the miniature spirit gathering array?
But it shouldn't be, as the spirit chi concentration and range are indeed identical to the miniature spirit gathering array.
Could it be that someone has used a special method to overlay several miniature spirit gathering arrays, manipulating the spirit chi concentration to converge in the inner circle of the Immortal Pavilion, creating that situation?
Such a method is not recorded in Array Tao Primary Introduction.
It seems that further study is needed.
After pondering for a moment, Hisong quickly shook his head and cast these thoughts aside.
No matter whether the spirit gathering array set up in the Immortal Pavilion was a miniature spirit gathering array or not,
his study of the miniature spirit gathering array could not be interrupted.
Miniature spirit gathering array. That was the simplest array in Array Tao Primary Introduction. Other arrays were much more challenging than the miniature spirit gathering array.
If he wanted to study all the way down, he would have to start with the simple ones and progress to the more advanced ones, so he could learn the array techniques he wanted. At the same time, once the miniature spirit gathering array was set up, the spirit chi concentration Hisong could enjoy would be even higher than what he could enjoy within the thick earth sect. After all, the miniature spirit gathering array set up in Immortal Pavilion was for the entire pavilion.
Once Hisong successfully set up his miniature spirit gathering array,
then, all the spirit chi gathered by this entire miniature spirit gathering array would serve only Hisong. Such a terrifying spirit chi concentration would naturally be higher than the concentration outside the thick earth sect.
By then, Hisong's cultivation speed would likely increase tremendously.
And the distance to his breakthrough to foundation establishment would get closer and closer. As for studying the miniature spirit gathering array and the refining methods of array banners and array disc, Mengguan saw this and naturally closed his eyes to rest, not knowing what he was doing.
In this way, time passed bit by bit. Until a few days later, Hisong and Mengguan almost simultaneously opened their eyes. After exchanging a glance, they both saw a touch of surprise in each other's eyes. Did it work? It worked. One asked, one answered. If someone else heard it, they would be confused. But the two currently in Wei Fan's small courtyard felt an overwhelming surge of emotion in their hearts. Just now, a powerful spiritual pressure rose from Wei Fan's closed-off quiet room and instantly spread around. Hisong and Mengguan were almost instantly awakened by this powerful spiritual pressure. That's when the scene of them opening their eyes simultaneously and then asking and answering just now occurred. Under what circumstances would such a powerful spiritual pressure appear in the quiet room? Without a doubt. It was because Wei Fan had successfully broken through Foundation Establishment. Only when Wei Fan had successfully broken through to the Foundation Establishment realm would such a powerful spiritual pressure appear. Although this spiritual pressure made Hisong feel a little uncomfortable, compared to the joy brought by his friend's breakthrough, this discomfort was quickly thrown to the back of his mind. Good, Foundation Establishment is good, it's great he reached Foundation Establishment. In front of Hisong, Mengguan's face showed delight as he repeatedly exclaimed good. At the same time, Mengguan quickly stood up and headed towards the location of the quiet room. Halfway there, he stopped. He paced in front of the quiet room again. Hisong didn't understand why. But looking at the joy on his face, no one would know whether it was him who had successfully reached Foundation Establishment. However, Mengguan had already reached Foundation Establishment, so it was impossible for him to reach it again. It's just that Mengguan's actions were a bit puzzling to Hisong. As he paced, Mengguan seemed to notice the confusion on Hisong's face, and the joy on his face grew even deeper. He stopped pacing and returned to sit down in front of Hisong. Then, he spoke playfully. Fellow Daoist, do you know why I am so happy that Wei has reached Foundation Establishment? Without waiting for Hisong to answer, Mengguan spoke again, explaining the reason for his excitement. Wei has reached Foundation Establishment, and as a close friend, I am sincerely happy for him. But besides that, there is another thing that brings me joy along with this. When one reaches Foundation Establishment, they must go to meet the sect leader. When I met the sect leader 7 years ago, he bestowed 2 Foundation Establishment elixirs upon me. Now that Wei has reached Foundation Establishment, it's hard to guarantee that the sect leader won't bestow something again. What if, looking at Hisong, a hopeful gleam appeared in Mengguan's eyes? If the sect leader were to bestow Foundation Establishment elixirs again, Hisong's chances of breaking through to the Foundation Establishment realm would greatly increase. Now, he himself and Wei Fan had both successfully broken through to the Foundation Establishment realm. If Hisong were to successfully break through to the Foundation Establishment realm in the future, their small circle of 3 would become a formidable force. Chapter 149, 148, Sect trembles. The 3 great Foundation Establishment cultivators joined forces, and their deterrence power was self-evident. At the same time, if the 3 of them indeed reached Foundation Establishment, perhaps the sect leader might be so delighted that he might grant more rewards. He had already seen the sect leader 7 years ago. And he had kept some secrets from Hisong and the others. But now, Wei Fan had successfully broken through to Foundation Establishment, so these secrets should be shared with Wei Fan and Hisong. The current Thick Earth sect was not as peaceful as it seemed on the surface. Undercurrents were surging in the hidden depths. He had previously advised the 2 of them to stay away from masters with the character Shan in their Dharma titles. That was because their strength was insufficient. Now that their small circle had added another Foundation Establishment master, it was time to reveal these secrets. He glanced towards the quiet room. Mengguan remained silent. Otherwise, they would have to go through it all again with Wei Fan after he had already told Hisong. Too troublesome. It was better to discuss it with Wei Fan after he came out of secluded cultivation. On the side, after hearing Mengguan's words, Hisong thought for a moment and nodded thoughtfully. He didn't pay much attention to the matter either. Foundation Establishment elixir. He really didn't lack it. But if he was really granted another Foundation Establishment elixir at that time, Hisong could only accept the kindness and wait for a chance to repay it in the future. As they were within the Thick Earth sect, the concentration of spirit chi was naturally quite high.
In this area where the outer disciples of the thick earth sect lived, the concentration of spirit chi was even higher than in the western part of Greenwall Immortal City. But it wasn't much higher. When Foundation establishment cultivators broke through, there would still be a vortex of spirit chi that appeared. It wasn't big, but it was enough to alarm the disciples and elders of the thick earth sect.
During Mangguan and Hisong's conversation, a small vortex of spirit chi had already appeared above Wei Fan's courtyard.
The spirit chi vortex continuously attracted the surrounding spirit chi into it, pouring it directly into the quiet room where Wei Fan was cultivating in seclusion. Wei Fan absorbed it, quickly solidifying his cultivation.
Outside, Mangguan wore a perplexed expression.
Hisong, however, had already made his way to the top of Wei Fan's courtyard as if he was an expert. From there, Hisong's gaze swept around and immediately noticed several figures coming out of their rooms and looking in his direction from afar. Wei Fan had already successfully broken through to Foundation establishment and was currently consolidating his cultivation by crazily absorbing spirit chi. This was also the source of the vortex of spirit chi above Wei Fan's courtyard. Such commotion would naturally attract the attention of other outer disciples and even other Foundation establishment elders. In the short time it took Hisong to reach the top of the courtyard, he had seen at least several dozen people looking in his direction.
Fortunately,
this place was the thick earth sect. Most of the people watching from a distance were outer disciples of the thick earth sect, with a few Foundation establishment elders mixed in.
They didn't need to be as vigilant as when Mangguan first broke through. Moreover, after seeing Hisong's actions, Mangguan, who was confused on the ground, quickly came to Hisong's side and faced the gazes coming from all directions together with him. One chi refining late-stage cultivator. One Foundation establishment master. And one Foundation establishment master who was consolidating his cultivation. Such a lineup made the onlookers' expressions varied. However, after observing for a moment, those people dispersed their gazes one after another. But as they moved their gazes away, waves of conversation began to ripple through the area where the thick earth sect's outer disciples lived. Foundation establishment.
I never thought that just months after entering the sect, I would witness the rise of a Foundation establishment master. A young man jumped down from the roof, his face full of longing. In half a year, I too will step into Foundation establishment.
A determined-looking young man proclaimed confidently.
If I'm not mistaken, this person seems to be the loose cultivator who joined the thick earth sect 7 years ago, forming a connection to the recently achieved Foundation establishment. Far away, Master Yuan Shan retracted his gaze, deep in thought. This person seems to be the first cultivator to successfully break through to the Foundation establishment realm in the past 5 years. I wonder whether it's luck or strength, another young man sighed as he withdrew his gaze. Hisong and Mangguan seemed to sense the various conversations but couldn't hear them clearly because of the distance. It was only after everyone had retracted their gazes that the two left the rooftop and continued waiting by the table. This time, Wei Fan's breakthrough to Foundation establishment. It would probably take some time to consolidate his cultivation. Once his cultivation was completely consolidated, it would be time for him to come out of seclusion. Soon. As the spirit chi was dense here. Wei Fan's cultivation consolidation speed was also relatively fast. He didn't make Hisong and Mangguan wait for too long. At some point, with a creak, the door of the quiet room slowly opened, and a figure shot out of the room like lightning. After only a few steps, Wei Fan's figure appeared beside the table. He sat down. Congratulations to Brother Wei for successfully establishing Foundation and setting foot on the immortal path from now on. Congratulations to Brother Wei for successfully establishing Foundation and setting foot on the immortal path from now on. As soon as Wei Fan emerged from seclusion, Hisong and Mangguan congratulated him without delay. Foundation establishment. Once this step was taken, there would be a clear distinction between immortals and mortals. From then on, be it lifespan, strength, or status, a huge gap would emerge between the cultivators of the chi refining stage and them. This gap was like a chasm. And it was only because the three of them had formed this small circle from humble beginnings that their interaction was so harmonious. Many thanks to both of you for guarding the area during my breakthrough. Now that I've successfully achieved Foundation establishment, I won't forget the promise I made. Without any arrogance due to his entry into Foundation establishment, Wei Fan hurriedly returned the greeting and mentioned his previous promise once more. However, both Hisong and Mengguan merely waved their hands, not taking it too seriously. After all, their small circle had been established for so many years. There was no need to say much about how well they understood each other.
As for Wei Fan,
both Hisong and Mengguan knew that he would never be the kind of person who thought too highly of himself once he gained power. In the past, when Hisong and Mengguan needed help, Wei Fan would do his best to help them without any hesitation. Now that he had achieved Foundation establishment, it was impossible for him to do anything ungrateful. Brother Wei, there's no need for that. However, since Brother Wei has successfully established his foundation, there are some things that I need to discuss with both of you. With Wei Fan coming out of seclusion, Mengguan, who had been prepared for quite some time, immediately started speaking.
He wanted to share the secrets he knew with both of them. 7 years ago, he had followed Master Qingyu to meet the sect leader. But on his way back home, Master Qingyu had told him about the hidden secrets within the current Thick Earth sect. It was then that Mengguan fully understood why he had been warned to stay away from masters with the character Shan in their Dharma titles when he first arrived at the sect. At the same time, this secret was the reason why he had advised Hisong and Wei Fan to stay away from such masters. Chapter 150, Chapter 149, The Secret of the Thick Earth. Do you know why, 7 years ago, I warned you to avoid Foundation establishment masters with the character mountain in their Dharma titles if you ever come across them? When Hisong and Wei Fan sat down with solemn expressions, they were ready to listen carefully to what Mengguan had to say about it. At the moment Mengguan's voice sounded, it made the two exchange glances. This matter. Hisong had also thought about it before. But at that time, the information was too limited, and there was no way to guess. Therefore, after half a day of pondering, he had to put it aside and think about it later. But now, listening to Mengguan's words, was there really a secret hidden in this matter? With a puzzled look in his eyes, Hisong looked at Mengguan. Next to him, Wei Fan, who had just broken through the Foundation establishment and consolidated his cultivation, also looked at Mengguan at this moment. Seeing that both of them were looking at him, Mengguan realized that neither of them knew the reason for this matter yet. This matter has its roots in the main peak of the Thick Earth sect. The main peak of the Thick Earth sect is the high mountain in the center of the sect, but in fact, it is not a mountain, but a spirit artifact, a high-quality spirit artifact, the Mountain Seal. It is a high-quality spirit artifact refined by a nascent soul realm ancestor. When controlled by a Yuanying ancestor, it can kill a nascent soul, and when controlled by a golden elixir master, it has the power to kill a golden elixir. This is one of the foundations that have allowed the Thick Earth sect to stand for tens of thousands of years, and it is also the location of the sect's treasury. As Mengguan spoke, he looked at the two of them, but he didn't see any surprise in their eyes. They had already heard about this matter from Pinger 7 years ago. Now that Mengguan mentioned it again, it made the two of them somewhat disinterested. Seeing this, Mengguan knew that he had said something unnecessary and quickly continued. More than 7,000 years ago, the nascent soul realm ancestor of the Thick Earth sect who refined the Mountain Seal passed away, and the high-quality spirit artifact, the Mountain Seal, became a symbol of the Thick Earth sect leader. Many generations have passed since that ancestor with the nascent soul realm appeared. After his passing, the position of the sect leader has always been under the control of his descendants. The ancestor's Dharma title was Lianshan, and most of his descendants took the character mountain in their Dharma titles. For example, Master Yuan Shan, Master Cheng Shan. Thus, the Mountain Seal has been passed down from generation to generation, and now it is controlled by the current sect leader, Master Fa Shen. Bender. At this point, Mengguan stopped talking and looked at the two people in front of him. A trace of doubt flashed across Hisong's face. Ancestor Lianshan, Master Yuan Shan, Master Cheng Shan. The character mountain was included in their Dharma titles. At first glance, these Dharma titles seemed to belong to the same family. But the Dharma title of Master Fa Xian didn't seem to resemble those of the mountain family, did it? Wasn't it said that the position of sect leader of the Thick Earth sect would always be held by the descendants of ancestor Lianshan? How did it suddenly change when it came to Fa Xian? Hisong was puzzled. At the side,
Wei Fan's face was also filled with doubt.
You're not mistaken. Master Fa Xian is indeed not a descendant of that nascent soul realm ancestor.
With the resources of the Thick Earth sect, they can only cultivate at most one golden elixir master in each generation to inherit the tradition and suppress the sect. More than 100 years ago, when the previous sect leader passed away, the Thick Earth sect used all its resources to cultivate a golden elixir master, Master Yin Shan. In theory, Master Yin Shan should be the sect leader of the Thick Earth sect in the future.
But it's hard to predict the will of heaven.
During Master Yin Shan's seclusive cultivation for a breakthrough, Master Fa Xian, with great perseverance, wisdom, and fortune, managed to advance from a foundation establishment master to a golden elixir master without the support of the sect. By the time Master Yin Shan broke through, Master Fa Xian had already taken control of the sect and seized the position of sect leader.
Since then,
there have been 2 golden elixir masters in the Thick Earth sect suppressing the sect, and their prestige is unparalleled. As Mengguan spoke, his face turned a little flushed, and even his voice grew a little louder. It seemed as if the scene of the 2 masters fighting was right in front of him, and he witnessed it with his own eyes. His song remained calm, but he was moved in his heart.
Master Yin Shan. Master Fa Xian. 2 golden elixir masters in one sect.
The Thick Earth sect seemed to be much stronger than he had guessed.
However, would Master Yin Shan really give up his position as sect leader and hand it over to Master Fa Xian? He Song didn't quite believe it.
Both of them were golden elixir masters. In theory, the position of sect leader should have been reserved for Master Yin Shan. Master Fa Xian merely took advantage of Master Yin Shan's breakthrough and used his golden elixir strength to suppress the sect, seizing the position of sect leader in the process. If they were to get serious, there must be a deadly battle between the 2. But from what he saw now, Master Fa Xian's position as sect leader seemed quite stable, and the Thick Earth sect had not experienced any violent disputes. At most, they were just reminded to avoid the masters with the character mountain in their Dharma titles as much as possible.
What was going on?
With doubts, Song looked at Mengguan. He knew that since Mengguan had said so much, he would definitely continue to speak.
After calming down a bit,
Mengguan looked at his 2 friends who were patiently waiting for him to continue speaking.
Feeling a little embarrassed, Mengguan hurriedly continued.
For thousands of years, descendants of that nascent soul realm ancestor have always taken the position of sect leader in Thick Earth sect. Now that something unexpected has happened, it has naturally aroused dissatisfaction among them. In the past, they simply had no golden elixir masters who could contend with Master Fa Xian, so they had no choice but to accept the situation.
But when Master Yin Shan broke through and came out of seclusion, a fierce battle ensued.
Master Qingyue did not disclose the details to me but made it clear that the sect has now been divided into 2 factions.
One faction is led by Master Yin Shan and consists mostly of the descendants of that nascent soul realm ancestor.
The other faction is led by Master Fa Xian and mostly includes the newly promoted foundation establishment cultivators of the past 100 years. Ahem, in the beginning, both of you were categorized into Master Fa Xian's faction. Because of this, I specifically warned you both to avoid encountering masters with mountain characters in their Dharma titles as much as possible. Although they won't make things difficult for you, they will generally not show you a friendly face. In the end, an embarrassed expression flashed across Mengguan's face.
At first,
he had followed Master Qingyue to the Thick Earth sect in a daze and met with Master Fa Xian.
Unbeknownst to him,
this meeting had put him, as well as Song and Wei Fan, in Master Fa Xian's faction.
Master Fa Xian giving them the 2 foundation establishment elixirs.
It was probably done to win them over.
He accepted them. Of course, that also meant agreeing to it.
Now that Wei Fan had also broken through the foundation establishment, he had to tell them everything in its entirety and not conceal anything anymore.
Of course, hiding this matter was not because he had any ulterior motives.
It was simply because their cultivation levels had been too low before, so there was no need to mention it. Now, Wei Fan had broken through the foundation establishment and was about to meet Master Fa Xian. It was better to speak up so that Song wouldn't think he had any ulterior motives. Chapter 151, Chapter 150, conflict between two factions. Moreover, when Wei Fan first attempted the Foundation establishment elixir he used indeed came from the hands of Master Fa Xian. Even if it was with the purpose of courting Meng Guan. But since the offer came in generosity, he needed to remember this kindness as well. Now, Wei Fan has successfully broken through to the Foundation establishment realm. He must go to see Master Fa Xian. It is necessary to understand these matters before meeting him. As a Foundation establishment master who already bears the mark of Master Fa Xian's faction, if he was to perform actions favoring Master Yin Shan's faction it probably wouldn't end well.
At his side, after hearing Meng Guan's description, a flash of realization passed through Yisong's eyes.
No wonder Master Qingyu rushed to sway Meng Guan immediately after his Foundation establishment. No wonder Master Qingyu was intercepted by Master Yuan Shan when he was leading Meng Guan back to the sect. No wonder Master Qingyu, without any respectful face, left directly with the spirit boat when intercepted by Master Yuan Shan. No wonder Master Fa Xian generously gave 2 Foundation establishment elixirs to win over Meng Guan, as a Foundation establishment master.
No wonder they are short of manpower. The conflict between Master Fa Xian and Master Yin Shan has already entered a stable period. Without any significant clashes seen, the thick earth sect seemed peaceful on the surface. But the more power gathered around him, the greater the chances of success. A Foundation establishment master, they are worth courting. As a golden elixir master, recruiting some Foundation establishment masters as followers is pretty standard. But how come he suddenly got involved in the sect's internal struggle without any indication? Moreover, it seemed that his side appeared more like the villains. Suppressed the whole sect with his golden elixir strength while Master Yin Shan was going through the golden elixir breakthrough, forcibly seizing the position of sect leader and took control of the entire thick earth sect. Such actions are usually common with villains, aren't they? Yisong could even predict the future development of the situation. When the time comes and Master Yin Shan's strength is sufficient, Master Yin Shan, who has more support, will naturally try various means to regain the sect leader's position. Suppose Master Fa Xian fails to hold on. Won't someone like him who has been tagged as a follower of Master Fa Xian be immediately made a scapegoat? With this thought flashing through his mind, Yisong felt a chill running down his back, and a cold sweat broke out instantly. It seems that he couldn't afford to stay in the thick earth sect. Should he run now? Or should he wait a while longer to run? Before running, should he bring his 2 friends along? However, would having 2 Foundation establishment masters fleeing along make them a big target? In the blink of an eye, countless escape plans had emerged in Yisong's mind. However, after thinking it over carefully, Yisong's emotions gradually calmed down. He could stay in the thick earth sect for the time being. He was just a little chi refining cultivator now. Although he had 2 friends in the Foundation establishment realm, in the cultivation world, personal strength still came first. As a small chi refining cultivator, as long as he minds his own business and avoids those Foundation establishment masters with mountain in their Dharma title, he shouldn't face any danger. Even if he provokes them, given the current peaceful atmosphere within the thick earth sect, there shouldn't be any big trouble. Suppose things turned out exactly as he anticipated, and the struggle between Master Yin Shan and Master Fa Xian became endless, finally leading to Master Fa Xian's defeat and escape. That would still take a considerable amount of time. For a golden elixir master, a few years, a few decades, or even 100 years, are simply a brief period. And for him? He only needs a dozen more years to achieve his breakthrough to the Foundation establishment realm. By the time he completes Foundation establishment and absorbs all the knowledge within the thick earth sect, it shouldn't take too long. If it goes like this, by the time the conflict between the 2 sides heats up, Yisong would have achieved his Foundation establishment and mastered all kinds of necessary knowledge. At that time, Yisong could leave whenever he wanted. However, he should be more cautious in his future days at the thick earth sect. He should strive to remain low profile. Only in this way would he not draw too much attention. By the time he needs to flee, he can escape before anyone notices. His mind raced through all these thoughts. Yisong felt as though a weight was lifted off his chest. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel grateful that he didn't join the thick earth sect as a formation genius back then.
If he had indeed acted rashly and used his status as a formation genius to join the Thick Earth sect, every move he made would probably have attracted attention from both factions. An array pathmaster can't keep a low profile like an ordinary disciple.
With an array pathmaster joining, either faction would experience significant improvement.
Had he really done that, forget about escape? He would surely have been under intense scrutiny from both sides. Having felt relief, Hisong gained assurance, and he also had a plan regarding the internal struggles within the Thick Earth sect. Next to Hisong, after hearing Mangguan's words, Wei Fan also showed a look of understanding at this moment.
Wei Fan was not like Hisong, who thought through a great deal in a mere instant. Wei Fan simply understood a few things.
Also, knowing that there were internal struggles within the Thick Earth sect, he realized he had been involuntarily drawn into it.
I understand now, we three are already on the same side as Master Fa Xian.
Which means, this time upon my breakthrough to Foundation establishment, if I go to meet Master Fa Xian with Lao Meng as he spoke, a light shone in Wei Fan's eyes.
Looking at Mangguan, an unusual expression emerged.
Then, he turned to Hisong.
He wanted to go with Mangguan.
If Master Fa Xian bestows 2 more Foundation establishment elixirs, or even 1, Hisong's chance of Foundation establishment would significantly increase. Hisong, like Wei Fan, has a 4 spirits root. Even with steady cultivation, he would get 1 chance for Foundation establishment. Bender with the Foundation establishment elixir and a bit of diligence, he'll have 2 opportunities for Foundation establishment just like Wei Fan. 2 chances of Foundation establishment, with a Foundation establishment elixir available each time. The chance of Hisong's successful Foundation establishment would naturally increase significantly.
If Hisong also breaks through into the Foundation establishment realm, then wouldn't their small circle have 3 Foundation establishment masters? 3 Foundation establishment masters, that would be an imposing force. Whether for Master Fa Xian's faction or for themselves, it would be a boon.
At his side, seeing Wei Fan looking at Hisong as well, a slight smile emerged on Mangguan's face.
Alright, let's not get too hopeful, it's not our call, it depends on the sect leader's mood. However, now that the matter is settled, let's get going and meet the sect leader.
Signaling Wei Fan to calm down, Mangguan rose to his feet, looking toward the main peak of the Thick Earth sect. There, Master Fa Xian must have been waiting for a while.
Chapter 152, 152, 151, Foundation Establishment Elixir. As a Golden Elixir Master, he naturally could not conceal the emergence of a newly promoted Foundation Establishment disciple in the sect. Before, some time had been wasted in order to enlighten Wei Fan on the internal factional struggles within the Thick Earth sect. Now that everything was clear, it was time to meet the sect leader. Seeing Mangguan urging him, Wei Fan also stood up. After greeting Hisong and telling him to wait for them to return, the 2 of them headed towards the main peak of the Thick Earth sect. As for Hisong, he shook his head and continued to drink tea after watching them leave. He understood the thoughts of his 2 friends. Last time, when Mangguan had a breakthrough in the Foundation establishment, the sect leader generously granted 2 Foundation establishment elixirs for the sake of their friendship. Now, Wei Fan successfully built his Foundation establishment with the help of that elixir, as well as the one bought through the joint efforts of the 3 of them. With Wei Fan's successful Foundation establishment, when the 2 go to see the sect leader again, it's very likely that another Foundation establishment elixir might be bestowed. Among the trio, 2 of them have already achieved Foundation establishment. Even if it was just to win over these 2 Foundation establishment disciples, some benefits would have to be offered for the 3rd person among them. At the same time, the rewards for Wei Fan and Mangguan would naturally not be lacking. As for meeting the sect leader, a chi refining stage outer disciple like him would definitely not be qualified. Even 7 years ago, when they had just joined the sect, Master Qingyu had accompanied Mangguan to meet the sect leader, while he and Wei Fan followed Pinger and the others to seek out an outer elder and become outer disciples. Now, with Wei Fan breaking through to the Foundation establishment stage, it was natural for Mangguan to bring him to meet the sect leader. As for Hisong, he wouldn't have a chance to meet the sect leader until he makes a breakthrough to the Foundation establishment realm. However, Hisong didn't care much. He, who had traveled through time from the information Big Bang era, didn't have much admiration for these so-called important figures in the eyes of others. Cultivators are people too, just somewhat more powerful before they become immortal. Whether it's chi refining,
foundation establishment, golden elixir, or yuanying, in Hisong's eyes, they're all just more powerful individuals. When he met them, Hisong would naturally follow the norms of the cultivation world, showing the proper etiquette as a junior, without revealing any flaws. But if they expected him to sincerely admire these powerful figures like others in the cultivation world, it's simply impossible.
As an everlasting being, in Hisong's opinion, these people were all targets he could surpass one day. How could he admire someone who was destined to be surpassed?
Of course, Hisong still needed to maintain a superficial politeness. And he would never let others see his inner thoughts. In the cultivation world, killing people over a disagreement was not unheard of.
Hisong did not want to die over such trivial matters. An hour later, Mengguan and Wei Fan reappeared outside the small courtyard. Hisong casually opened the door, and after welcoming the two into the courtyard, a small jade bottle appeared before him. "My friend, do not refuse.
The sect leader has rewarded us both quite generously this time.
This foundation establishment elixir was explicitly given to you by him."
Handing the small jade bottle to Hisong, Wei Fan's face was filled with happiness. It seemed that he had gained quite a bit when meeting the sect leader. On the side, Mengguan was also beaming. With his best friend breaking through to foundation establishment, he must have gained some rewards as well when they met with the sect leader together. You should know that Wei Fan was not only his friend but also introduced by him to the Thick Earth sect. Now that he had broken through to the foundation establishment, the rewards from the sect leader would naturally not be small for Mengguan. Seeing both of their faces glowing with happiness, it seemed as if they had both gained big benefits. After thinking for a moment, Hisong naturally followed suit and thanked his friends before stowing the small jade bottle in his storage bag. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh at Master Fa Xian's generosity. Rewards that were enough to satisfy both Wei Fan and Mengguan, along with the two foundation establishment elixirs he had received, it was evident that Master Fa Xian was truly willing to invest in his faction. It's likely that Master